What the hell?
I think someone crashed my space on purpose. It might have been Jonathan Caruso.
What'd you get to? Sorry, I'm eating fucking cookie dough right now. How high did you get to?
90.
That's still a record, so
I just bought French fried potatoes from Del Taco. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the American fast food chain Del Taco, but I bought French fries.
Sorry, it doesn't make sense to me calling them French fries because I'm
So
not
Well,
American.
it's not our fault you're not American. See, that was what I was gonna say. It's not our fault you're a communist and you hate everything.
what the fuck?
No, we just call them fries. Like, what's the trying to make it sound fancy for?
Well,
Real quick,
because
so I watched the end of that movie, guys, and he did get back in his body, but the other soul that was underdeveloped, it became developed and then said, "But I don't have a purpose." So it gave the earth pass to the guy so he could go back to his body. So he put himself in a flow state and then he helped that lost soul. And apparently he inspired the creator, so he got a second chance.
So God's in that movie?
Oh yes, boys, play it sweet for me. I was.
They don't call them that, but that's what they do. They create and like develop souls, right? They're gods.
And the name of this film was it was called Soul, right?
Soul.
SOL.
It's animated.
The
It's
Soul
really weird.
Animation.
Did you know
SOUL, soul.
people back in like the 1800s used to
Soul or
think that
Soul?
like if you took a photo of someone, they thought it would take a layer of your like skin or like take your soul, capture your soul.
It does.
People were
That's why the
scared of taking
American
photos.
natives never liked
And
that.
yeah, and if you see photos of cities from the 1800s and there's no people in the streets, it's because the cameras had really slow capture times and people would walk through the photos and just blur out of existence.
French cut fried potatoes.
Or in
Potatoes, potatoes,
potatoes.
potatoes, stick 'em in a stew. Potatoes, stew.
Papa's Fritas. Papa's Fritas.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Potatoes O'Brien. I don't care what you call them. I like them either way.
Potatoes are really good.
Yeah, they call them Papa's Fritas sort of interchangeably down here with French fries, which I like. I like that there's two names for fries here. I embrace it wholeheartedly.
Oh, they call them shoestring fries here, and yeah, it's weird.
And where are you from? You said communist China because you didn't like the word French fries or
I
words
live in
French
a I
fries.
live in a I live in a technological what was it in a technocratic police state. That's rather.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you live in a tech bubble, so I assumed it was either Sunnyvale or Palo Alto or something like that.
Hey, calm down. You're in a digital xenocracy right now, and Logan's in control.
Logan,
Well,
what happened to the space, bro?
it got too
Jonathan
horny.
Jonathan, what?
He said the space got too horny and he had to close it.
Is this true, Jonathan? You got too horny in the last space and you had to close it?
I feel like I said the last words in that space, and that's kind of awkward for me. What if someone listens to the space for 80, 90 hours, and then I'm the last thing they hear?
Bueller. Bueller.
DJ Easy Dick.
I'm not sexist, but I hate a woman with really, really good nipples because she can get whatever she wants.
Hello. Okay, hold on real quick. Say anything, Ricky Showtime. Don't open your mic. Jonathan, did you close your? Did you close the space, that last space?
No, I was just kidding when I sent you that GIF. How would I close the space?
There's ways to close my space if you know what you're doing, and you are in the tech field,
No, I
so
would not do that. I would not do that. I have
Jonathan
an idea
Caruso,
of what you're talking
be
about.
honest.
I would not. I'm being honest.
Oh, now you have an idea, but a second ago you didn't know, huh?
I've had
Oh
that
Well,
happen
god,
to
don't
me
get
too.
Panda on
about-
your trail. Little Belandia. Metaphorically, of course.
Did you
No,
just?
I did not
Did you?
close your space. I made a
Did you
joke
just?
in your DMs.
Did you just short-term memory shame that person?
Huh, now William's running cover for you. Interesting. Noted.
Interesting. No, you can ask me whatever. But
I'm
no, I didn't
a
close
I'm
your
a
space.
neutral I'm a neutral facilitator, which means I try to agree with everyone, and it's really kind of smarmy and weird because
And you did have the last words in the last space, William.
yeah, I said something about leaps and bounds, and then we leaped into this space.
No, you said something patently racist and offensive. So
Well, you're gonna have to
chill.
listen to the space for 90 hours and find out. Oh, can't you just skip to the end?
No, unless maybe it got cut off. I don't know.
I wonder how many of
Hmm.
those hours were actually silent.
No, that was just
Probably
Logan
not a lot.
cloning my voice.
Are you gonna go on a 2-month victim tour like Kimball?
I don't need to because I'm already living my best life.
You're healed, bro. Blessed. I love how the title doesn't make sense to anybody else. I don't think anybody else, unless you were there.
No,
you
I
must
get
have
it
get
because he'd done 90 hours and now he had
Yeah.
to reset it. It's like one of those Oriole notifications on your card. that
People
you
are
have to
probably going to be
reset.
like, "You're crying for an hour? What?"
It's like when the odometer runs through 9,999 and resets to 1.
We're brand new again.
No. This is the official hour one of his midlife crisis, and he's crying.
Which
And
would
we're here to
never
support him.
happen if you had a turbo because your engine would blow at 120,000 miles or whatever.
But we're going to be able to watch it play out in real time as he updates the space with new developments with his crisis.
Logan, I would like to have a conversation about this because I feel like you think that I DDoS your space, which I did not. So if you'd like
We
to
don't
ask me
believe
anything
that.
about it, feel free. That's fine. I'm not talking to you.
So first you went from nothing to I think I might know.
Now he's
it's
defensive and
DDoS.
yelling, and now he's yelling at
Well,
me.
I'm in an IT. I'm in IT, and I'm getting accused of
Well,
being
let's
a
not
Mad
place
Max
blame on anyone without evidence, Jonathan. You're not to blame, right? I
Well,
think Logan was being funny.
I thought it would be funny to send, Urkel doing "Did I do that?" because I thought it was a funny, GIF, and
We
Logan
believe
took
you,
that
dude.
as face. Well,
We
Logan
believe
hasn't
you.
said that. So
He's fine. He's
I'm
not
not talking.
debating.
So you're saying that Urkel made us all irked?
You know what?
Whatever.
Holy shit, I just had a breakthrough. Logan, if you just had a 90-hour space. Never mind.
What?
Come on now.
I don't want to add to the rumors, but did you not fap for 90 hours or did you fap in the middle of a space?
That's a pretty good question, actually. Let's dive into
I'm
that.
pretty sure he would go away to do that, or turn it down or something.
Shower doesn't count.
Wait, what's the question?
How'd you go no fap for 99 hours?
His AI waifu kept him cool and calm and collected.
Like, you got to expect him to step away for you're not going to be on your phone for 90 hours. That's why you have co-hosts. Like,
No,
often, sometimes I'll...
Doom our diapers. That's why.
If you can't go 90 hours, you're weak.
I can't even go 15 minutes. I just did one.
With
Want to see me do it again?
with or without your golf club?
Yes.
That's how it's done.
You guys shouldn't be saying this. I don't want your bad habits to influence my behavior.
Listen, when it's tailor-made, it's safe.
I'm more of a fan of Ping or Daiwa. If
Hey,
you're
you know,
nasty.
earlier today, what's his name? UFO Shane said this morning that he was a judge. Did you know if that's true, or is he just fucking around?
We found out that
Who's a judge?
UFO Shane said he was a judge. He got paid for it.
I don't
Only
think it,
God.
I think it would be impossible for a judge to come on here, but I don't know.
Only God can judge me.
Well, God is Satan, so okay.
God is the all, so he is the positive and the negative. And I think when you get to there, you really just judge yourself because you were there and you know deep down.
What if it's just a mindfuck and he's not judging you, but you just think he is because of the indoctrination?
It is, and then you get there and you're like, I don't know, it's kind of like therapy. You don't want to go to therapy because you think they're going to be like, you're a terrible person. And then you go,
I don't know.
and then you're like, I'm a terrible person. And they're like, yes, yes. And then they put all the pictures up on
Will
the
a
board.
Logan Twitter space be in your life review?
I feel
100%.
I
I'm
feel
gonna have
closer to
on my tombstone a little digital display that plays all the spaces I've been in.
I feel
I
closer
think.
to
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say I feel closer to Satan on a golf course than I do in some stuffy old satanic church.
Well, I mean, you do have very dangerous objects at your disposal. I think that when you see God, he just looks at you and laughs and says, "No, you."
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think God cares about us, but he made us. Does that make sense?
We are all like a creation of God, so an expression of God. So when we come to God and we're like, you are God, he is like, well, I create you, so you are technically me. So we are all creations of God, yes.
Well, I
I would
Doesn't
think
mean
agree
we're
with
all
that.
like,
I would agree with
God
that, but I
God
think
cares enough about us to not let us ever hear his true voice because it would make our brain explode.
and
I
also
think
think
his
about
voice is the combination of all of the voices of all of the animals and beings of the universe. That is the voice of God, right?
and also think of the tremendous burden that would be him creating us and him or her gender neutral that like the abysmal failure that is most of us and all of the things that are bad. I can't imagine that God would invest any sort of energy in making sure that we're okay. I think he'd just create us and go, eh,
Well,
it is
I
what it is.
studied game design. Game design and essentially game theory. You set up the environment, you tell the people how the game works, and then you just let them do their thing, and that's it.
Yes.
That was one of the greatest parts about Dogma is that when Alanis Morissette, as God, speaks, it's so loud that it would kill anybody. The Tetragrammaton is the loudest sound there ever was. It is the word, the name of God.
She's so hot too. I bet she has perfect nipples and can get away with anything she wants.
Oh, you know it, man. She married a rapper. What do you expect?
Vanilla Ice?
Well, like an OpenAI rapper.
Nah, man, but she could belt that shit. I saw her live way back in the day. It was actually the first show I saw. It wasn't by choice, but I'm glad that I saw it.
I used to live next door to a rapper. He moved away, but his name was D Smoke, and he won the Netflix Rap Battle Challenge. Uh, Snoop Dogg, who's that, and several other rappers, and Cardi B were hosts.
I don't watch TV.
Yeah, I'm so out of the loop on all of that.
No, this is streaming service on demand, so it wasn't even terrestrial TV.
Oh, I thought you were looking over the fucking fence.
I did one time. He was dressed up as that one of those dudes, one of the Wayans brothers from Don't Drink the Juice in the Hood from South Central while getting your juice in the hood, and I gave him like a coat hanger to do his hair, and he's like,
Don't be
"Oh,
a menace while drinking your juice
drinking
in
the
the hood.
juice in the don't in the hood juice while in the hood." So he was the character from that, and he was going to go to a party at Alicia Keys' house, and he's like, oh, "I need a coat hanger," so I gave it to him over the fence. He's like, "What are you guys doing?" I was like, we're gonna sit on the couch and watch TV and look at our phones." And I felt really bad about myself because he was going to hang out with Alicia Keys.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. She was hot and talented too, but I think the hottest, most talented one, Nora Jones, the fucking daughter of Ravi Shankar. I mean, for fuck's
Oh yeah.
sake, if you can play, man, and just take one look at that, shoot me. Just shoot me dead.
Oh, remember Black Hole Sun when she did that? That's like one of my favorite songs and covers of all time, dude. That thing fucking slaps.
Have you seen Alicia Keys with John Mayer in Times Square?
I did see that. Amazing.
Yeah, I love that one. Yeah.
Did you guys see that shit about John potentially dabbling in both dimensions of the sexual playhouse?
I've always postured that he's a industry plant and he's not really a Lothario that's run through all the women in Hollywood. That he's actually a gay fellow.
Yeah, they've got some pictures of him with some other dude, and they're like holding hands, like looking at each other quite intently. Like, I don't give a fuck. It was just surprising. Like, kid can fucking jam on a guitar. I'm not saying that if you're gay you can't jam on a guitar. It's just like, I don't know. I was surprised,
Yeah,
especially with,
it made you a little bit horny.
no, I would not say so. But what I was going to finish on is that his list of kills, compared to suddenly seeing these pictures, I was like, oh wow, things change.
What a
Dude,
great finish.
he had all those bimbos too. So I was like, dude, there's no way a real man would run through all those women and not find one that he liked, because there's like 50 of the most talented, beautiful, smart women in the world that he.
Hey, Red Panda, you still here? Hey, check this out. I don't know if this is bullshit or not, but it's what he said this morning.
I just do what's followed, man. Just do what's asked of me. I don't know. I just do what's.
Well, that's crazy. Well, but you didn't, did you? The contest for the UFO log?
Nah, I'm a judge. I can't enter the contest, dude.
Really? Well, that's crazy. Well, but why would you want to be a judge and not enter the contest?
I just do what's followed, man. Just do what's asked of me. I don't know. Reptile's gonna win, though. It is what it is.
You do what's asked of you. What do you mean? Well, but why would you want to be a judge and not enter the contest?
Man. Just do what's asked of me. I don't know. Reptile's gonna win, though. It is what it is.
You do what's asked of you. What do you mean?
I can't be a judge and enter the competition, man. It's just like pretty common knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, if I wasn't going to be entering the competition, I'd probably like vote or volunteer for judging too. But I was like, fuck that chance to win like $5,000. Hell yeah! Like, obviously, right?
Yeah, $5,000 is nothing, dude. I pissed away more than that. It doesn't matter,
bro. You would love a $5,000 injection right now. I know you would. You're talking about.
You get paid as a judge, so it's fine.
Oh, that's fair. I didn't know that part. You guys, they got to take the word volunteer out of volunteer to judge then, because it's a paid gig then. So what did you like? mean, who did you like out of the submissions?
Only Reptile, dude. Only Reptile.
Yeah, his was pretty entertaining, I gotta admit. What do you think about that, Red Panda?
I think you got to play that one clip where he's like, "I know liars because I used to be one."
Oh yeah, I have that one. Let's see.
Dude, I see liars a mile away because I used to be one.
Yeah, you go.
So curious how you organize your folders and your files.
He's technically not lying because he was probably lying down like within the last 12 hours.
He sounded so sad. He's just like, I don't know.
My gut tells
Someone
me
just
he's
told
not a
me to do
judge,
it.
so I'm curious why he's saying it. And saying it like that, like Ocean said, he did sound like he was like he's being forced
Sounded
against his will.
sad.
Can you run it back, Logan?
Yeah.
He has a
I
very
think
he has a very intimidating profile photo with the tusks.
That's funny.
I think Kimball has him over a barrel.
Well, no one knows who the judges are. I mean, the judges can't know who each other are, right? Although I guess they I think they do probably a little bit. But even Steve Austin doesn't know. And if Steve Austin doesn't know, then it's possible.
Makes you say Steve Austin doesn't know.
He told me so.
When?
When? Recently?
Logan, did you ever get to the bottom of where all the money was coming from, etc.?
No, I mean he just told me that he put it all in Astral's hands. He said like he made Astral like the project manager for like the all of it. So
What if Astral just went MIA? We never heard from him ever again. That'd be so funny.
I think it is a good idea. I'm really happy with like the submissions. I think it's cool that this guy's just like, here, if it all really plays out as it's supposed to, I think that's really cool for our community and I am happy for it.
for sure.
Out
I would
of
do it
the
for free.
two submissions I listened to, Logan's was the best, I think.
Out of the two, thank you. Who was the other one? OpenEye. But also, I would love to have heard Shane's. I would have loved if Shane would have put one in. That would have been dope. I bet. Or you, Red Panda, you should have put one in too. That would have been so awesome, dude. So many people should have put some submissions in. I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah, maybe next year.
I want to hear Lou reviews.
I'm too shy for that.
Lou, is that a person or a toilet?
Oh god, UFO Intros is here.
Both. Someone told me that is Lou.
You guys talk about all these people that I'm not sure who they are sometimes. It's quite
UFO
interesting.
Intros. So Logan, hypothetically, Shane is not a judge. What do you make of that exchange?
What did you say?
Let's say hypothetically UFO Shane is not a judge. What do you make of that exchange you guys had?
Oh, nothing really. I mean, I don't know. It's hard for me to believe anything. Well, I've told you this before. I don't really believe anything UFO Shane says.
Is Logan talking? I can't hear.
He is, William. You might have to drop down.
I'm still trying to figure out if that was a deep fake or not.
Recycle yourself, William.
Logan, was that a deep fake you made of UFO Shane?
No.
Was it
Show me a
edited
move.
together? Two different points of conversation?
Well, I mean, if you would have heard the conversation up to that point, it was Heather screaming at Shane, and Crom was in there too, screaming. Oh, plus that other guy that loves the AI. What's his name again? The Asian? Or he's not Asian. The AI guy, the smart guy that thinks he has like a daughter. So it was like the four of them.
Crow?
Yeah, Crow. All four of them were going at it. Pretty intense.
We're all yelling at Shane. I kind of want to hear this.
So do I. Why were they screaming?
The typical reason. UFO Shane's like, Crom, are you gonna go buy that free energy generator? He's fleecing this community. What, he called me a loser first, and then this stuff like that.
Let's hear it if you got it.
And that was about Ashton, right? Like he was hating on Ashton.
No, I don't think it had to do with Ashton. It had to do with like Malcolm Bindall or like one of those guys from like the Cosmic Summit, I think. Oh, actually,
Taylor.
maybe Ashton is the one selling it, isn't he? Or
Logan, are you going to buy a free energy machine from Ashton?
no.
Wow.
I actually already ordered one, and I paid for it in full in cash, and I was told I'll have it in the next 2 to 28 years.
Yeah, I have like $100 in my bank account at the moment, so like, nah, I don't think I can afford it.
There's
What's up,
payment
Taylor?
plan option.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say hey to you guys and just God bless you all and just remember Jesus loves you.
Can you ask God to bless my free energy machine that I buy from Ashton Forbes?
You can bless it if you want. Anybody can pray for anything.
I actually, Taylor, I watched Chosen tonight, and I came not to bring peace, but a sword, and I loved being able to see that. It was fucking great, especially when I knew it was coming.
Yeah, I don't know what this narrative about me sucking Doty's dick is all about. If that's popped up for my haters recently.
Oh, is that an option? Yeah, I don't know if Heather was yelling at Shane. I know people were yelling. Heather was there. I can't confirm or deny. I know Shane was definitely yelling. I don't think Crom was actually. And yeah, actually, I think Shane was the only one yelling. Now that I think about it.
Was it recorded?
Yeah, we can listen to it back if you want to hear.
Please, I love a good Shane yell.
Who was all about it, but now she's doing whatever with Ashton. God knows. Ridiculous. This fucking guy is literally selling the community. He has sold 30 units for $1,500 a piece of zero energy. He's on a podcast.
No, he hasn't. What are you talking about?
Dude, he's on a fucking podcast saying it.
Whose podcast?
Oh my God. That's up to you to figure out, dude. I don't have to provide. It's up to you to provide proof to me, not me to provide proof to you, dude.
Oh, really? Because that's not what you said when you came at Crow like 10 minutes ago.
The proof is not on me, dude. It's on you, bro. I obviously see it as bullshit, so you should try to convince me otherwise.
Show me one shred of evidence.
Yeah, you don't even need evidence about this, Michael. You just believe in goddamn nonsense every day. You are the worst. Like, you literally just hear someone make wild claims like, this is real because of something that happened to me. That's what you're doing right now. You're literally the lowest of the low, the trashiest of the trash, and you're what's wrong with this entire community.
Maybe we should.
I wish I could help you out, buddy.
Yeah,
But,
I don't need your help, dude. I
Fortunately,
need
you're
help
just so
from Big Head
disrespectful
Loser.
that I actually don't even feel bad.
Yeah, I don't have to be respectful. That's another myth, is that I have to be respectful and nice to people. I don't have to be shit. I don't have to be respectful or nice, especially when it comes to goddamn absolute nonsense. I don't have to be nice to you. Don't have to respect you. I don't have to do shit that you want me to be. I just have to be myself, and this is myself. So I don't care. Like, honestly, because you sell nonsense to this community.
To another dimension. I'm looking for an H370. I'm gonna let some business through me. What's the love of your lies? This plane really just fell from the sky. Those videos are hard to deny. Three orbs at the plane out of the sky. I love videos are hard to deny. Three orbs at the plane out of the sky. Looking wise. This plane really just fell from the sky.
Was that an AI song? Logan, you're muted.
No, I'm not. It's just yeah. That's Heather wanted me to play that song at that moment, so I thought it was a good time too. Probably
That
way
is a
cool
good
things
song.
down. See, things are quiet right now. Could you guys understand what he was saying? I couldn't quite like make out the words very well. I'm gonna need to remaster that.
And I mean, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, he was talking about the song, dumbass. Logan, by the way, are you going to invest your money into a free energy device with Ashton Forbes?
Who? What? I'm not a crazy person, like a literal crazy person. But I was by the way, that was Heather that wanted me to play that for. I guess that's her song.
Yeah, no one cares. I asked you a simple question. Ashton Forbes is selling a free energy device. He has sold 30 units so far. Are you willing to invest your money into this free energy device?
What, are you talking to me?
I literally said your name 3 times, dude.
But I just said.
You said what?
I'm not like a crazy person. Like why would I do that?
Bingo, bango. Bingo, motherfucking bango. You'd have to be a crazy person. By the host, by the way, who just said that. You'd have to be a crazy fucking nonsense loser to invest money with Ashton Forbes in a fucking zero energy device. Thank you, Logan.
Well, I didn't say
Hey,
that.
so at what point did you not become a loser after losing all your money with To the Stars? Or are you still?
What? That was the dumbest shit I've ever heard spoken.
Yeah, Shane's never invested his money with To the Stars.
Yeah, what?
Oh, you
What are
just said you lost all your money with
No,
them.
I said I
You said
spoke
you
to
knew from
investors.
experience.
I said I spoke to investors who lost their money, dumbass. Not.
I don't know. Do we have to hear more of this? I mean, like, it just goes on and
I'm
on.
enjoying it, to be honest.
It is kind of like a bizarre, isn't it? But I don't know. Do we really need to do that right now?
I didn't know Heather and Shane didn't like each other.
What else do you want to do?
I mean, I was laughing quite a bit. I don't I don't know if anyone else can admit that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I wasn't at the time, but now it seems kind of funny in retro.
I like the way you're like, are you talking to me?
Can somebody confirm, by the way, has Ashton really sold 30 units at $1,500 a piece of a free energy machine?
I can ask him tomorrow in our interview.
That should actually be good, because I haven't caught up with him on this yet. So is he really like selling free energy machines? Ask him all about that, please.
I will. If anyone has questions that you want me to ask him, let me know. I didn't really want to like go through and dissect, all the MH370. Is it real? Is it fake? Because it feels like that's been done over and over and over. So I figured I'd talk to him about himself and what it was like growing up as young Ashton Forbes, and what did he do before he found the videos, and has he been on a date before or a blind date? Someone wanted me to ask him, so we'll see. But yeah, we'll definitely talk about vacuum energy and 0-point energy, and I will say, hey, someone out there is saying that you've sold 30 free energy devices for $1,500. That may come across as the wrong impression for people. Do you have any response to that?
I saw his tweet and it said it would be around the cost of a car. So the 1,500 at 30 units sounds suspect.
Well, I think, is it his pin post still? Because he did one where he said he saw a device that worked. He was under an NDA. He couldn't talk about it at all. And so, there's, I don't know, that sets off some red flags for me, but we'll see. I mean, I get NDAs.
He said that like he found a device that's like he can't talk about it because it's under an NDA, but it works, and he's gonna try to sell it like that.
Well, he didn't. Did he say that he was actually going to sell it? Because I thought it was just, this device will be available later. It does kind of appear that he's gearing up to sell it, but I don't know if he. Here, can I share this in the nest real quick?
Go for it. I mean, the only thing I know about it is what you just heard in that conversation and what you're saying right now. That's all I know about it.
So he did.
Hey, I know. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I haven't watched it yet, but he did a 2-hour live stream today called Over Unity (parentheses free energy announcement). So maybe it's in there, but his pin post it says free energy, otherwise known as Over Unity, is 100% real. The devices exist already. I have been told exactly how an operational device works. I signed an NDA, so I won't be able to disclose specifics. Instead, I want to explain the concept so everyone understands how it's possible. Blah, 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 blah. I hope this information is exciting to you as it is to me. I will try to answer any questions I can in the comments below. I am also willing to appear on shows and podcasts to discuss these concepts with the public. Oh, above that, the downsides of Over Unity include 1, large initial device cost, and 2, disbelief. So yeah, I haven't watched that 2-hour live stream, but if someone wants to donate 2 hours to the cause, I think there'd probably be some information in there.
Hey, I believe I've seen it personally and know a little bit more in this conversation. I didn't necessarily intend to come up and talk about this, but Cosmic Summit was my buzzword. And I just want to say, by the way, like, I've loved listening to everyone for a while. It's been a real treat, and you all are great. Logan's a great host. Everyone's just really nice to listen to, by the way. And it's been a pleasure as a backseat writer. So.
So what?
Hey, dude,
Explain it.
You gonna talk, Nathaniel? Because it sounded like you were warming up to say something, and then you just stopped. And you do that all the time.
Oh shit, Larry, you can't hear Nathaniel?
He's calling out a certain style that I'm working on, which is to get a back and forth and consent before diving into a
okay.
etc. But
Okay,
perhaps
yeah,
it's over polite.
Please go ahead and talk. What is your opinion of the technology? Have you looked into it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I'll put myself out there, for ridicule or what have you. And if I'm, I think there's something here, to put it mildly. No, I mean, I think this is right. Whether or not what he's doing and the way he's going about it and the device itself, I don't know. I know a bit about what his process is. What I mean is, I don't know if that's the right path. What I think, though, is that the underlying reality and physical principles are sound. And if it's wrong, then I'm going to find that out myself as like I'm going forward, because that's my assumptions. That leads into the Cosmic Summit that I'm going to next week, and I'm going to be excited to host a lot of spaces and just like be kind of talking about it and looking at something that breaks physics as we know it. And you know, the core ideas of this over unity, it's just another dimension. And this isn't a bunch of it sounds like a bunch of but it's really established and understood and applied. And I believe there's secrecy. I think that the super wealthy have these. I think it's what's powering things that I believe in have happened, according to Michael Herrera, etc. There's a reality to it. It seems crazy, but that's like, I don't know, maybe just a part of understanding something in time. You know, that sometimes you're ahead of the curve and everybody else says it's not impossible because it hasn't happened yet. So, basically, like I believe Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden and Tesla. I'm not getting this from Ashton Forbes, you know. So
Are
that's
you going to buy
a
an
little bit.
Ashton Forbes free energy unit?
You know, it's the first time I've heard of a free energy unit for sale. But I've listened to a bit about his approach, and it's not what I would hope by an open source mass movement of this, which has like affordable technology. This thing, to answer your question, I'm not dodging it, is about $50,000. Whenever people are talking about $1,500, I assume that that is a down payment on a larger cost machine. These are not cheap. It's not something I could afford. Would I accept it and use it? Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to do that. I think there's other ways of tapping into this. I'm sure there are, and this is a commercialized business aspect. I have more radical intentions of just getting other designs out there and letting people build them and generate it and make businesses out of it. But you know, I think that the core physics again are, you know, nothing to be scoffed at. I believe this has been demonstrated for 100 years in literature. So anyhow, I haven't been watching the screen either. It's difficult to do that. So I don't know if I'm getting tons of thumbs downs or anything, but I'll land there. I was just answering a question quickly.
Red Panda, I put
The whole house has their thumbs down, Nathaniel.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry to say.
Larry, real quick.
Love you anyway.
Real quick. Larry, real quick. Red Panda, I put the post up that Ashton did that he claimed of selling 30 units, and it's the cost of an automobile. It's up in the bubble right now.
Thank you, Al.
Cool. So I can't speak to that post, whatever it says. I haven't read it. I just had listened to him talking about this and explaining, and I could source it and cite it, you know, where he's talking about a $50,000 price, signing an NDA with the company that's ready to distribute, etc. That's what I know so far. So I just wanted to add that 2 cents. But really, I wouldn't want to have, if you don't believe this and think it's a smear and like laughable, just don't put any of that on the Cosmic Summit, which is like real true shit happening, like replicated, like walking around videotaped. You can sit in a room with an engine and not die because of this technology. So like I think it's you know, important. So I'm being a little bit evangelical for it because I think it's like happening, like this is going on now. You know, this isn't history.
No, I agree with you, Nathaniel, that the tech's out there, but I disagree with the way that he's presenting it. I mean, this is the way, you know, over Unity and 0 Point's been presented before. It's like, hey, there's this device that gives free unlimited energy, and I know all about it, but I'm not going to tell you because reasons.
Yeah, he is Ashton in this case. We're not talking about Malcolm Bindle, which I was trying to separate from the fracas, right?
Yeah, I just, you know, I don't know. I mean, his credibility was already tenuous with people, and I feel like he should have come out with just straight up proof at first instead of saying, I mean, what he said. I'm definitely going to talk to him about it tomorrow because it irks me, just because I don't know. It doesn't feel like you said, the right way to go about it is open sourcing it. And anyone that's trying to commercialize this tech instead of putting out the plans for everyone is, to me, it seems, on the side of the military industrial complex, trying to profiteer from it, trying to make a buck, greedy. And I think that the only way we're going to get past that is if the information is put out there in a radical manner, as you said.
Well, and I just want to that point of the radical open sourcing of it, the Thunderstorm generator has a DIY guide online that you can read and like build your own. It'll cost thousands of dollars, but the benefit is enormous. And maybe you can do better once you understand it. So, I think that is, like the solid way forward. However, I think there's other ways of like capturing energy from the air that could light, maybe just lights in very poor places where lights are important. There's things that I think are worth going down this road for. And if someone's credibility gets in the way, I just want to be sure that we're separating it from the claims. Again, follow Tesla, not the people that are alive now talking about it, despite the way they interact online or what have you.
For a second there, I forgot that I was hosting. So sorry for anyone that's down there. But also, does anyone want to help with that hosting thing?
I do.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna go walk my dog. So also, like with the whole that whole free energy thing, like the people promoting it, it's all about power of the people and all that, right? But then are they also trying to profit from it? Is that what's happening?
It's very varied. So in my view, this is true, and many people discover it all the time. They go about it in ways that eliminate the possibility of it spreading, and so we don't really see it applied. There's many different ways to get around it. There's wrapped coils, there's frequencies, there's pumping with there's lots of different things that you can do given this reality of physics to get energy from the source, let's call it. And sorry, I forget exactly where I was going to answer your question, but I mean the thing is this is around. It's in published literature, but there is a malevolent force, I believe, that is stopping it from being abundant. And that's where the open source notion comes from, as a grassroots effort to get around a top-down control mechanism. And I don't want to serve it. Maybe I'll be forced to at some point or be tortured or something. But right now, fuck them. And this seems untenable. And, I can't believe you would stop somebody from knowing something and spreading it. There's no ethic there. So, there's no way around hiding knowledge. Argue that. I don't know.
Detaining knowledge, it's profitable, and it happened since the beginning of the times, or since the beginning when they decided to invent money and stop making trades. And I think I just got in here. I think it's very naive to make a room like this with the headline saying "selling free energy devices" and having this recording as a recorded session, because we know that this free energy device is dangerous. It attracts dangerous people. I've studied it for a long time, and everybody who invent free energy device, they got killed.
Mm-hmm. And the water cars too.
Yeah. So, for example,
yes, I think all that's true.
Wait, do you believe that? Because I have some pushback on that issue. Go ahead, Logan.
No, just that's easily verifiably not true. Everyone who has died, no, that's not true.
What is not true?
Well, for example, I'm not. What you just said is not true, and also there's this common argument that
Stan Meyer is still alive.
Well, what you said was that everyone who came up with a patent or came up with the free energy is killed.
Well, perhaps we could allow him hyperbole to make a general point, which there is murder about it.
I believe there's murder about covering up the UFO secrets. I'm not sure if murder is involved here because, look, if a scientist comes up with a way of making free energy, unless he's a greedy motherfucker and trying to patent it, uh, and that's his own fault, then I don't know what happens in those cases. Maybe the government does kill them, but I mean, all he has to do is, if this thing really works, is spread the information to everyone else in the world, and it's over. It That's it. See, this is why I don't like this argument that the government is able to buy up these patents and prevent this technology. I mean, if it's so fucking, uh,
It's not the
I think
government.
I've made
It's
my
someone
point.
above the government. People with money.
Guys, you're forgetting that there are AI data, basically, like, they have real-time access to everything that happens on every network, and they can detect stuff in real time
Yeah,
if
that's
it's a
not the
threat to their
point.
system. No, but
The point is
I'm
that,
saying things get, yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry, but I just want my point addressed, which is that really, if someone did figure this out, all they have to do is spread the information around. It's over.
Yeah, so if they can detect that information immediately, then they can post stuff to hide it, like flood misinformation, cover it up. It's so easy.
Not in this day and age. I mean,
Well,
I know
let's
they can
hold
erase
on, Larry.
people's phones, but you can publish a
Practically,
website.
how would you do that though? Like, what's the actual methodology for? Okay, let's assume that we have a open source working design that you've tested. You know it is over Unity. How do you exactly get it out to the people securely and safely before you do get inevitably shut down? Because there's got to be all kinds of redundancies. There's got to be, you have to ensure that people are going to listen to you and take you seriously, which we can see just by the space right now. As soon as you start talking about, oh, there's 0 point energy that works, a lot of people don't believe that. So how can you show a proof of concept, not get scrubbed, not get killed, get the information out there?
Well, do you remember
I
the
think I
cold?
have an
Do you
idea.
remember the cold fusion fiasco? Well, what they did was they sent out information on how to reproduce the experiment, and everyone tried, but almost no one could. Well, no one could reproduce it. So, but that's the scenario which we need, which is everyone. You put it out there, everyone tries to build it. If it's really real, many people will have it built before the government could ever shut down everyone.
Have you heard of
I
the
have another
holochain?
idea.
Hey,
On the
I'm sorry. I just
holochain,
want to go ahead, William.
on the holochain, apps are hosted on your phone, and once you put an app out there, I read their white paper, and basically, like, my phone can detect your changes on your phone, and it self-replicates, and once it's out there, it can't be stopped. It's like the blockchain, but it's on your device. It's not hosted in a server. Anyway, so if you had a system like that, where this information is out there, as long as it exists on one device, it will always exist, and it will self-replicate.
I want to share an idea that I have with a friend of mine. I guess 13 years ago, we were trying to make some. Um, the drones was starting back then. We wanted to make something like a drone that would be powered by magnetics motors. Okay, like without using energy. And we were scared about being killed due to that. And we thought, what if we make a toy that have a very small power unit device inside of it, and this is not the focus. Eventually, people will get curious about it and going to disassemble the toy. We're going to sell it as a toy, not as a vehicle or something. And with that, after some time of selling this toy, is going to be spread all over the world. And eventually people is going to disassemble it and starting to, what is this device in here? What does it do? And disassemble it and realize it is a perpetual energy device or something. And then it's only a matter for them to build it in a large scale. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. Not sure if it's going to work. But that was one idea that I have with a friend of mine, but eventually quit because he's married with children, etc. He was scared, and we stopped this project.
Well, you have to have a free energy device first.
Well,
Did you
Larry,
did you
I
have
think
that
that
already nailed or what?
To improve the well-being of in their efforts to improve the well-being of their fellow humans, inventors often suffer poverty, slander, and suppression. Inventors of energy devices in particular have been threatened by large energy corporations who are allied with the United States government and seek to enslave people in subtle ways. The tactics used against energy inventors include legal imprisonment on false charges, harassment by the IRS, and outright criminal death threats, beatings, bribery, burglary, vandalism, and arson. At least a few inventors have been murdered if they were not dissuaded by other means. Sometimes, however, alleged energy inventions actually have been scams or were tested incorrectly, and their inventors then claim to be victims of a conspiracy. Many inventors merely have been ignorant of the laws of nature. The history of perpetual motion machines provides ample proof of that fact. Many otherwise brilliant inventors have been poor businessmen who signed defective contracts or whose personalities prevented successful negotiations. Some have failed to persevere. It can take decades to bring an invention to the marketplace, and the vicissitudes of life interfered with their plans. Others, unfortunately, died of natural causes before they achieved success, adding to the practical difficulties of pulling out of thin air new energy inventions that have never before been thought of. Testing prototypes of some of these energy inventions can be frustrating due to a weird quick of nature. Thomas E. Bearden, PhD, reports that certain types of energy inventions interact with their local vacuums. Thus, their coefficient of performance can vary from place to place due to the local vacuums themselves differing. A machine would produce over unity energy in one location, then inexplicably quit after being moved to another location. Dr. Bill Tiller, former head of the Materials Science Department of Stanford University, developed a unique detector which required that he grow its proper pattern in the local vacuum interaction environment. Experimental results from the detector helped Bearden understand changes in interaction between a local vacuum and a novel machine. All too many times, however, the conspiracy to suppress new energy inventions has
been very real. And for energy invention suppression updates, go to energysuppression.com. But anyway, I thought that was a good little thing we can cover, so we don't have to talk about it forever. And it says here, there's the number of energy invention suppression incidents is 95. Number of dead, missing, or injured energy inventors, activists, and associates is 20. Number of energy inventors and associates threatened with death is 32. Number of energy researchers and associates imprisoned or falsely charged is 5. And it goes on and on and on with a bunch of stats and a bunch of the patents and all about that. So I'll put that paper in the thread there so you guys can look at it.
What was that website?
Energysuppression.com.
That's not coming up for me.
Like 5 years ago, I met this guy who arranged business meetings between New Zealanders and Chinese businessmen, and he was telling me about this person who designed a device that would like take the emissions from beer production and turn it into biofuel, and the dude went missing, gone. This shit's real.
It's a hell of a line in the sand, right? Like it's either going to work or not, and so to put your full thing behind it, I guess we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, just as an example of exactly that, Bob Grenier sat in a locked room with an exhaust engine hooked up to one of the thunderstorm generator conversion alchemy machines and should have died if it didn't work. He put his life on the line to prove that it worked.
Well, I put the DIY build guide up in the nest.
I saw that. Thank you.
Oh, also the energy invention suppression cases paper I put in the thread there, and now it's up top. Also, it might be an old paper. I'm not sure. It's 136 pages long, 137. But yeah, it might be outdated. That website might not no
Keemstar was
longer
trying
be
to build
active.
one of these a month or two ago.
Really?
Yeah.
But a thunderstorm generator is not free energy machine, though, right?
Well, it does create cold fusion. It does increase efficiency of the engine itself, not just alchemically transubstantiating harmful exhaust to perfect, beautiful oxygen. It also makes the engine run longer based on the plasmoids that are interacting with the engine. 1, 2, 3, 4-fold improvement. It's 400%, right? Even if you take it off, it somehow infuses it and it works for a long time better, even without this thing now, just because it was hooked up to it and got resonated with it, so to speak. Just so to speak. Perhaps literally, too.
And then if anybody wants to read my dissertation, it's at lemonparty.org.
This thing about the vacuum, like he says the machine would produce over unity energy in one location, then it would quit after being moved to another location, which seems I didn't know about that. Is that a true thing?
The tuning is incredibly important for this system. I don't imagine that it could move, but I've seen the designs and the theory behind one working one. The thing is that you create a feedback loop with the extra energy that you're starting to make, and you start feeding that back in until maybe you have to kickstart it, but then it'll just run on its own. However, that feedback system is very fragile, and Thomas Bearden talks about the importance for his machine to be developed, and this kind of goes to the answer of why isn't it around so much. This particular one takes so much fine-tuning and expertise that the people who understand it are all bought up in government top capital positions, and the only way to get them to come over and help with nonlinear oscillation control theory is a big salary. And so there is a limit to this. So there's some materials, it's not very cheap. You can't just put a sphere in a sphere. It has to be at the exact ratio of 4:3:2, and it has to be welded with no air gaps. So it's easy to fuck up. It's not like super candy on the trees or anything. I wish it were. But there are some small applications that are, and I believe there's some actual things that we use every day that technically cheat the second law of thermodynamics principle if you don't have an ether.
Rick, did you say goat say?
No, but that's a singer guy.
Oh, okay, I got it.
What I had said was if you want to look up my dissertation, it's at lemonparty.org. I've also got some unpeer-reviewed paper.
So the paper it was released September 3rd, 2007. So I guess it's what, 15 years old? Wait, 16 maybe?
The men in the photo are much older than that.
Do you know only like 38% of websites from 2013 exist now? Like most of the information just disappears over the years.
Super
Thank God.
naive, Logan? What do you mean?
What'd you say?
The title? Super naive? What do you mean?
Oh, that guy that was I don't know if he's still in here, but he says that because I put in the title is Ashton selling free energy devices, and then he said super naive to put that in the title, so I just put that instead, I guess.
I think that's a subjective judgment. We can't decide that ourselves. It's external.
He's still in here too.
I love his pin post. Have you read it? Also his banner. It's legit.
Wow.
All I know is there are a lot of people out there running their vehicles, especially motorcycles, on those hydrogen-free devices. But the ones who want to make a video about it and put it on internet are the ones that got killed or silenced somehow. So the thing is, we need to get the knowledge and do it by our own, like acting a fool.
Are you watching a Trump lecture?
And also, do you do all your research on TikTok?
I look at gals dancing on TikTok. I don't know if that's the same.
Well, I guess it's arguable if there's a significant suppression or not, but let the reality of this really cool stuff stand. Whether or not it's real on paper, it's real in reality, and it could just be the magic bullet that we need for like how terrible things are. By the way, it's not just the thunderstorm generator; it's the Vajra propulsion device that has no fan on it, basically no moving, spinning bit. It's incredible. There's more to come.
Hey, Nathaniel, why does he have a thunderstorm generator? Like, what's the purpose of it? I mean, is it literally to like generate a thunderstorm, and why?
Oh no. That's what everybody always assumes, and so I like to call it generate Thor or a Thor machine. The idea is it creates plasmoid interactions using two counter-rotating vortices. That's what the thunderstorm is. Two counter-rotating vortices are hot and cold at things mixing and making a tornado. It's a spiral, and the drain is one vortices. This creates two going in opposite directions, and they pull all the molecules and atoms apart in their forces that are particularly strong at certain regions of the fractal toroidal moment that they create. Anyhow, whatever comes out of that is pumped into a plasmoid compression chamber where everything is put into a bubble and popped, and fusion is happening. Like that's bubble cavitation. Then it goes on to be lit up by a light of a certain kind of radiation that gives it some ions of some kind, and it keeps funneling back and back and back through. What comes out of the exhaust instead of poison is beautiful oxygen, and the engine runs better even if you take the machine off of it for a while.
I was
It's
just
magic.
about to say that.
So, it's like, dude, this is fucking disclosure. This is like the next day whenever we start having to deal with magic. Like, there's, I don't know, I feel incredibly excited about it. And if I'm wrong about it, then I'm going to shut up for a long while and figure out how I got it so wrong, honestly. So that, that'll be my piece.
Oh, I know that feeling. Yeah, I do.
Hey guys, I just wanted to pop in real quick. I really like what Nathaniel's laying down out here, so I had to chime in. So thanks for bringing me up. I love this topic. I'm fascinated by the Malcolm Bendall and the thunderstorm generator, and Bob Greenier's work. And by the way, his shtick is the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, which was the cold fusion guy. And what he says is that Martin Fleischmann was kind of, I don't know, instructed, told, prevented from releasing his actual findings. And I think it wasn't just him. There were others involved in the whole cold fusion thing, but that was the thing that the public perception was that it was a flop or a hoax, but really there was findings that were held back due to this, cover up situation. So that's interesting. And Bob Greenier, I've watched a lot of him. I've watched a lot of Malcolm Bendall. I've tried to get, I'm like Nathaniel, I'm trying to understand, is this dude full of crap? And how could this, if he is full of crap, how? And how is he colluding with these other people who are testing this device, and they're chopping up samples from inside the cylinder and seeing the microsphere evidence of these high temperatures. They're recording the temperatures while the unit is operating. They're recording the output from the exhaust. And there's multiple people doing this. It's happening at this Cosmic Summit that's about to happen next weekend, or this whatever it is. And I completely agree with what Nathaniel was saying, is that this is how you do disclosure. Because if that thing freaking works, the other aspect is, because it runs on fossil fuels to some degree, even though it makes it super duper efficient, it's a transitional technology. So I think the powers that be are much more likely to allow the thunderstorm generator to exist and to be out there than he mentioned this Vadra, this turbine that apparently is no fossil fuel, 100% super powerful. But that guy, like, I don't know about you, if you watched, if anybody's seen this just dropped a week or two ago. That guy Jordan from Alchemical Science. So he's the guy on YouTube that has all these videos about the thunderstorm generator, and he tried to explain the technicals of that Vadra turbine that Malcolm Bindall has recently revealed because he filed the patents for it. It was like, either that guy's not good at explaining stuff, or I'm not as smart as I thought I am. Not very smart. But I was like, what is he talking about? I didn't understand a word. But sorry, I'm going on. I'll land it here. But I was just going to say that I think from what all I've seen, I'm definitely open to the idea that this thing is legit, and it's a great way forward. They were talking about selling DIY kits because, like Nathaniel said, the cylinders, welding the cylinders in the 4-3-2 ratio, the cylinder within a cylinder within a cylinder, is apparently the hardest thing about it. So they talked about selling DIY kits where you could order those cylinders and then wire up the easier components yourself. And yeah, if anybody's in Texas and wants to build one, let's go for it, bro. That's what I want. Let's just try it. If there's a chance you get a Honda generator, let's go. But okay, here's my question for you guys, and then I'll shut up. Ashton. So I'm curious. I thought the commercial thing is really weird as well. I was like, what is he trying to do? But I'm curious if anybody knows, what is his argument for commercialization? Because I'm open to hear him out, but it seems stupid. Like it seems like open source is the only way. So yeah, thanks.
Hey Jiggy, good UFO log, by the way, man. You congratulations, bro. You had a really good UFO log.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm trying to think things through. I want to try to bring my A game for you guys and get that thing out there. I mean, I'm like, I was shocked, right? I don't know. And my boy over here, John Caruso, made it in. Congratulations to you too. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I hope we get people. I hope we put out some good content and get people thinking, and it ends up being a net positive. And yeah, thanks, Logan.
Thanks, Jig.
I just want to say I followed you back there, Jiggy. Really appreciate your perspective. What you said about the transitional aspect theory is why I believe that it's gone as far as it has. I've been theorizing about that too. And lots of it would be nice to talk more about this. I'm going to Cosmic Summit next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and I have the okay to do recordings and spaces from there. And so I'd like to get my little free energy Aether posse together and really try and make headway. Or die trying, but I appreciate the perspective.
Oh, that's incredible. I'm gonna have to get all your posts going because yeah, that'd be awesome if you can be our eyes and ears out there and hold some spaces from that. I know Ashton's going to be there as well, and yeah, that guy Jordan will be there, Bob Grenier, Malcolm Bindall, Randall Carlson, and then
Praveen Mohan, Robert Schock.
Oh wow, yeah, and just a lot of engineers and stuff testing and hammering on that thing while they're sitting there running it. At a certain point, it's like, well, how many people have to witness this thing operating to say it could still not be real, right? So I think
or it's a terror attack and everybody should be dead in the hotel. You know what I mean?
People wouldn't know free energy if it slapped them in the face.
You know what I mean? Like either it works or everybody should be dead. So which one is it, folks? So anyhow, yeah, I'd love to talk more about it because I'm trying to understand it. The Vajra, what I think is cool about it is I believe it creates a vacuum of some kind to fall into. It's like an Alcubierre drive, it seems. You're creating like a little trough to sit in and like slalom down. Yeah, it's fascinating, and it'll be connected to scalars, I believe, because scalars are the metric of the Aether. I think it's the compression longitudinal wave. Anyhow, there's more to say on all this, and I don't want to take up the space with all this, but I just want to say I appreciate it a lot, and I've done my shilling for Cosmic Summit now. So, yeah, thanks for everybody's patience.
Well, quick question for you on that point, because I was trying to understand what Malcolm Bindall was saying, and what he was saying was that matter and energy can go back and forth, right? And that you have the infinity symbol of the plasmoid, and you have matter and you have energy, and in the 0 point, it's destroying everything, and then that's the transmutation of elements from carbon to oxygen in the thunderstorm generator. And he was saying that it's time, it's manipulating time, and time when is destroying is what the thing it's being manipulated, and that's what creates all that energy to destroy or to transform matter and energy back and forth. Hard to
Yes,
get your head around. I don't
he
know.
said,
Maybe you can
yeah.
explain it.
Well, he said simply, and I like this: time is the mold of matter. So if time is the mold of matter, and geometry is in play, and frequency is connected to geometry inherently, and we need ratios, which are frequency bands, kind of, for all this. Like, we're getting into, I believe, creating the structures for material to become. You know, if there's any truth to aliens creating something out of nothing, or plasma generating something, then I believe that's how it's working.
You guys, you made, I don't know what this has nothing to do with what you're saying, but I was picturing in my mind while you were talking, like time speeding up inside this device and making elements decay at different rates, and then they would become different elements and interact differently. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm just putting it out there.
That's very
that was
smart
my
to think of
feeling as
time.
well.
Yeah, time is definitely in play.
I know one device that does this. It's the pyramid.
That's true too. Yes, Bob Grenier has a funny definition of a pyramid: counter-rotating vortex Aether generation device.
Logan played a guy with a British accent, and with all the information, a lot of information. And one of them, if I remember correctly, he says that one device worked well in one place in the planet, and when they move it to another place or demonstrations, it didn't work. And instantly I remember the pyramid, because the pyramid has an interesting feature that not everybody is aware of. The pyramid needs to be aligned to the poles to work. So if we spin it, in order to get out of this alignment, it stops working. And I believe if the device is working something like a what's the name of that? Geoelectric or something. When they plug they plug pins on the dirt, and it generates energy. I have a strong belief. I never tried to prove it, but I have a strong belief that it needs to be aligned, because we know that when we have a magnetic polarity from one side to another, we will have electricity in a perpendicular polarity to that. So I think devices that work geo energy, probably they need to be aligned as well in the planet. It's not actually going excuse me, further or near the pole. It needs to be aligned to the pole direction.
I think that's right. I see Ricky has his hand up, though, and I just want to say, Shelf, it would be nice to talk with you also more about this. So I'll be having a space where maybe we can do that and spare the room the science stuff. But I'll yield over to Ricky.
Lou? I think Lou's swinging his golf club, so you guys can do as you wish, I No one else is really saying it.
Yeah, well, let me embarrass Ricky while he's not talking. I don't know this other Lou fella, and I hope he's not who everybody I think is joking saying that he is. But a really funny guy, and I know that ruins comedy to talk about it. But hey, I just wanted to say so. I hope he doesn't have a huge skeleton in his closet. Yeah,
No, I
but
don't. And I'm sorry, I'm having an issue with my computer monitors. My HDMI 1 connections on all three of my monitors are no longer working, and I'm climbing behind desks and contorting my body trying to get these things back online. But I did have a question about like the physics of this all, if that's okay.
welcome it. Yeah.
So with this new technology, say there's a guy that's I'm not. Are you guys familiar with Gallagher, the comedian?
No, but I know of his twin brother.
Okay, well this guy
He smashed melon.
Yeah, he would smash
Yeah,
watermelons with a club.
I'm joke. Yeah, yeah. It was a joke. He had a twin brother that stole his bit. Anyhow.
Do you think that there's any reality in which you wouldn't even need a club to bust a watermelon wide open in time?
Yeah, I think that it's highly likely and possible that in the future you can just think it would be funny if a watermelon exploded, and then that can happen some way. Yes, yes, yes.
Then I'm on board. I'm all for it. I'm in solidarity. I stand in solidarity for a future in which watermelons can be exploded without having to smash them with a wooden mallet.
No, don't be
I
limited.
was at my friend's place one time, and she got really mad in the hallway, and then the light bulb above her exploded. So that happened.
Well, that's weird, dude. You can't even break up with her. You have to make her want to break up with you. Otherwise, you're gonna end up with sand in your cereal every morning.
It may be a good canary in the coal mine to have a watermelon around you, so it can channel negative psychic attacks, and hopefully you won't get caught up in the blast radius. This is just science, but not medical advice.
Any insight on this HDMI problem that I'm having with my computer monitors? I just suddenly all of the monitors HDMI 1 ports inputs just don't
Yeah,
seem
go
to
to
respond.
DOS.
Are your off and on again?
DOS.
Are your monitors plugged into a separate board than your desktop? And is that needing a flick of the
Per custom
power surge button?
Try blowing.
Okay.
Shit out of it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
So I factory reset the monitors. Then I can get into it with the VGA inputs and HDMI 2 if it's available, but HDMI 1 won't even respond.
All the computer nerds
Is
chime
that
in.
set to your default monitor?
Type in format C:.
Um,
All right.
Do you think this has anything to do with the naked women I look at on the internet?
Yes.
No, probably.
Similar
I'm
to what
regretting.
free energy.
I think.
Yes, I'm regretting ceding ground
I
to the
want to
ether.
know. I want to know what graphics card do you have?
I don't. It's two Lenovo laptops. So I've got my work laptop and my personal laptop. Neither are responding to HDMI 1
Did
on
you
all three
bukkake
of these
the
fucking
cords?
monitors. I didn't. I backtraced.
Can you guys hear
I
me?
backtraced all the emails.
Oh, T-Pal's coming up. Hey, what's up, T-Pal? Hey, let's see here. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear
Yes.
you, Logan.
Oh, okay.
You're a little muffled.
Yeah, I'm using a shitty, crappy Bluetooth earbuds. I'm gonna go ahead and. Does anyone want to step down? We need room for one person.
Logan, what are you wearing?
Or two. Lingerie.
Yeah, I can be that guy. Thanks all again. It's been fun listening to you, and great space as always, et cetera, et cetera.
We don't have to leave. I mean,
Yeah.
just, you can
I'll
stay here.
leave.
That's totally cool
I'll
too.
drop down and then you can keep talking. I'm just talking shit, so I'll get out of the way.
Took one for the team.
I'm just here, like, the same. No, I could be sitting in the co-host. If you want to, like, make a room, we can have another co-host. that'd be like an extra space.
And his name is John C.
Stop calling me. Stop calling me.
I want to make sure of one thing real quick. That guy, that Ricky, I think he left the room. He said something about a comedian guy, Gallagher. Did I get it? Did I get it right? Or he says, because English is my second language. Sometimes I need to make efforts to understand. And
Yeah, no, he was just messing around. He was just having fun. You heard him right. The comedian Gallagher. He was just having fun.
Okay, it's because I for a moment I thought of another guy that in the 90s was having popularity due to his psychic abilities. His name was Uri Geller, not Gallagher, Geller. He would be some kind of Magneto from X-Men in real life, but in the very weak compared to the fictitious Magneto, because he claimed to sense metals, even if he was flying on airplanes and he's flying over an area with several those iron minerals, he could feel it, and he used to bend. What's the name of that things that we have in the kitchen? The collection of forks, knives, and spoons, utensils. I think this is it. He went to televisions and banned spoons and knives and forks, etc. And he also with the power of mind, he made he used to make watches to work back again, broken watches to work back again. And if the TV show was live, he asked people in home to hold the watches and follow along with his thoughts in his speech, to use the faith and concentrate on the watches, and the watches of some people trying at home also back to work. It fixed itself. And this guy disappears. I never heard of him anymore. It's Uri Geller, his name.
Yeah, it's funny that it does sound like Gallagher. But and I know that's a contentious topic, Uri Geller, because and it's complicated. But I think something like that is true. I mean, I think that we can psychically affect a random number generator or a coin toss generator, and so the door's wide open now that we have psychic interactions. So anyhow, I see we had a hand, and yeah, but good stuff, Shelf.
And Jonathan said something about a watermelon to explode with dark energy or negative energy. Did I got it right?
Yeah, you got it right again. Just joking around. I was playing with the other speaker about having psychic abilities and stuff. Yeah.
It's just joke. It's just joke.
Nice. Yeah, so I was kind of watching a little bit here and there of Ashton's stream that he had today, and I'm not sure that anyone asked it. I didn't see all the questions that were asked. I didn't hear it addressed, but there was some mention of dollar values, and I don't know if anyone's really considered or done the math on that to realize whether this system is cost effective or not. I don't know if you considered. He said something like it's designed to produce power for the average house, which is something like 1 kilowatt. So let's say 30 kilowatt hours. So it's like 1.2 kilowatts of production. Well, right now, depending on where you're at, like in Texas, I think it's like 15 cents a kilowatt hour, averaged after all the fees and everything. And so that average house, it uses like $1,700 a year in power. So to pay for a $30,000 or $50,000, another number he threw out, to pay for that device, it would take like 17 plus years. Why would you buy that, even if you thought it did work? Would anyone buy that? Like, I don't know. From any of the speakers up here, would any of you buy that?
Well, presumably one benefit would be that the power could come from anywhere, and it may last a very long time and be a generational loan to have free energy at any point and at any time, and maybe it's scalable. So perhaps.
I feel like these
Well, I
devices
mean,
would
his
be
device.
like they would be accessed. They would be accessed sometimes when people build new homes and put in installed, so it would be factored into the cost of like that, and it would probably be a big portion of, I don't know.
So this is an unknown
already-
device so far, and they're talking about a 2-year warranty on it, and it has moving parts. So does anyone have any idea what the maintenance is on something with moving parts and what that would cost?
You'd probably just replace the whole thing, and you'd hope it's environmentally friendly to dispose of.
Well, how often do you think you'd have to replace it? Because again, it needs to last for 17 years, but it's only got
Well,
a 2-year
maybe
warranty.
just the moving part would need replacing, and it's easily accessible, but who knows?
Maybe. Well, I mean, we can speculate, right?
Actually, as much as I want to.
The other thing that I would caution is, and I heard people mention they're going to this summit and they're going to see these things in action.
I'm too tired to.
There's a lot of trickery that can be done with meters, with phase shifting power meters, to where it looks like you've got, the same amps here and there, but one of them is measuring on this phase, the other one is measuring on that phase, and so the loss is in between the phase shift on the input and output.
Couldn't you just hide like an induction element underneath the thing, and it would send power up through
There's
it
a
to the
lot of
meter?
ways to hide it. Yeah. So in like a one-time demonstration, without being able to like tear through everything, and they're, I suspect I'm not, I'm no seer. I don't have vision of the future, but I have vision of the past, and I suspect that no one is going to get to look under the hood at their measuring systems or at the device itself to
I was just
confirm those
looking at
kinds of
that
things.
thread, and he was. I think he's taking. I don't mean anything bad by this, but he's very personally invested in these things, and he takes his time to diligently respond to people about his stance, and I think it's not bad, but it's also not good because he's not clarifying things. So why bother? It's just hype. I don't know.
Hey, T-Pal, the last time I saw you and Ashton, right, we were we had made an agreement, kind of, that we were going to be cool, kind of, or at least try to be cool. How did that play out?
How did that play out?
To a degree, it has. I think. I mean, I haven't seen Ashton being, vicious. Like I think there has been like some of that in the past, and I haven't seen that lately. So there does seem to be
Well,
somewhat of a change there, and I think that's great.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I think I've kept that up as well.
Sweet, that's good.
Sweet, that's good.
I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah, definitely.
he replied to someone that made like a snarky remark, and he could have just ignored it. And I think like sometimes there's too much engagement, and it's detrimental. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, I'm hearing there might be some other. I haven't seen all the examples again. I've actually like stopped following it nearly as closely as I did. But I'm hearing there are still some like threats to docs and things like that. And then I know like while he might not be as outspoken as he was, there's still these claims that Jonas is somehow connected to, hoaxing these photos, and that he had something to do with putting out some fake, not real photos there. Oh, I think the quote about this guy Embers, Embers to Ashes. So he said something along. Let's see. He said, "I'm tired of these cowards hiding behind anonymity and lying about me. Imagine making a post like Embers made above and not realizing the absolute hypocrisy of claiming I'm harassing Jonas. Embers is the one harassing me. Wake up, stop supporting pieces of shit like Embers to Ashes." So I guess there is still some of that going on. Could probably see a little more improvement, but maybe better than it was.
So how about another one? I know in that thread, what's his name? Whoever that podcast was trying to say we should do it again, right? And I don't know. Ashton said
But
in
yeah,
that
I
same
haven't
thread that
seen
he's not really interested.
him come off the whole bit with Jonas yet. Still claims that that somehow he's connected to fake photos. I think the photos have been proven very real. In fact, there is this whole thing that Wall Street and Advisor or WS Advisor and Bobby have been pushing that Ashton regularly retweets, where he's saying that basically they tried to do what's called a PCA, principal component analysis, on some of the photos, and two of the photos not in the set that was actually used to make the cloud scene background, but two of those photos contain some evidence, according to their analysis, contain some evidence that they were manipulated. And somebody looked into it in further detail and found that the utility they're using is this open source utility called Sherlock. It's stored in a Git repository, and you can go in there and look at the code. And they found in the code there's some settings that do like some auto white balance, and when it does that, it adjusts the center of the color channels. And by doing that, it's actually imparting the changes to it that make it look like it was faked. It ends up moving the red channel so far that it clips it, and then where it clips it, you can actually see those outlines in the images. And so they're just stuck on this. They just believe absolutely that these photos are fake, and somehow Jonas has something to do with it. And those aren't even the two photos that were used to make the cloud scene background. I mean, it's ridiculous. Almost unbelievable. As unbelievable as free energy devices.
Sounds fair to me. But yeah, about this new meeting. So I'm using a crappy Bluetooth thing, but bear with me. So you're open to like a new
Free
meeting, right?
energy is not real. Perpetual
Well, I could argue that money,
motion is not
sorry,
real.
you, one could argue that money is a form of exchange, and that's what energy does. So is the lottery free energy?
Law of thermodynamics.
Really going off the rails now. All right. Anyone else want to volunteer for pause? Because I got to disappear for like a few minutes to walk my dog, so I won't be able to hear anything. Anyone? Anyone?
I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. This is taking a turn. All right,
Do you
hold
guys
on.
think I'll still be able to ascend to the fourth dimension if I eat a hot pocket, or is it vegans only?
If you eat it cold, would it like invert the temporal
No, I'm saying like when the rapture happens, if you eat, hot pockets or pizza pockets or drink Coke or Sprite, will you still be able to catch a ride? Or does that dequal you?
No, your microbiome will turn on you and reject any rides.
Does that mean I'm going to have to go through another soul cycle?
You'll have to become a hot pocket.
You have to wait till the Galaxy Federation comes back, when the sun makes one whole pass around the galaxy, which is like 200 million years, I think.
I think hot pockets would last that long. Damn it.
Maybe in deep space, yeah, because they'd be frozen.
Are there microwaves in space?
Space is filled with microwaves.
There's only like one particle per cubic meter in space, because it's moving so quickly that I don't know.
Wait, so if space is filled with microwaves,
you can just drop it into the atmosphere and pull it back up from a rope once it toasts.
But that seems like it's some sort of Paradox. How would the hot pocket stay frozen in deep space if it's filled with microwaves?
Well, because there's only one particle per cubic meter, there's so much space for hot pockets.
Yeah, haven't you ever heard of Hawking radiation?
Hot pocket radiation?
Is that what powered Stephen Hawking's wheelchair?
And provided the hot pockets. Yes, it's free energy from the vacuum to generate hot pockets, to make things become hot pockets.
But do the cold pockets exist in a parallel dimension? Or are they like inverted from the energy? Because like isn't the toroidal like it's got like the up and then it goes to the singularity point in the middle?
You're
and then
spot
there's
on,
the
William.
inverted...
Yes, there are anti-hot pockets or counter-rotating hot pockets, cold pockets, if you will.
Well,
I
no,
would.
Wouldn't the answer be that it has to be at absolute zero for the quantum interactions inside of the hot pocket, which is the cold pocket? So it's the cold pocket inside of the hot pocket.
No, it's your mom.
Is that like when you
And would
bite
the
into
sun
it
be the
and
toaster?
it's kind of frozen in the middle?
That's not fair.
When a sun goes supernova, does that burn the hot pocket?
No, that's a white hole.
Can anyone hear me?
No.
Yes, Shelf, and for the translation, we have decoded that the fundamental feature of the universe is in fact hot and cold pockets interacting together in an ethereal microwave.
Toroidal donut in
That's
shape.
Yes, it rotates, so it's
Sounds like
evenly
you-
distributed.
It's a new toe. It's a theory of everything.
Wait, but what's the center of rotation? Is it the sun or the hot pocket?
No. The real question is, where in the hot pocket are we?
I'd say we're on the crusty surface.
What if you eat the hot pocket?
We're on the 2D crusty surface of hot pocket, hence the radiation.
What trajectory is this hot pocket on?
That checks out because the planet's pretty hot inside, and it's where you put stuff in
It's
the pocket.
a hot pocket with a cold pocket in the center on the back of a turtle all the way down.
What
Yes,
angular
nested
direction
hot
do we get?
pockets.
Can we just clarify that this is not a vegetarian hot pocket?
Ham
Is
and
it,
cheese. No, those are terrible.
Is it a salty hot pocket? Because like most of the planet's water, the ocean is pretty
I
salty.
thought this was pepperoni with onions that way, we could use the gas for propulsion while we're out in space.
The Walmart brand
Um,
Hot Pockets are actually much better than the branded Hot Pockets. Highly recommend.
Is there any helium left in those hot pockets?
A toroidal Dunkin' Donut.
Toroidal dunk.
We need to start looking for nitrogen hot pockets to replace the helium when we use it all.
If the filling of a hot pocket is sweet, does it become a pie?
Negative, Ghost Rider. It is a toaster strudel.
I thought it became a donut.
A cream pie pocket.
Is this Krispy Kreme, or is this Bavarian cream, or is this a Boston cream?
No. Like cream that's like long and it's cut down the middle with jelly. Cream donuts.
Yes, Shelf, for the translation to our international speakers, the conversation was devolved into a realm of joking improvisation on the nature of Hot Pockets and our reality. Hot Pockets being a famous.
Oh my God.
We passed through the singularity and now we've devolved into the negative hot pocket.
Well, to bring it back to the hot pockets,
Sorry, the cold.
just
the
like a
cold
donut,
pocket.
do these hot pockets have holes in them? Because we can combine them. We can make donut pockets. We can just put holes in them.
If you
maybe call them speed
if you
holes. That way
build
we can
like
float
a-
into space better.
I think the
What
last
will
time
happen
that
if we
happened
put
to
the
us was
donut in the pocket and we sit on it?
No, what we need to do
is we need to harness the power of time travel so you can send Hot Pockets back in time from the future to be delivered to you before you even realize that you're hungry.
Oh, I see.
Well,
Yeah, but we got to be careful.
there's no
We got
point.
to be careful because it'll be
There's
frozen through time. That'll take one hell of a microwave to thaw that thing out.
there's no point traveling to any local hot pockets until we can travel as fast as we can, because we'll just overtake the ships that were slower that we sent earlier.
I do have a question. Once we get this vehicle, and then we have holes in it, just a rectangle but with a hole in it, just so it can be have a hole like a donut. Will that actually help the aerodynamics to where we can traverse through space and maybe catch some magnetic, strings here and there? It might be able to guide us along. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, we could like use the magnetic strings and set up like a maglev, like some sort of high-speed bullet space train.
We
Yes.
could
Let me. Yes.
we
Go
could
ahead.
make the living model of the finite structure constant.
Will this Hot Pocket vehicle run on water?
Yeah, no. Don't go. We need to reserve stores of helium in case of depletion.
Hydrogen cold fusion.
Can we install a water metal device on it so it will explode whenever a hitman is going to get us?
Well done, coming in clutch. And I think with that, edit and perhaps get back to free energy discussion, which is beautiful. I just want to point out the brilliance of everybody's understanding of some of these core principles to be able to play with them in the way that you have, even if it's just on the surface, as mine is too. But really quite great. I did want
Information that could lead to Hillary Clinton.
Hot Pocket is a metaphor.
Yes, exactly. It was a good analog for a bit. And the donut pockets are actually a successful opportunity that money is on the table from a big freezer corporation. They should pick that up. But I did want to ask if anybody had any questions sincerely about the topic, since it did seem to be going interestingly. And we did have Jiggy here who has an understanding about it. And
I wanted to say something about it. Free energy. I watched a video earlier today. It was a guy in his backyard, and he had a whole bunch of copper rods and some zinc toppers or whatever, diodes, whatever you want to call it. But he buried a whole bunch of rods, like rows of rods, and he hooked his amperage meter up to it. And literally, if you put a whole bunch of those into the ground, you could power your house just from your backyard. No joke.
Do those rods do they corrode over time and need replacing?
No, just the zinc. It's basically a zinc screw that you just stick in top of the copper rod that you're doing.
Oh, of course. Zinc is amazing. I love zinc.
But
It's Kimball, everyone. Metallica.
oh, Kimby's at it again. Hey, Logan, you there? Kimby wants attention again. He just
Hey.
came in to Lana's room and did this. He wants attention.
So my flatmate has this Dodge Dakota truck. It's like the only American Dodge Dakota truck in New Zealand. And he zinced the whole underside of it to stop it corroding. So that answered my own question.
How did he apply the zinc? Did he use like the spray on, what is it called? The cold, shoot.
I think
There's
it was the canned variety, yes.
Yeah, the can spray on, okay. Because they actually have a thermal spray zinc application. Like it's a thermal sprayer. It literally sprays on molten metal. you can thermal spray aluminum, zinc, or any of those like lower melting point metals. They're pretty thick.
How is that still happening? Oh my
UFO
god. What's going on? What I wanted to host a conversation for a buddy that was interesting and rigorous here. How is there trolls coming up?
It's Kimby. He's looking for attention. He's going through his all.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm back now. Yep. I appreciate you helping me, Nathaniel. Thank you very much. And yeah, I don't want to interfere in any discussion that's being had.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, it was just I was just more exasperated with seeming to be trolled relentlessly somehow. But yeah, of course, love the
Logan.
space. It's just what kind of a thing is that?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation, but Logan, he did this. I was just in Lana's space, and he came in there and did this. Like, he's doing his normal Kimby thing, and he's being a dick, and he's going in other spaces and blah blah blah. He's causing a ruckus more than anything else. I don't understand why the dude just can't be real, can't be human, and just fucking talk. But I don't know. He can do him. But that's what's going on. So everybody be warned. Kimby is on the prowl. It's what is it? Friday now? He's already starting to celebrate Friday. Shit. Here we go.
Can't we all just sing Kumbaya?
Yeah, when in the last base, like, it's just this is gonna be just like a bitch move, but this is exactly what he said. Hey Trevor, you still like to beat women? Hey, first off, I don't beat women. And it stems down to a situation that Logan was in last year, and that was just a situation I'm not going to mention. Anyways, my mother got the shit beat out of her for fucking years, and he asked me one day, "Do you?" Excuse me. Do you like beating women? I said, absolutely not. My mother was beat. Fuck you. And then he's like, oh, I find you sus. You're a piece of shit. Yada, yada, yada. And then when I didn't get in the middle of Logan and whatever her name's problem was, just because I said I didn't condone it, now he's like, oh, you beat women. Do you like to beat women? And that's all
Nah,
Kimmy does.
Fear. He's just trolling because unless you come outright and like attack me, he's just like gonna attack anyone that doesn't attack me right away, which he's done to pretty much
Sorry, you didn't say
everybody.
that, man. That's not cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
There are accounts on here.
Like literally.
Sorry, there are accounts on here that teach you how to behave like this to win arguments by being a cunt, and it's like really twisted, manipulative stuff that anyone can just find on here.
Right? We were in a space. The
attack other people,
conversation
Kimball,
was
it's cool.
going awesome. The conversation was like really, really going good, and we were ending it saying good nights and whatnot. And then he pops in, "Hey, Trevor, still like to beat women?" I was like, "What the fuck is your problem, dude? Just go away." So I blocked him. I muted him and I blocked him. So like from now on, I give zero fucks about that individual. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. For a man, he's not even a man because a man wouldn't fucking just say some shit like that. Fuck him in his ass running sideways from a fucking tree from the Amazon. That motherfucker.
Hey, Fear, let me just say I'm sorry about what happened there, and how that sucks, and I hear that, and I didn't understand what was going on with this guy, and so I was just surprised at what seemed to be just weird. It's just weird. I don't know anything, but yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. By the way, I was just gonna offer that maybe the best way to beat it is to not let it take up any more oxygen and time, if that's cool with everybody, and we can just move on and get into a better conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to move on.
Cool. And so
would.
we haven't spoke before. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I genuinely wanted to jump in to empathize with you.
You do. You're all worries. You're no worries, dude. You're all good. You're all good. The host, the co-ho, has got to maintain control. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I know there was the conversation. it's going wherever too. So like maybe the free energy discussion moment is past, and we're going into a new cool zone, and that's fine with me. We have a room which has its own people, that's its own geometry. So whatever y'all would like to talk about, but I would like to see if Jiggy or William have any maybe last parting thoughts there, and then T, I see your hand down there. We'll definitely
Yeah.
just
I have a quick passing thought, sir. And because energy cannot be created or destroyed, it can only be transferred. So now we've transferred the free energy to something else.
I'm gonna draw something up real quick and post it.
I have one final thought before we change the subject. Can I go?
Great, please. Thank you.
One is, although, excuse me, although the watermelon thing was a joke of exploding with negative energy, there is a crystal that they claim they do this. In fact, is the black tourmaline. Tourmaline. It's a OU spelled. If someone wants to research about it. And the other one was this kind of trolls getting in the room and saying those nasty things. I think if we look at as not as a materialist perspective, but we look it as spiritualist perspective, I think the planet Earth is some kind of sanatorium for souls, and we are all broken in some aspects of our lives. And those weirdos, they're actually looking for their people, their niche, to solve their problems. So yeah, if they pop in here, they're going to disrupt our conversation, but eventually he will find his channel, he will find his people, and as the saying in Latin goes, similia similibus curantur, the similar ones, they heal themselves. So I only pray for those weirdos to find their people and to heal themselves.
It's like in Grand Theft Auto Online, when you go around killing people, they put you in servers with people who kill each other. So when you don't do that, you're in servers with people who are chill. It's just how their moderation system works, and I don't fuck with people, so I don't get fucked with.
Oh yeah, the dunce rooms.
Yep.
Oh, but going back to the free energy thing, I did have a question for you, Jiggy. I think you were talking about the thunderstorm generator, and that's like a rig that runs over a internal combustion engine. Have you seen one of those in operation?
No, I have not. Like I said, I've just been fascinated by it and trying to hammer on it and figure out where the holes are at, right? And I think your skepticism is good, totally cool. I see you're a fellow Texan, a couple of Texans in here. If you want to get
Yeah.
together and let's get a Honda generator and let's give it a go, I think that's really the way to go, because it's the type of thing where it's like that's what it's going to take, right?
Where's
You
it
have to
at?
see it.
What
I
part?
think you'd have
What
to
part Texas? Where are we at?
Central.
Did you say
I'm
Honda?
like
I live
towards
in Sealy.
Houston-ish.
I live in Sealy.
Sealy? Okay, yeah, I know where that's
Yeah,
at.
so I'm not too far from Austin.
The home of Sealy Posturepedic mattresses?
Home of the mattress. Although they took their factory and bounce.
Quick story. I'm like a data guy, and I did a project at Mattress Firm. You guys know Mattress Firm because they're big, they're pretty big here. And their margins were so high, they would hide the cost of the mattress from the salespeople because the salespeople didn't feel comfortable selling for over 100% margin. And they were like, what's this other cost field? So everybody buys a mattresses every 10 years. So it's pretty good business. There you go.
Yeah, and then they started making even more money with memory foam. It's weird. Like they charge so much more for memory foam, but the material and production process, it's actually much cheaper than building the spring mattresses.
It's also much comfier.
Yeah, way better.
But yeah, Nathaniel's going to be there, and he's talking about holding spaces from the Cosmic Summit where people will be hopefully hammering on this stuff, and hopefully there's no fuckery going on as far as, when they're demonstrating this device and everything. So I I'm curious just to continue to follow the story. And I don't know if you heard T-Pal. I mean, the idea that it does run on fossil fuels, if it's true that the technology has been suppressed, maybe that won't happen this time. I don't know.
I still
Yeah, I
think
mean,
like
could be something to it. There's some systems that work that don't work necessarily the way you think they do, and they provide some benefit. Like there used to be one that was you can probably still find stuff on it that was um, that talked about basically using electrolysis to split water, and then it would eject the hydrogen and oxygen back into the combustion chamber, and then supposedly it was making more energy there, but just the chemical processes that that doesn't work. But they measured a slight gain, but what a lot of people didn't realize is when you inject, essentially what they end up doing is injecting water into the combustion chamber because it recombines very rapidly. Um, but the water in the combustion chamber actually increases the thermal efficiency of an engine if it's injected in the right amount. And so that's the gain that they were seeing was actually the gain from injecting the water. Once you run out of water, then that benefit goes away. So now, I'm not telling anyone don't just go injecting water in your engine. You'll mess stuff up, but there is a way to get some gains out of it. And I'm just some of these devices they don't do what it seems they're doing. Like you really have to look into it to figure out where the gain is coming from and what it's doing.
Well, if you look at
I,
Bob Greenyer, he'll talk about the smoking gun evidence inside the cylinder with the high temperature microspheres. I would love to hear someone refute, his claims, and I don't have the background to be able to know, if he's right about it being a smoking gun or not. Nathaniel, I don't know if you've seen any counter evidence, but the fact that they're sending these samples out to multiple labs and allowing people to test it, I thought that's very encouraging because you need more eyeballs on stuff
Yeah,
like
I
this.
mean, my position is this is real. It's like Sigma. It's a fact of the matter. It's replicated. It does what it says it's doing. You can reproduce it. It creates the effects it says it's going to create and provides the thing it says it's going to do under the theory of how it works. An argument from not understanding all the complexities or having seen the replications and the functions and the different examples and all of that or whatever, like you'll catch up to it. Like I've said, if I'm wrong, then it'll be provable, and I'll really step back and reflect on like how I got something so wrong. But in that world, I must be in something like a Truman Show because it's the same as reality. So there are frauds, of course, but there also is amazing breakthroughs and suppression, is there not? I think that we have more than what we know in the dark, and people discover it all the time because it's real.
I just shared in the purple pill a modular combustion engine which runs on hydrogen and petrol, and it can scale. You just add more of them together, and it produces more output and they can be put in planes, and they can be put in cars, and they can be used as generators. So it's pretty cool, and I think not many people know about it.
To run a car in hydrogen, I think we need to change the compression ratio of the cylinders. It's not that simple. And to inject water in the cylinders.
These things would have been optimized by now, surely.
Sorry, what? Say again, please.
Surely using machine learning, these engines have been optimized to their most efficient form factor.
No, I know that. But the thing is, the each fuel type requires a certain compression ratio of the cylinder.
Right. To get stoichiometric for your air to fuel ratio, to get complete combustion.
And if we inject water into the cylinders, we will get nothing else than hydraulic hammer. It will break the engine. So we need to break unless it is a vapor form of water in a very tiny amount.
And that's what we're doing there. It was similar to like methanol injection, where what it's doing when you inject like methanol or this small amount of water, it's actually cooling the combustion chamber, so it's causing a pressure drop, and it's increasing the density of the charge, and then you have more air and fuel in the chamber. So but it's a it needs to be done in a very controlled way, and water's not the best thing to do it. That's why we inject like nitrous. The nitrous injection, that's exactly what it's doing. It's cooling the charge, and it's allowing much more air and fuel to be in the chamber. So like nitrous oxide would be a much better thing to inject than water ever.
Okay. I'm assuming I'm assuming that most of people here is from United States, right? By the accents, but I often mistaken Canadians with people from United States, but I believe most of here are from United States, right? I would ask if any of you have ever visited Brazil, because in Brazil we have since 1981 we have ethanol in our fuel pumps as a choice. Just like most countries, we have petrol and diesel as an option. Here in Brazil, we have diesel, gasoline, and ethanol because we have a lot of farmers that produce sugarcane and alcohol as well. So due to that, they have this deal amongst the petrol owners and the farmer to have these both running vehicles in our country. But eventually, in the early 2000s, um, as we have now by this time in history, cars using fuel injection systems.
Bro, ethanol does still produce carbon dioxide. Just saying.
Yeah, but it's way more clear than gasoline. No discussion about it. I have an ethanol car.
Just to be clear, I think I want to let you finish, and please talk more about this car and that system. I think it got confusing because we've been talking about different aspects of this kind of new wave of technology, and so my response was about one. Another went back to the cars and the method of injecting certain things to get efficiency, and these are different things, and so I think that might have just gotten a little confusing. But please go on with in efficiency, performance, and etc.
So the in the early 2000s, as we have by this far, cars with fuel injections, and the fuel injections, they are smart. They change the amount of injection systems. This is the injected amount of fuel due to the conditions of the air. If we have cold or hot air outside, if we have a lot of fuel oxygen, they change dynamically, right? Carburetors were not able to do so. So by this far, they do like this. They invented and they launched into the market here in Brazil engines that got a compression ratio in the mean between gasoline and ethanol. Thus, they launched into the market a car that they named here in Brazil Flex, which is we can put gasoline and alcohol and they work fine with both of them. But those who understand, they know that the previous vehicles, the old ones, because I have an 85 vehicle here, they work better. When we build an engine to work specifically in ethanol, it works better than the Flex one due to this compression ratio. So to have the hydrogen efficiency, we need to get rid of the gasoline and have it set to hydrogen only. Okay,
Okay,
and here in
but that's
Brazil we
why I
have
like this
another.
engine.
In
If
Brazil
you
we have
have one
another
option,
option. We have another option of fuel here in Brazil that it's gas, methane gas. Okay, so if we have, I don't know if United States we have these regulations for cars running on methane gas, but if we have
but
that, we could simply alter it to have a pressured gas in their tanks, and we could split hydrogen from oxygen in our homes, and we fuel our cars in the garage. Okay, that would be another solution. But I think we will need to do it by hidden from the government.
Bro, right now, all of the massive aerospace companies and shipping industries, like Synergy Group, they're all focusing on producing hydrogen, and I've read their reports, and they're saying most of the countries around the world, they're looking at producing hydrogen, and it's because that's where it's going to start. The big polluters are the shipping industry, which runs on heavy fuel oil, which you have to. It's terrible. So it's a trickle down effect. Once that infrastructure is in place, then it'll become more widespread and adopted, right?
Yes, and I'm curious about how nobody is talking about the Stirling engine. Why? Created about in the 1600s or so, and it's a closed system. We don't lose the gas inside of it, and if you combine it with the Fresnel lenses in the sun, we'll have a perpetual motion. Oh, sorry, we have a free energy device, and then our task would be only to improve batteries because we don't know how to make batteries that it's light.
That's not a
Hey,
free
hold
energy
on,
device.
hold on. Let him just finish his point, and then you can have a response there, T. Go ahead, Shelf.
Well, I think it's free because, as far as I know, the sun doesn't collect taxes and fees. The energy of the sun is for free for us, so it's free. It's not that it's generating itself. Okay, another form of free energy that is not so hard to do as the Stirling engine is steam. The only problem of steam that we could have cars running on steam to this day is that it's very complex. It requires to boil the water before the car is running, etc. But I strongly believe that we could still have trains and public transportations like buses running on steam, but not
Well,
exactly for cars.
how do you heat up the water to produce the steam?
Sun, Fresnel lenses, and the sun.
Okay, that ties into my research for building a moon base. To melt moon rocks using sunlight to 3D print is a big challenge at the moment for engineers.
Yeah, I will not argue with the moon because I've been recently, I started to pay attention of the flat earth communities talking about the things, and I agree with some parts, but due to what they say, um, it doesn't add up. It doesn't close the equation about the moon. The moon is something that it breaks a lot of the theories. So they are claiming that the moon is some kind of hologram, and there is a guy in '76 that
Yeah,
took a
hold on
picture of the moon,
here.
and he wants to transfer.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, I know that T-Pal had a question that he wanted to ask before we move on to the topic of the moon and laser rocks. All very interesting. But just yeah, I just wanted to
I
file
was
the
just touching
objection.
on how the sun can be very potent when it's focused.
No, totally.
Yeah, definitely. And going back to the Stirling image, or the Stirling engine, along with solar or focused solar lenses. I mean, that's I think there's probably some good reason to study that and look at setting up devices like that. But I think that's another manner of like solar conversion. Um, so you're going to have a lot of the same limitations you have with solar. And in terms of efficiency, it's not necessarily more efficient than just having a something with no moving parts and direct conversion to electricity like solar does. Um, but yeah, the Stirling engine is very interesting. But in terms of using it in a car, it has very very low instantaneous torque output. It's a good like level output kind of system, but it doesn't meet, you know, spike demand that you need for acceleration of a car or anything like that.
In the 50s, Ford designed a nuclear-powered car called the Ford Nucleon. It was just a concept car, but I reckon it would have been cool.
We are not supposed to exactly use the power from the Stirling engine directly to the wheels. We can make a hybrid out of it. Like it runs an electric generator, and the electric generator powers the electric motors on the wheels. That could be another way, if it doesn't generate an instant output of power. And Stirling engines, they have a problem that they don't start itself, so we need to set up some kind of angles of 3 or more pistons, because if we make a Stirling engine with only 1 piston, it doesn't start itself. It doesn't run out of zero.
Have you guys seen those Chinese batteries that are like nuclear powered and last for like 50 years, and they're like little tiny squares?
We have. I mean, we use stuff like that in satellites as well. I think the risk there, it's a great technology. Like nuclear is great, and I think on a commercial industrial scale, I think we should have more nuclear because it works. Clearly it works. I think the risk and the worry is somebody having a hold of a nuclear
A
material,
stockpile.
and then not even a stockpile, like even a small amount, and you just
Yeah, what do you
you
consider a
take it and go
stockpile?
walk around a car dealership, and now everything that's metal that you touched with that is hot, and it's going to be hot for a while. So you can do a lot of damage really fast with it. There was this incident where somewhere in South America, somebody got a hold of the radioactive isotope that was used in a X-ray machine,
It
and
was
it
in
ended up in
Brazil.
a
It was in
scrapyard.
Brazil, the state of
Brazil.
Goiás. A guy stole a X-ray and got access to the uranium dust.
Yeah, he managed to finally pry open the very well sealed container that this radioactive source was in, and ended up contaminating the entire site. I think his grave is like encased in concrete, and you can't get closer than a certain distance or something. It's like it turned into a huge mess, massive mess. It took like hundreds of thousands of dollars to clean up, basically like a $20,000 mistake where somebody didn't clean this it was like an abandoned hospital or something he got it out of, and it ended up causing a huge problem.
Was
So
it an accident?
that's the worry with nuclear.
Did he know what he was doing? Does anyone know?
He had no idea. He had a piece of blue glowing material in a really cool looking canister, and he had to get it open and see what it was.
Bro, I'd be like that too, because it's
Yes,
just
and
curiosity that kills the cat.
some kind of with his thumb. He kind of stamp several marks on the bosom of her wife, like making some kind of a neck collar that glows in the dark. And he was telling that now they got power, etc. Man, that guy was some kind of an alphabet, like an illiterate guy. Here in Brazil, we have several of these dumb shit, lack of study people. It was one of these guys that it's dumb and ignorant one, stupid. And then who would figure that a stupid guy will invade a junkyard or whatever to find that thing, to steal that heavy stuff, to bring it home, to use some kind of I don't know the name of that thing in English, that kind of a hammer with a spike to break rocks, to use that to break the concrete, to get access to the cesium component and spread all over the skin. Who would figure that would happen?
I think you're confusing stupidity with poverty and desperation for anything to get you out of the situation you're in.
Yeah, it's some kind of a because I live in Brazil. I know the clever and the dumb ones around here, the wealthy and the poor ones here. It was a very like a working class dumb someone that did it. A humble someone that got the illusion that to achieve power somehow.
Yeah, it was ignorance for sure.
Tammy, I was trying
Tim, I
to
was
hit
trying
the
to hit
mic
the
button.
mic
I
button. I hit
hit
the
the
mute
mute
button
by
by
accident.
accident.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
But
But
also,
also,
I
I
just
just
shared
shared
like
like
a
a
little
little
Sterling
Sterling
thing
thing
in
in
the thread
the thread
there.
there.
It's about
It's about like
that guy
Brian
Brian
Rommel
Rommel
or
or whatever.
whatever.
I
I
see
see
him
him
post
post
about
about
those
those
Sterling
Sterling
engines all
engines
the
all the
time.
time.
I just
I
grabbed a
just
bunch
grabbed a
of them
bunch
and
of
put
them
them
and
there
put
in
them
the
there in the
thread. It's
thread.
pretty
It's pretty
interesting.
interesting.
There's been like
There's
I
been
guess a
like I guess a
breakthrough
breakthrough.
thermoacoustics.
Sterling
Sterling
generator
converts to
converts to
energy with
energy
no
with
moving
no moving
parts. As
parts. As
predicted, the
predicted, the
Sterling
Sterling
engine with no
engine with
moving
no moving
parts has been
parts has been
invented.
invented. Innovation in
Sterling
Sterling
engines are
engines are
taking
taking
place
place
outside the
outside the
U.S. And then
U.S.
it
And
puts like
then
a
it was like
little
a little
article about
article
it,
about it.
and
And
then it
then it
just goes on to show like a
goes on to
bunch
show like
of
a bunch of
how useful
how
the
useful the
Sterling engine.
Sterling
I think
engine. I
like the
think like the
main
main
problem it looks
problem it
like
looks like is that
it's not able
it's
to
not
like
able to
can't be like
can't be
really
like
used in
really used in
cars and like
cars
things
and
that
like
need to
things that need to
change
change
energy
energy
output
output levels
levels quickly. I
quickly. I
guess is
guess
the
is the
issue,
issue,
but
but
I don't really know
I
much
don't really know
about
much
it.
about it.
But yeah,
But
there you
yeah,
go.
there
It's
you
no
go. It's
thread.
no thread.
Do you know how bumper cars work? And you just like have a little thing that connects to the road, and the grid would just supply the vehicles. You know, if you have those
Yeah, I've always thought that'd be
everywhere.
so cool if it was like slot cars driving around, but then you have like a live rail, then you have like the whole third rail risk like you have in India where somebody touches that rail and they're gone, you know.
And that's why I want to levitate and go above things and leave the ground alone. Like no more like running over people and animals, and it's like it's
No more
ridiculous the way that
synthetic
we.
rubber tires. Yeah. Sorry,
I
dude.
think
It's
I
that
think I
there's
think while we
so
have
many
go
there's so
ahead.
many tires everywhere, and the only thing they're good for is raised flower beds and veggie gardens.
We should all be driving maglev vehicles by now, right? At
Well,
least.
I am watching beside this window a guy that posted electrostatics that make things float. That's the name of the video. I can post it here in the bubble of this conversation. Oh, and by the way, I posted a little earlier when I was saying about the naive thing, a video that is listing all the guys that invented free energy and they died. Such a coincidence. It's here in the bubble of the conversation.
But is that all the ones that came up with free energy? Because there's some still around.
Yeah, no, of course he's speaking again hyperbolically. But what he's pointing to is the truth of a covert, dark aspect that's demonstrable. And so, yeah, it's not everyone.
Sure. I want to present a flip side to that as well. I think there's also probably a high likelihood that some of these guys that were developing, selling, getting funding for this technology, when they spent all the money and then they weren't able to deliver, their visit from the loan shark maybe didn't go so well.
Wow. Right.
Well, I have a theory that we have people running this planet that they want to monopolize the power. They don't want common people to have power. And whether or not, it's not only guns that it's a power to the citizens. The ability of the logistic, the ability to go into point A and point B, it's another way of power. And if we have flying machines, like we seen Back in the Future 2, okay, that would be a huge amount of power for people. No more airplanes, for example. And I think people simply don't want that. Those people in power.
Well, what do you think
I think
about
there's
the
truth in
economy
that.
class where these people can only afford a plane ticket? They can't afford a flying vehicle. They just want that's the majority. Until it becomes, like commoditized and cheaper.
Well, all I know is I am a software engineer, but I am an artist, and I have this dream since I was young to make videos, movies, and series. So I do intend to add this fictitious technology in my stories, okay? And for making the footage, whether or not we'll need to build some kind of fictitious machines, just like they used the DeLorean to be a fictitious time travel. Okay, I am creating a story that my character is going to ride a flying motorcycle, and eventually we have all this plot that the people in power wants to chase him about, etc. So yeah, if someone wants to join me in this project, I'm open to that.
I have a flying motorcycle and it shoots missiles at people. It's quite fun. It's
So on that subject, have y'all seen the Jetson one? I just put it in the little jumbotron up top there. So this is actually coming to market. Like I think you can actually pre-order this. There's test video. There's footage of it. Like you can see it flying. So this is something that people are going to be able to buy and have within the next I don't know, months. Like maybe by the end of the year or sometime next year or something.
I was thinking of Grand Theft Auto. Like, wouldn't you rather play that in VR and be safe and not like crash and die?
Well, life comes with risk, I guess.
What
The
would you
thrill would
suggest
be,
to make
yeah,
a quick buck?
yeah, it'd be fun, no doubt.
Wish we could invent some kind of flying machine that has a passive way to beat the gravity. Because if we have a machine
lighter than air travel, like a blimp.
No, it's something like a helium balloon, for example.
No, helium's off limits because if we become reliant on it, we might run out of it, and then we have to develop new technology to run on like more dense elements that are harder to, like.
I think that, to be fair, he was making an analogy to helium.
But I guess if it's going into a balloon, like,
That's precisely that. I am making an analogy. Because the helium balloon is going to be huge to carry a small cockpit. I was thinking something just like if we have styrofoam and put it on the water, it will float. No effort to do so. No engine needs to be running to make the styrofoam to float. If we have some kind of vehicle that floats in the air effortlessly, because helicopters, it only floats while we have those blades spinning those insane amount of RPM. If something happens to the engine or the blades, the aircraft falls. So if we are running over the city and we have a engine failure with a helicopter, it falls on people, falls on houses. And the airplane to fly, it needs to be going fast. If something decreases its speed, it falls. Okay, so the crash of an airplane, it's even harder than a helicopter because it is going to hit the ground at a very high speed. So what if we achieve some kind of a device? Because let's say again, the helium balloons, if the balloon pops, the machine falls. So it needs to be something that floats effortlessly. Nothing can damage it and stop it from levitating. And then the propellers is going to work only to go up and down, left and right.
So it would be something. Go ahead.
My internet rugged. Sorry, my internet rugged and I missed most of that. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I mean the idea would be, wouldn't it be great if we could cancel out gravity with something like an anti-wave producer that would just like null it, and then we could just be floating along. We don't have to be going super fast to keep our momentum. We don't have to worry about like our big bubble popping, and we could maybe just like sail through the sky to wherever as a crow flies and land down because we're not having to fight a constant struggle with gravity. That would be ideal. And
As long as
perhaps
you
is real.
don't
Perhaps is real
actually
already.
get in a situation where you can't turn it off and then you fly out to space. It'd be catastrophic, kind of.
Well, yes, if a car had no brakes, that would also be a bad idea.
Well, that engine, that hydrogen engine by Astron Aerospace, they're an aerospace company and it's designed to fly into high altitudes and it can go through volcanic ash. It's an amazing engine.
Yeah, something is weird about the hydrogen going into the vacuum or into the spaces because if we have water, let's say, look at the glass of a gasoline. Okay, it is pouring, releasing gas because it is not a liquid that burns; it's a gas that burns. it is releasing the gas, evaporating all by itself, okay, by the room temperature. The same goes with alcohol. But the water, it separates the oxygen from the hydrogen. It needs energy to do so. So if we put electricity on it, it will split the hydrogen from oxygen, okay? But there is some trick in it that some people made an experiment of confining hydrogen inside of a container and spark it. What happened? It was an implosion, because if we have the gas, it is in expanded form compared to the liquid, so it is expanded as gas, and when it exploded, it's compressed back again. So how do we get the hydrogen to explode and propel and to push a piston, for example? It's because we have more air with it, the atmospheric air inside of it. So it is not simple to go into the space and the vacuum, and all we will need would be water to break, like in a closed system, okay? Just like we have the double car from the double engineer that made a steam engine different from everything that we have. He made a steam engine that use the vapor, but it doesn't throw the vapor to the atmosphere, just like the old trains. It condenses back to the fuel tank, to the water reservoir. Okay, so it's a closed
It
system.
would be like the Stirling engine.
It's a closed system. Yeah, just like the Stirling engine. It's a closed system. But if we do that with the
That
hydrogen,
hydrogen engine I shared, bro, it doesn't have a piston. It's like a cycle. I don't know. It's like circular. I
like a
don't really
rotary?
understand how it works. But what you're talking about makes sense if it doesn't have pistons. I don't know. Maybe they've designed it around that dynamic.
yeah, I don't know the piston thing. I'm just saying about the closed system. So if we have a closed system with hydrogen, like separating in the water reservoir, let's say the tank, fuel tank, okay, the water. If we split it and they're going to burn into the piston chamber, accordingly to that guy experiment, that the container imploded when he added the spark. Something is not adding up, because we will need more material to compress with this oxygen and hydrogen to make the explosion to push the piston. So we need to try it, because I'm not saying someone famous. I'm saying a guy, a YouTuber from 15 years ago that made this experiment, and now I even unable to find it back again. If I search now, who knows if the video is still there. It was back in the day that another guy was saying that we have a myth, a hoax in the gasoline burns, because he was explaining in that stoichiometric study that what actually is making the job of pushing the pistons is not the gasoline and oxygen, it's the nitrogen in the atmospheric air that making the big part of the job. The gasoline and the oxygen is making some kind of ignition to the nitrogen to do so.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about the mechanical conversion portion of the work, you can kind of say that, because nitrogen makes up one of the largest components of the combustion gas. But the heat that's generated, that's key for the combustion to work, the heat comes from the fuel burning, and the fuel has to be burned in the presence of oxygen, which comes from the atmosphere. So you come up with this stoichiometric ratio of fuel and oxygen based on using atmospheric air. And yeah, when it heats, the gas expands, and the expansion of the gas, uh, at that higher temperature is what drives the piston down.
Yeah. I remember when I was thinking about something to fly and we were considering hydrogen or helium, a friend of mine gave me the information that the vacuum would be even lighter than both of them. But the thing is, everything we know to contain vacuum, it's extremely heavy because it needs to be as something as strong as steel. So the containing part would be light because it could be vacuum, but the container would be very heavy. So I am thinking if we could have some kind of way to manipulate the atmospheric, I don't know if we have some mathematician here in this room, because I'm not a mathematician expertise, like a high-level mathematician.
There are some.
But if we have in the computer graphics, that was my entrance door to this world when I was a teenager. I started to use CGI programs, 3D programs. We have a feature that they call metaball. The metaball, they behave similarly to the drops of mercury that they blend to one another if they got very closely, and if we separate, they simply disassemble like magically. And mathematically, sorry, I wish I have flawless English. Mathematically, it is something like it has an information of a point in the space and a radius. So inside this radius, it behaves like a positive 1. And outside the radius, it behaves like negative 1. This is the mathematic principle of that. So whenever the space, the scanning of the space, it gets 0, it's not 1, neither 1 nor negative 1, it's 0. It forms in that.
Are you still talking about?
Yes, we're just talking about flying. I'm just giving an example of metaball. So making a scan of an environment, wherever we have this 0, it's not the negative that it's inside the radius, and not the positive or negative, it's 0. It will form there a mesh, okay, a 3D mesh, and the 3D mesh will give us the normal, the bouncing of the light, and we feel like having a ball in there floating in the sky, okay, mathematically done. We don't need to sculpt it. So if we have people here, mathematicians and experience in CGI, give it a try. Meta balls, okay, meta objects in the CGI programs. So using this analogy, combining another information, water in a certain temperature gap, it purifies itself. I don't know who makes these experiments, but we have like water from the sewage water, very dirty, and they notice that somehow we have some kind of a film that it's separating the dirt from the clear water, and what's doing that is temperature. Okay, and I recently see someone that was making these experiments that mathematically generating some metaball in the air and making light out of it, making some kind of a donut shape, a ball shape, a cube shape with light, but the principle was mathematics. So what if we could find a way to manipulate waves in a controlled way, like I want this point as a center and this point as a radius of this sphere, and it will make some kind of a oscillating, vibrating frequency in this spherical form, and just like the water purifies itself due to the temperature, it could make the air going outside this spherical ball of energy. So it would be something like a no container. So it's no weight, no container to have vacuum inside of it. So what if we could achieve something like this? Just like how can I say, we have this in science fiction, the force field, shield force or something, magic shield.
I try to run these ideas through like OpenAI before I take them further.
Yeah, man, I think I really follow you, and I think this is all on the right path. I mean, donuts, frequency and vibration. I'm given to understand that that vibration and frequency can affect the state of water. How? Well, I mean, we're talking about charge, I believe, and adding energy into the system and being stored in the atomic structure state of like the end of anyway. There's ways of getting around to like what might be going on, but
do you think that AI is like smart enough to answer these kind of questions?
Not at all.
I don't think
No, not at all. It can't give you outside of, it can't break paradigms, I don't believe. I've tried with ChatGPT. Perplexity gives you sources cited back, but it also calls some of the far out and true stuff like still pseudoscience. I was going to, just one last thing, and I'd be happy to get into another kind of like end of the discussion, but I wanted to throw out a point of sonoluminescence and bubble cavitation to a shelf where we have a collapsing bubble creating basically a small star. And that's our cold fusion, and that seems to be impossible. But we can do it with resonance into a bubble suspended in water, and whenever it collapses, it creates like a nuclear moment. So, yeah.
A little flashing light thing.
Yeah, I've learned about cavitation due to that science girl in the YouTube that was explaining when they wanted in history to make a super fast sea ship, naval ship, and they made a bigger engine, etc. But the propellers, it was not running fast enough. And then they find out that when we have something crossing in the water too fast, it generates bubble of vacuum that they call cavitations. So,
and it eats up the turbines, the blades of it, by basically a small scale nuclear bombardment constantly. But yes, that's the power of water and the vacuum, and yeah.
Yes, it was very well reminded, Nathaniel. Very well connected ideas that could be spare me a bunch of words. What I was trying to explain is precisely that: a cavitation in the air, not in the water, in the air, and we have a way of the device to generate it.
Yes, so you're basically creating a bubble around you to continue using the language. That bubble would be a certain kind of perturbation of a field, perhaps, or a shrinking of a field, perhaps bringing. I'm thinking out loud here, and I know that this is like forbidden science, but I think if you could bring in the electric and magnetic vectors to zero, then you might be able to displace a charge in another direction, which would be gravitationally. But the principle of the Alcubierre drive points to this, where you're creating like a displacement and riding the gradient rather than having thrust or something like that. You're going fast, which whenever you get around to this other stuff, it seems silly. Speed, really, whenever you're dealing with time, which is, pretty fast.
Yes, if we could if we could manipulate time, speed would be unnecessary. Speed is something that is very pleasant, or else we wouldn't have those bunch of men as auto enthusiasts and motorcycle enthusiasts, because speed gives us pleasure. But we could be like having a sensation of driving, just like we have those heavy machinery that transport wind turbines, that they go extremely slow on the road. We could feel like
Yeah,
driving in a like a
yeah.
10 mile an hour, 5 mile an hour, okay? But everybody
So
around would
I
perceive
met
us
this
as
guy
going
who
like a
designed.
300 miles or in the blink of an eye, because we're not manipulating speed, we are manipulating time.
Yeah, who was trying to get in there? Fear,
Sorry,
William? Yep.
yeah, I met this person at the Cozy Club one time when my grandma took me there, and he was like in charge of managing this wind farm, and he was telling me about how they had to build new roads to get from the boats these wind turbines across the country to the wind farm, and there's all these windy, hilly roads in New Zealand, so they had to build these like special brackets for the the blades to go on the back of the truck, so they could rotate them to not hit the hills. It's crazy, crazy.
Yeah, I want something to replace windmills. That also seems absurd whenever you realize a much deeper reserve of energy available to just be
And
spinning
they're
blades.
massive.
And Jesus, anyway, go ahead.
They're so big, like you see them far away, and you don't realize the scale of them. Like those blades are.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
that means.
poor everything that flies. You know, I mean, if you care about things that fly, Jesus.
Yeah, I think each blade of them is the size of two 18-wheeler truck. It's an insane size of a device to build. And they say that when they got broke and we need to maintenance and to repair, it doesn't worth the amount of energy that it generated. So it's a like a what's the name of that? Non-efficient in a matter of cost.
Yeah, it's not over unity, which I've learned hearing that term bandied about. A unity is one. If you could get something to be one, then you're golden. If you can go over one, then it's like, damn, now you're in new territory. And I feel like that's kind of the realm that we're approaching. And Shelf, I just wanted to say, I've been wanting to recommend, if you haven't heard the part of the conversation, we were talking about Malcolm Bindle and the thunderstorm generator and the Vajra propulsion device and vortex mathematics in general. I just wanted to point you to Malcolm Bindle. I think that you'll get a lot out of that rabbit hole. So anyhow.
Oh, I will. And if it's not to abuse, if you could add me some links in the direct message, I would appreciate that.
I would be happy to. My pleasure.
What I've seen of people discussing about free energy, I think we have a very satisfactory free energy means to get energy out there. What I think humanity or science of community, whatever, we need to find out is a way to storage energy, because all we know, either it explodes or it is very heavy. Like the battery, it needs to have lead and zinc and acid. It's a very dangerous thing. And if I believe that one clear way to do so is compressed air, but we cannot use an insane amount of bar pressure, because if it explodes, it's going to be catastrophic. But nothing compared to the nuclear energy, because the nuclear energy, we have the Chernobyl to teach us a lesson when a bad thing happened.
Well, we had Fukushima.
Oh, Fukushima doesn't compare to Chernobyl. Look in the map. Look Chernobyl fallout in the YouTube video. It contaminated the entire Europe without counting Portugal and Spain. The entire Europe have a higher level of radiation due to that incident. Fukushima, it's nothing compared to that.
What about the BP oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico? What are your thoughts about that? Sorry, what?
The oil.
It's the South Park.
The oil spill.
Look, yeah.
The oil spill. I think we cannot compare because it was an accident in the extraction of the oil.
It was not an accident. They deliberately went down there and put a hole in the fucking crust, and then all this oil came out. That's not an accident.
We're talking nuclear weapons are about to detonate to stop it. It was on the air for 6 months here in America. We're all watching it, wondering what's going to happen. Are we talking about the contamination of the Atlantic Ocean or not, as well as Fukushima? I think when we're talking about the contamination of the Atlantic Ocean, Fukushima, that's what that was, the 9.1 earthquake, which happened on March 11th, 2011. And then we revert to the BP oil spill. You know, we're all talking about, are we done or not? So I do think they do compare. I could be wrong. You know, detonation of the Earth, I could be wrong. But I think I'm probably right. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it is not Atlantic, it's Pacific Ocean. And yeah, I forgot to mention that because I am obsessed with the detail that Chernobyl contaminated the countries via air. And what they say that the Fukushima had a big impact, it was not in the atmosphere, it was in the water. It contaminated the water because they claimed that we have fish animals in the California beach with a higher. They were emitting radiation because the water got contaminated due to that Fukushima disaster.
We entered kicking the Earth's axis 1% off of the axis when we had Fukushima on 3/11/11. My birthday, by the way. You know, the Battle of Los Angeles came out on that day. UFO, ETC, my birthday, 3/11/11.
Have you seen the movie? Have you seen the movie Zardos with Sean Connery?
Not familiar with it. I don't watch movies.
When Fukushima happened, the Norwegian Aeronautic Institute, they put a server up called Zardos. It was a subdomain, and it had all of the radiation leaking into like charts and graphs of where it. Anyway, in Zardos, the elites live in a bubble, and they're safe from the nuclear wasteland outside, and they're all connected telepathically via a like quantum crystal. It's buzzy.
So we're talking about the crystal radio, or what? Crystal radio? Are you familiar with the crystal radio?
Yeah, piezoelectric charge in electronic radios.
Crystal radio?
No, but the crystal thing triggers my imagination because I am obsessed with the old world technology, and they claim that people in the Atlantida they had technology out of crystals. They have lasers out of crystals. They do several things due to that, and we have these weird behavioral crystals like a piezoelectric, like a stone that if we press it, it gives electricity. Another stone that if we rub it, it generates fire. That black tourmaline, if we have a negative thought holding in our hands, it will crack. So maybe we could start to pay attention to those weird crystals and see what we can get out of it. Who knows?
Hey, Shelf, what was I'm sorry, just a quick question. Shelf, what was that last material you said that would crack with a negative thought? What was that?
Yeah, I mentioned it before because that joke that I was not getting that it was a joke. The guy who says the watermelon exploded with negative energy, later on in the conversation, I said,
that's how you know the crystal's
yeah,
done its job. If you're using a crystal for protection and it cracks, that's a sign that the crystal's worked.
yes.
Wow,
It says,
surprise!
although the watermelon was a joke, there is a crystal that behaves this way, black tourmaline. I don't know if in English we say tourmaline or tourmaline, okay? But black tourmaline.
Is Nathaniel familiar with the crystal radio?
Oh.
Do you know what the crystal radio is, Nathaniel?
Yes, I believe I do, though I couldn't instruct someone from scratch how to build one. I take the point of its connection to resonance and frequency.
Are you familiar with the radio wave, crystal radio?
Jeffrey, are you playing with me, Jeffrey? Of course I'm familiar with radio waves. Of course I'm familiar with crystals and radios.
Okay, so you're familiar with the crystal radio, right?
Oh my God!
Can you describe,
Jeffrey?
Can you describe what it looks like?
Tesla technology. You know, handed down to me through my dad, who passed away this year at 98. Are you familiar with Tesla?
Okay, well, you've got me with your personal story. I do want to say I'm sincerely sorry that you lost your father, but because you mentioned it,
we're talking Tesla. We're talking Tesla here.
Certainly, Jeffrey, I'm going to answer your question. I simply wanted to have a human moment because you shared something personal, and I am not trying to talk about it with you. I just wanted to say, as a human, I'm sorry for your loss. Now, yes, I have.
Well, I know you're here to walk over me. I understand that. But anyhow,
Jeffrey,
when we revert to the
come on, I'll walk over you, buddy.
I want to know about the crystal radio. I'm really interested. Like you've hyped it up, Jeffrey.
Are you familiar with crystal radio?
No, I'm apparently not. Was he left? Okay, but yeah, I don't know what crystal radio is, and now I'm confused about the potential it could hold.
My father used to tell me stories of my grandfather, that he created a radio that didn't need battery. It gets fed. The energy it gets fed from the radio waves itself. It was a very simple device. My father was a very fan of the radio days. So when he was old, before he passed, he had a hobby of creating wood cases, just like the 30s and the 20s radios, and use it like a modern radio of cars to embed it inside of it and make it work like if it were in the past. But his father, he used to get some kind of because his father lived in a very rural area, and it was very hard to get information back. And it was some kind of different guy because he liked to read a lot, and he requested things from the mail, etc. So he learned that that electronic skills, and he built a small radio that didn't need battery. It's eternal. It's like it worked simply by getting the radio waves itself. And guess what? Both my father and my grandfather are dead, and I don't know how I will get to get this information now.
Well, let me just say that since it's true, I believe you'll be able to find it again. I believe it's being discovered. I just, in my post history, there's a guy that did something with coils and connected one wire running into the coil just up onto a rain gutter, so it's not grounded, and then another one from the coil into the ground. And it lit up an LED, which is no small thing, but it's free, microwave.
Can I explain how I think this works? Because I have a pretty complex idea about this. So these old buildings, and they would have these fancy domes, and they'd have fountains out the front, and the fountains would ionize water, and the ionized particles would travel up to the point on top of the dome, which would be connected via a cable to the ground well underneath, which would have a giant like copper disc, and it would create enough current to power a steam engine, which would power the rest of the house mansion.
William, I am so surprised at you coming in clutch corroborating this stuff. I haven't talked to you extensively, but so glad to have that little bit of feedback, because that is a beautiful mechanism of design.
Yeah. And the fountains were powered by gravity.
Yes, if it wasn't a complete system, we throw in a connection to gravity. I want to keep this going as long as it's interesting to everybody, and also say welcome to Larry, who's joining us up from the gallery. I'm muted.
Hey, I'm just I'm just fiddling with my phone here. Yeah, I was actually came up to try to save you from Jeffrey, but
But thank you. What is that? What is this? What is Twitter?
Yeah, but have you heard of Crystal Radio?
Like Larry for a
Is it
second, I was like,
real,
"Are you?
Larry?
You wouldn't be?" I was like, "Is it Larry's like socket? Like, is he fucking? No way he would do that to me though. So like, what's going on?"
Does he sound like me?
No, I'm just joking because like I know that you. No.
Okay.
It's just like crazy thought because I'm like, who is? This is a prank or something. Like, what
Oh, you
is
don't know
going
him?
on?
You don't know Jeffrey Anigal?
No, I do. I mean, I've run into him enough times, and I don't entertain him in my space any longer. I will one-on-one if it's just him and me, but in a conversation. But it's been short, and I've seen him around, and like some people say he's an AI, and I don't want to take up too much oxygen, but this is just weird. Like the room tonight, it feels like.
But he just gets drunk. That's all. That's all it is.
I've had random people like message me weird stuff about UFO Twitter, and I don't want to mention it, but yeah, people come in and they do things.
All right, so alcohol, Larry. It's simply that.
Yeah, I mean, when he's straight, I've heard him speak, and he can basically carry on a conversation, although it's not quite normal. But when he gets drunk, yeah, this is what you get.
Wow.
I'm sure he's just trying to like be a normal person and function in society like the rest of us. I think he's doing his best.
Yeah, great. Okay, fine.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
The good thing about Jeffrey is we don't need to worry about him financially because he is fairly well off. And the funny thing was, Naga was giving him a hard time one night, and I think it was like, and he was offering to send Naga like $500. I forgot just to prove who he was or something like that. And he's actually given money to other people. He gave Ulrich some money. So he's well off financially, but yeah, he's really just I have to laugh, but I feel a little uncomfortable laughing because I know that he's not fully in on the joke. Although I've seen him, just FYI, I've seen him actually appreciate me laughing at him, and then he just goes into a fuzzy kind of "I love you, Larry. I love."
No, really.
Larry.
Yeah.
Larry, I was saying in the last space before it crashed, how sometimes people do things and it sets up experiences for other people later, and they're maybe not conscious of them doing that because they don't experience that, and I just think that's weird.
All right, we don't have to keep talking about it, but I was just concerned because it seemed like there was an antagonism, perhaps, and I think
Have you heard about Crystal Radio?
Listen, I got to tell you, I just came from a room. Do you know this guy named Derek? I don't know if you've been seeing him in rooms. He was in Logan's room one night and claiming to have 1,000 people on his live stream tagging in watching the show on his live stream YouTube and the Logan show. And so, I was giving him a wide berth because he was right in my wheelhouse talking about Yahweh and et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, well, he's one of the new converts. He's one of the ones who has seen the truth. But I just came from a room where he told a story that I don't believe in the slightest. Let me tell you what he said. He said that he had these rosary beads and he has a $2.5 million house, so he's doing pretty well too. But he was selling his house, and so he had been renting it, but the people that he rented it to, he kicked them out, so it was supposed to be empty. And he had some rosary beads that were causing that he thought were causing weird apparitions and like weird supernatural things. And so he says he's walking down the street one day in his neighborhood and he sees this electrician working on a house, and he goes up to him and he goes, I don't know what you're paying, what they're paying you, but I'd like to pay you double for about a week so I can show you what I'm seeing in my house. And the guy apparently took him up on the offer. So, oh yeah, I know that house. Now, this is already sounding weird, right? That this guy takes him up on this offer. What kind of offer? You're getting paid to come to the house to see something weird? Okay, so then he claims that this guy sees all this weird stuff and he's totally converted, right? And he says, you mean to tell me this is all from these rosary beads? And he goes, yeah, man, I got to get rid of these things. And so he goes to, he didn't want to do it anywhere nearby. So they drove down the hill into the town to a 7-Eleven with locked dumpsters, but they have that 2-inch slot that you can still stuff cardboard in or stuff. So he threw the rosary beads in that dumpster, claims that with his friend Chris, claims that he drives back to his house and sees a woman in a black dress coming out of his locked back door, which she does not belong there. He's never seen her. She's absolutely gorgeous. And she walks up to him and hands him the beads that he just threw in the dumpster and says, you must never lose these. And then he says his friend was just astounded and starts crying. End of story. This is so much bullshit. Nothing like that has ever happened.
Are you saying an apparition gave it back to him?
No, you could see it coming. It's like he threw it away, and then guess what happened next? It's like, yeah, the monkey paw came back, the thing, came back. It's like,
Wow.
Yeah, and then the truth started coming out just before I left. I couldn't take it much longer, but he said that the only people that William, I haven't landed my point yet.
Sorry.
He said, that the only people that really could see these things were people who, and then he paused, and I thought, yep, here it comes. And he goes, people who, I don't know, responded, to me, to my telling them the story. So he thinks that's somehow the key to understanding all this. Like only the selected can see it.
Did he tell you where he got the rosary beads?
No, I didn't get the whole story. I really gave you an abbreviated.
Very, very perplexing situation.
Is there any way I can give this guy money for access to his knowledge?
I was looking for somewhere I could contribute. I didn't see anything.
For my 21st birthday, my nana gave me this really big amethyst, and I've had it since. It's really nice. I love it.
I guess I'm just saying it's a little off-putting to me when I have to be really careful who I what's the word? It's like, well, let's say you, Nathaniel, met somebody who was like all up into the thunderstorm generator, right? But then they had like all kinds of other like really questionable traits. Not that would happen in the thunderstorm generator world, but in this field, it does happen. And I felt funny, being locked into sort of a, hey, you're my newfound buddy. I'm so glad I found you, and you're so right on. And then to see him lying like this, and I mean, and is he lying, Nathaniel? What do you think? I mean, is he delusional and really just wanting us to believe the delusions?
Yeah, that's I don't think that sounds like the truth. I don't, know where this guy's coming from, but I know that people sometimes end up having to keep spinning things in order to stay influencing and that kind of a thing. And you might end up stretching yourself thin and starting to tell tall tales to fill in the dead air. Is a suspicion, not knowing the guy or what he says, but I trust your view on that. You know I do. That sounds like garbage secondhand.
Yeah.
Question: did he give you a time frame, like how long ago it happened? Because sometimes people remember events differently over time and change the details, minor things, and the story changes, like Chinese whispers.
Well, these were pretty hard facts that he had an actual person with him who witnessed everything and was just as astounded as him. That's what makes the story. I mean, when you have that kind of solid witness, yeah, I mean, if I had a story like that, I'd want a witness. But in fact, what we're hearing is just one man telling a story. And it seems to me like maybe the truth is somewhere along the lines of him and this guy hooked up and did a bunch of fucking crack cocaine, fucked like crazy, and then started tripping, and just seeing stuff in the house, this big empty house. Did you hear that? What the fuck was that? That kind of stuff. But as far as the
Right.
rosary bead thing, I don't even know.
Can I give you a nice wholesome story? So I knew this girl, and she was really spiritual, and she thought she could see entities all the time, and like ghosts and things. Anyway, she ordered a crystal online, and they sent her the wrong one, and then they sent her the right one, and so she had two. It's a giant rose quartz, and she just gave it to me one day. She said, I had a vision, and I saw that this crystal will be a focal point in your future, and it's for you. And she gave it to me, and I've had it for a few years now, and yeah, I put it on my desk one day and I made this really trippy video. It was cool. Yeah. I just believe crystals do have energy, and that's why they have value. They're not just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe all, like a bunch of out there stuff. That's why I get upset with people who make stuff up. I'm like, you're just making it harder for people to see things. And the truth is really crazy. Like, you don't have to lie about it. Like, that's less interesting than some of the stuff that's happening out here. And,
Yeah. And then there's like, this is touching on another sensitive issue for me, which is like sorry. I bet that sounded wonderful. But I am smoking, so that's my excuse, and it's the good stuff. So, what the hell was I just saying, Nathaniel? Help me out.
you are having a point something's irking you about perhaps
Oh,
the
yes.
community telling stories. Yeah.
So, what's frustrating for me right now is I've always taken the position based on what I'm an old schooler with the abductions and stuff. I've lived through the decades when they were coming out and giving their testimonies. And now what we're seeing is sort of a whole new breed of people who are claiming that they're having experiences. They're blaming, like Fringe is a good example. I don't know if you know her, but she's pretty popular on UFO Twitter. And And she claims she's been abducted hundreds of times, and she points test pictures of little pricks and things on her body that she's attributing to these experiences, and she's always posting about the negativity. And her current stance is that yes, there are benevolent ones probably, but their policy is to stand off and stand down. And so only the negative ones are interacting with us, and apparently the good ones are just fine with that. And
Larry, is standoff or stand down similar to flight or fright? Flight or fight. Can you explain what you mean by that?
He means the good ones don't interact with us, the bad ones do, but the good ones allow the bad ones to interact with us.
Yeah, I think that could all be a fair hypothesis, except for the last part. There might be a reason for non-intervention or inability or something, but yeah, I hear that. Larry, you were saying more about,
Well, yeah, what I was trying to say is that it's moved away from the nuts and bolts. I hate to use nuts and bolts as an adjective for abductions, but that's funny because abductions are about the least nuts and bolts aspect of the UFO phenomenon, but they are more nuts and bolts than, oh God. And now there's another joke with nuts, with the nuts people and they're not nuts. Fringe is not nuts, but I'm struggling because I'm not sure what's going on, but if I try to claim that I think the ETs are all essentially benevolent, including the Greys, but that I do have to account for the fact that abductions are happening, and I never saw them as a threat to humanity, and the abductees themselves don't mind. But now I'm hearing all kinds of third-party people saying, yes, the abductees do mind, and you're a thug for not caring about them. You're denying their experience, and et cetera, et cetera. And so, I don't want to deny
It
their
must be
experience.
I have a
traumatic, no?
question.
Like, I mean, at the end of the first of I just wanted to just jump in real quick. I don't know why everyone thinks that, let's say, assuming ETs are real, that they have a consensus, as if like they operate as a hive mind, so everyone works on the same moral code and same ethics. When we know perfectly well, there's how many people in this spaces, like 30 or something. Probably all of us have somewhat different moral compass, somewhat similar, but still there will be tweaks, right? One of us will maybe break a branch of a tree, another person will say like, hey, don't do that. Or one of us will litter in the street, another one will,
So
right? Or even like taking spider out of your house. So I think in the same way, we could also start applying that. And I think some people hate the experience if there are experiences and they say that it's bad. Well, it also could be a matter of perception. It could be that the same people undergo very similar experience, but if you are freaking out, you will be freaked out. The same way how you can go to, let's say, a very awesome party that is overstimulating with strobes, loud music, so many people, and you're in good energy and you're going there with a positive attitude, you might say, oh, this was a nice party. The other person might go to the same party, but he or she had a shit day. He already pre-programmed himself that this is shit, I don't like this, there's too many people, this is overstimulating, and might get completely opposite experience of the exactly same event. So I don't know, like it could be that there's both of them, there's malevolent, there's benevolent, but it also could be that someone might take the same experience and freak out so hard and just be like in a whole in a panic attack. Imagine you have the whole experience in a panic attack. You can put it however you want, you will have a bad memory.
there's a spectrum of consciousness, and it goes from introspection to extroversion, and so consciousness is in the middle. And like if you're introverted, then you're focusing on what's going on inside you, and you're hyper aware of your inner work. Yeah, but if you're on the other spectrum, you disassociate and you just don't know what's going on, and you I think it's pretty crazy. I want to be in the middle. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, disclosure. I mean, these are good points. Can't argue with you there. But there is one thing that you're neglecting to factor in here, and that is that there is a telepathic element to every abduction. I don't know to what degree, because sometimes the abductions are just performed by the little guys and they don't really communicate much. But they have an ability to sort of calm you, or somebody does. Maybe it's the tall gray that's in the background. But there is a telepathic connection, and that is primarily why people aren't so freaked out, because there's a sort of an intimacy that's established immediately. Um, at least that's the way it looks to me. Tonight that from Fringe that said, they're not good if they're ripping us out of our bed at night against our will. Okay, so that's pretty hyperbolic, and I don't know that that's actually happening, uh, at least in that way. So I'm very frustrated. I'm just trying to let it all be, because whatever the fuck, I can't change the world. I can't change people's minds about things, and why should I? If if people, and then you've got a bunch of other people who are wanting to just follow the Fringe because their own psyches are full of conflict of good and evil, and so they're projecting that onto Fringe's situation, and then there's all kinds of things. So what do you think, Kimball? Or I mean, UFO interest. Sorry, Kimball's not
No,
here.
I love what you just said. Yeah, who's Kimball? I don't know that guy. I think, guys, this is a really valid topic, but I do think it stands to be. It could be co-opted by a egregore or some kind of like force that basically people can channel their negative life experience into some like metaphysical unknown, you know, to to galvanize them for some effort. I don't know about. I don't even, and I'm not accusing Fringe or anyone of this. I'm just saying that like this is a tough spot. Like someone who interviews people who've had experiences, I just I don't know where to draw the line between like people who've had legit experiences that I want to give space to and want to give them a platform to speak about versus like people who are just down and out on life and they need a channel or a community to express their feelings through. You know what I mean? And like, not that that's not justified as well. I just don't want to like contribute to people's delusions if it's not based in some like positive, realistic outcome.
Maybe I could make a constructive comment there, hopefully, because the way I would approach that, Kimball, and it really comes from maturity to age. So I feel more confident. I don't think I would have been confident saying this 20 years ago, but the way I would approach that is simply to use my own judgment. Does this sound like a person who is honestly relating an experience that is not projected out of a ego mind, or something like that? If it doesn't sound or smell right to you, then you do have someone with a psychological issue on their
But you
hands.
understand how that's not a great like litmus test on this topic, right?
No, I know.
Like we had Jason Sands in a space a few months ago and he was talking about talking with a blue alien who told him X, Y, or Z. Like all of it sounds crazy. Do I dismiss all of it? Do I say all these people are crazy and delusional? No.
So
Well,
I think the
Like
best thing
where do
is
you
to
draw the
just
line?
accept it. You have to be kind and accepting, and that's the best outcome I've had with people, and I've become good friends
Agreed,
with them,
Right,
and
William.
they
but
get
like
that out of their system,
at what point
and
is that bullshit though, right? Like do you guys not see the correlation with some of like I relate it to religious experience, but you can see it in social political movements where it's like believe all X, right? Do we believe all experiencers? Are they all like? Should we not question any of them?
Well,
Right.
I could
Like,
go
That's
ahead.
the
we
perfect
shouldn't. But like,
that's the perfect analogy. And the answer is no. Believe who you believe. And if you don't believe them, see, let me back up. Beliefs, in my opinion, are not choices that we make. We don't choose to believe Jason Sands. We either do or we don't. So you have to go based on your own feelings when you do an interview. You don't pretend to believe them, and you don't pretend to.
I mean, I do that already. I just, as a community, where do we draw that line, and where is that? Like, is there a discussion going on about that?
Well, okay. My first thought is just that the cream will rise to the top, hopefully. So, and so far it has. Jason Sands really was valid, and he rose to the top of our discussions.
That was an
And I think
awesome
he's still
space.
there. Yeah. So, but like Fringe has not risen to the top. She's simply muddling in the middle somewhere, and she'll probably always be there. But I think she's on a journey too.
Really?
So, what do you mean,
I don't know
really?
what you mean by that, Gary or Larry. Sorry, can you expand?
She has almost 9,000 followers, and I was like begging her to stay on the platform 8 months ago. So she's not in the middle. I don't know. She's doing pretty good, and that's great. I'm not saying that
Yeah.
shouldn't be.
No, I probably shouldn't have. I probably miscalculated or misestimated how well she's doing. She's doing better than in terms of followers, more followers than me
Is
for
that what
sure.
Kimball values in life? Followers?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we don't have to. Yeah, oh, shots fired, shots fired. But Larry, in when you were speaking before, that's not how you meant middling, was it? Just so I understand.
Right. I was sort of hoping that she would, never really rise to the top, because if she rises to the top, it muddles the entire field with psychological versus nuts and bolts abductions, which, as far as I can tell, dropped off in the late 90s, and haven't seen much of. I haven't heard hardly anything since then. But
What does that mean, though, Larry? What does that mean? Like, if a certain sentiment toward this topic died off in the late 90s, and now it's reemerging, 15 years later, what does that mean? Was that were we like shunned away from thinking about it that way, and it's actually
oh, no,
real, or like
no, the
just a social trend?
operation
What's going on?
itself, the actual operation itself has dwindled. That's what I'm saying. The abduction contract is
You think
done.
there's a lot less abductions today?
Yeah. I don't think there are any abductions today, but if there are, I'd like to hear about them.
Man, I'll tell you, I didn't realize that data point. Go. Sorry, I'm not sure if someone. I just wanted to touch on something because Larry, we've talked about an alternative hypothesis, and I'm not like. I'm trying to be careful here because if something's true, I want to be able to believe it, and I don't want to be able to shut anything down. And I grant some kind of evil negative force that has power, right? Just as I grant positive human force, but I also grant deep, like evil war tech of humans, and the case could be very well made. It looks like that this is a human factor. The fact that it stopped happening doesn't seem right. If it's supposed to be a historical phenomenon where it's a constant background feature of reality, then it shouldn't cease. And the fact that things started up in the 80s or the 90s, just at what point? Whenever the military industrial complex was fully underway for 30 years? You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it started with Barney and Betty Hill. They were like the first abductees publicly known, and that was like in the 50s, right? And then it went all the way through to like the late 80s, and then the 90s we didn't hear too much, and by 2000 I didn't hear any more actual abduction stories. All the ones I'm hearing now happened prior to that. So if that's the case, it could well be that they're done doing what they were trying to do. And now it's going to be really interesting to see, well, when are we going to see what they're doing? And because we deserve those answers. That's the one thing I will say, in defense of all these people who are like, evil aliens. Yeah, well, I agree that we should be told what the fuck is going on. Just like with our government, we should be told what the fuck is going on. Nobody seems to give a shit about us, the aliens or the government, but I trust the aliens and I'll bet on them any day. Because so far, well, they have a better track record.
What if Biden is an alien? What then? You also cannot just say trust the aliens, because at the heart, humans should have humanity, welfare in mind, right?
If you weren't born in America, you can't become president. So he can't be an alien.
In this day and age.
If you weren't born in America, you can't become president. So he's.
Hey, Real, I think you are not, your audio's off or something, or maybe your mic's just open and you don't mean to be jumping in just yet. One way or another, it's hard to hear you.
Is it working?
Yep.
It's going. Larry, you said that the abductions are down. Is
Yeah,
that
I was gonna.
correct?
He said 0.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any actual abductions since, say, 2000.
Oh, wow. Can anybody else confirm that?
I'm
I
having big
think
issues
just
with that.
because they stopped talking about it doesn't mean they ended.
Well, I know that, but I mean, you guys, you guys are the people that are out there getting a feel from all kinds of different sources. I want to know if that's true.
It seems like it would be an easy counterfact. Like right now,
I say
past
no.
20 years, where's been an abduction?
I think David Altman has talked about this because he does a lot of stuff with like TV and movies and things like that, and
Can I
has
give you
been
guys all an assignment? Can I,
shows.
please?
Can you please let Mistress finish, please?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, David Altman has talked about this, and he was saying that he was doing some research for a show recently, and they were looking for new abductees, and as far as physical abductions, they couldn't find anyone. Like there was nothing. They looked high and low, and
wow.
Yeah, they couldn't find anything. But one thing that has been kind of an emergent topic is this idea of consciousness abduction,
Right.
whereby they don't need to, they don't need to kind of abduct you physically anymore. They can just do it, like they do, yeah, with your
Yeah.
conscious mind.
Can I give
And
everybody? Let me interrupt real quick. Can I give everybody like a homework assignment? Search for abduction. People that have actually had abduction since, since 2000. Mine ended in 95. I've had nothing since. I've had attempted, but not. They didn't end well for them. Let's put it that way.
What do you mean? You shot an alien or something like that, right? But that was after 2000.
Yeah, I took. There's things in physics that you guys have been covering with a lot of the stuff you've been talking about tonight, which is relevant on a spiritual sense that does work in a very large scale. And anyway, I don't want to go into details. I can go into details later, but I'm not going to talk about it now. But do a homework assignment. This is it. See if you can find any abduction since 2000. I really want to know. That's like super critical. I literally, I have to know that. I have to know that. That's one of my little.
one thing I do know She's on here from time to time. She's a good friend of mine. Heike
Fringe.
Gal. No, not Fringe. Heike Gal. She talks about abductions regularly, but I don't know if they're physical abductions. I think they're more psychological ones. And she's reported a few times that she's done things like set up nanny cams and things like that to try and catch them in the act, but nothing ever.
Nothing showed up, huh?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I know who you're talking about. She's cool. But also Fringe, Larry. There's multiple people who claim to be abducted post 2000.
Yeah, like there's definitely people who claim that, but usually a lot of it is, from what I understand.
It's like ethereal type of abduction, like in Fourth Dimension Up. Dream type abductions. I can talk, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting, actually. Nick Pope was talking about a similar kind of thing recently, or it might have been from an old clip. Ulrich shared it, and it showed they were talking about the farming hypothesis, the idea that Earth is one big farm, and
Right. Yeah, I kind of agree on that one on some stuff. Larry, what's your sample size? How many people you talk to?
Oh, this is just my sense from tracking this subject for the last 35 years.
So it's
Intently.
really down. Okay.
And I've heard, I've also heard people like I think it was Dolan, and maybe Dolan's the exception, but other big people have made the observation that abductions seem to have died out prior to 2000. So whatever's happening now, if there is any kind of contact, it's not the old school kind.
Well, yeah. Well, they're still doing. I've heard of people having a time interruption, like where they'll lose an hour of time or something like that. I've had a contact with an alien that didn't do the time thing, which was cool. I have no issues with that. It's the other ones. But let's just put it this way: humans are a lot more powerful than the aliens. You just don't know what the hell you're doing. So, if you did know what the hell you're doing, you'd scare the shit out of the government big time. So,
Elaborate, please.
Physics. It's all quantum physics. I would have to give you a complete course in quantum physics and expand out from it.
So your third eye is a transducer, and it can act like an antenna for frequencies. And there are these things called quantum rhombohedron crystals. They're like nanometers, and so yeah, most people think that when you've and so I think maybe they could get hijacked by yeah. Maybe when you dream, you enter the quantum realm. Maybe that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I think you're right.
By the way, Mr. So I'll get to you. There is one abduction I know about that just happened recently, and that was Jason Sands, right? Well, when was his experience? How long ago was that? I think it was like in 2000 or something, or
2000. All right.
But
I thought it was in the 90s, but he didn't get abducted. I don't remember that.
No, he did, because what happened was after he had that meeting with the alien on the road, I think it was the next day, he went to eat his lunch where he always goes, which is a schoolyard, and something happened. I think he saw something, and the next thing you know, he's missing time. And then he recovers this memory of being above the schoolyard and looking down on it. So he believes he was abducted by that same alien, or maybe, but nothing happened to him. He wasn't, or not that he doesn't know of anything. It seems so
he doesn't
weird.
remember then, huh?
Right. It's weird though that that alien who was so kind and respectful then took it, or it may have been someone else. I don't know. Maybe another group wanted to see what did this alien tell Jason, because we don't think we. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, we get screen memories and all that other fun stuff. Where would somebody go to find data like that?
I think your best bet is to look for UFO researchers who specialize in that. I don't even know. I think Nicole Sackage would be a good Twitter person
Okay.
to ask. Yeah, because she's done a lot of research on abductions.
All right. Yeah, I need to find out. That's like
Yeah,
critical.
this really blows my mind. That's a very relevant thing. Again, like if it's a part of the theory that it's just like always happening and always has, for it to be a shift like in our lifetime,
Oh yeah,
that does not
oh
add
yeah,
up.
that could happen. Oh yeah. Anyway.
Okay, noted.
That bodes very well, Nathaniel. I think for us, because it means that something else is going to happen next. That phase is over. Go ahead, mistress.
Yeah, point noted.
Yeah, I think I kind of know what's happening because I've been listening to a number of different things and I'm starting to get a bigger picture of what's going on. And the way I understand it, and there's a video actually that I want to link because it's very interesting. Danica Patrick, the race car driver of all people, has just done a fantastic video with a remote viewer slash psychic kind of chick named Elizabeth April, and they're talking about the reptilians and like shape shifting and all that kind of thing. And what they say, and I tend to agree with this, is that what we're seeing right now with Hollywood and everything sort of bubbling to the top, like the cream rising to the top, as you were saying, Larry, like that's happening because the reptilians that are on the planet now are not able to hold like onto their body anymore. Like they can't exist under the high frequency. They literally can't do it. So they're being pushed out of their bodies to the same afterlife that everyone else experiences. So it would seem that the afterlife is the same for everyone. And like these beings, what's happening is as we're becoming conscious, becoming aware and all that kind of thing, and raising the frequency of Earth as a whole, as a collective, that's important, that's good, but it means that these beings can't exist with us. But it also means that beings that operate at a higher frequency from the inner Earth get to exist with us and reveal themselves to us that way. Like before, you had time for beings from distant star systems to reach us. So you've got beings coming in from star systems, beings that have been here on this planet for a very long time, probably since the beginning. And, like, some of them are aiding the rise in, like, consciousness and things like that, and some of them aren't. And they're even saying in this video, which I think is kind of interesting, is just like we see within humans and stuff like that, there's good and bad versions of them, and it's the same for the reptilians. Not all of them are bad. Like some
Yo,
of
anyone interested in reptilians should go check out Skyfire News deep dive we did yesterday, I think it was, about reptilians. There's a lot of crazy shit going on with these motherfuckers. And even like some of the shit DeLong says and Danny Sheehan and shit, like they're in the mix, bro.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, like I think yeah, what we're moving towards is a brighter future for everyone, and that's also why people are able to talk about things like free energy without being assassinated. They briefly mentioned that as well. You know, like things like free energy are able to be talked about now. But you do have beings that are in places of power that are not happy that that is going the way that it's going. And what Elizabeth April kind of predicts in this video is that in about 4 years, which would be 2027, remember that year, um,
Oh shit.
what's going
Wait,
to happen.
real quick, Mistress, who is this that you're getting this info from?
Elizabeth April, but the channel it's from is Danica Patrick, who's a race car driver.
Who's Elizabeth April though?
Elizabeth April is like a channeler. She's a medium and stuff, but she's also
Oh,
the
I think
mother.
I'm subscribed to her. She's like a starseed type of
Yeah.
girl.
Is she hot?
She's the
Oh
one
yeah,
that was like
yeah,
remote
yeah.
No,
viewing.
wait, because there's that pretty long, very bleach blonde hair and dark eyes, that very young looking. She's like a star seed, right? I don't know what happened to her. She hasn't been
She's a
on much.
Nazi.
Oh
She's a
yeah,
what?
you're talking about the one that yeah, that Linda Moulton Howe interviewed. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
that's a
It's a
different one.
different one.
She's part of the Real Society. Elizabeth April's someone else.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay, well thank
I
you for that
wanted
backstory. Can you tell us
I,
what she said now?
I wanted to mention about Elizabeth April before you tell the story, that she was also, just so you have context on her, because I don't trust her at all. She first of all was fully on board with the Pizzagate story about the pedophiles in the pizza shop, and
Oh shit, I'm
she
liking her more now.
okay, but she went downtown and started shouting in protest with a bunch of others. Nobody was watching or anything, but she filmed it, and I thought, well, that's pretty weird that she believes that. And I continued to watch her, and I just saw that she's really just kind of making this shit up. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't take her word for it, but that's just me. I mean, Mistress might believe her, and maybe Mistress believes what's her name, who's
Yeah, here's the thing. There was some things going on with the pizza stuff. How deep? I don't think it went as deep as what they were analyzing, and I think it kind of fell apart. There was definitely some stuff going on there. Definitely, there was. I'm not going to go into details. I've remote viewed it. I can't confirm it, so leave it at that.
yeah. There's probably something that our people are seeing. Maybe even Elizabeth April was seeing something in the astral plane, because I believe that
Yeah.
some really dark shit is happening in the world. Hasn't been revealed, but I don't. But I just okay. Go on, Mistress. I
Speaking of
fucking failed.
Pizzagate,
I
on our
failed. Go
reptilian
ahead.
thing, real quick. Speaking of Pizzagate, Tom DeLonge told the Bledsoes that we're dealing with time traveling, shape shifting reptilians that like eat kids and shit, like straight up Pizzagate lore. And I think the reason why that shit is so publicly like
Yeah.
in your face is
See,
because there's fucking
this is the
truth
thing.
to it, and they don't want you talking about it.
This is the thing. Is that I've remote viewed some of that stuff. Okay, but I can't confirm it. And it's kind of like one thing is like, when you tune up remote viewing, you get 100%, and then you go out and you remote view something at a distance, but you can't go there. It's just physically not possible. I have to rely on other remote viewers to come in and do their thing and see what they get for the same target. That's just how I work it. And because there's been a couple of times I've been off. not too often, but it's mainly been I've been off on a time frame. It's like, oh, it's going to happen next Saturday. No, it happens 5 years ago on a Friday. Same event, wrong time. So I'm real tight about that stuff. But yeah, I want to get it confirmed. I mean, it's like one thing if we dive out in the astral plane, we pick up all this stuff, and do we know that they're really reptilian? Could it be another species that's fuzzing off in the reptilian thing? And it's like I don't know if you follow David Icke at all. David Icke was talking about the shape-shifting reptiles, and everything he said was pretty much dead on, except for that. Until like 5 years ago, I saw it happen 3 times. I watched. It was a spirit. It was a reptile spirit that came in, modified person I was talking to, and then left. I did a trace back, and it was kind of interesting. So I don't doubt it now. So I look at the phenomenon. To me, I'll listen to what other people say, and I'm kind of like, I didn't experience it. Not sure. When I experience it, it's a different story. I know it's real. And there's stuff that I'll tell people that I've experienced. You guys are saying he's nuttier than a fruitcake. Don't care. So anyway, that's just how this is kind of how I work it. And yeah, go ahead.
When you remote view, are you awake, or do you go into like a trance, or are you asleep?
I can do it all different ways. I've got about 1,600 different ways to remote view. One of them will work.
1,600 different ways?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
I can remote view while I'm awake, while I'm partially asleep. A lot of times like when I'm on chat, like you kind of sound like I'm kind of drunk and not quite there.
You must have such a wrinkly brain.
Yeah, it's my brain. I'm doing probably 30% remote viewing right now. Just lots of things, but that's just how I work. Now, there are times I can pull my consciousness in, and I'm not remote viewing, but you can separate your frequencies out to match other fields in the same frequency, and then pull that data in through vibrations. It's like you hit it with a vibration. Think of it like radar. It's like you do a pulse out, and you can get a pulse back coming in. And the thing with remote viewing is that it's never the same every day. So you can remote view tomorrow the same way you did it today, and your accuracy is going to change. So you have to compensate for that. So what I do is that when I remote view, I'll look outside, and I'll go outside and look. If it's 100%, I'm good to go. If it's not, I got to change it. And I keep on changing it till I nail it. Every remote viewing session that I've ever done has come true. Not at the time that I expected it to. So everything. So that's great. But it's like if I'm remote viewing, somebody walking into a grocery store like today, I may not see that for another week or two. Or it could happen at the exact same time. The best remote viewings that I have, which are great, I get deja vu. So I'll go to the point to where I remote viewed, and bam, it's instant, full 360. So there's 1,000 different ways you can do it. All it is just changing your frequency and vibrational level, and a lot more that I'm not going to go into. But yeah, you can do it, and you can remote influence. I don't go into a lot of details. This is public, and who knows who's listening. So, but yeah, I'm very interested in people being abducted. Has it declined? I would hope it has. That would be kind of a good thing.
Bro, when you said deja vu, I was just thinking, I want to ask you what your best remote viewing experience was. And as I thought that, you said, well, my best experience it was just like, whoa. And then you said deja vu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how it works. Normal. We're in sync with each other, flowing through time and space. If you actually look at it from my perspective, it's weird. it's really weird.
Bro, I've had synchronicities my whole life. Like I'll be reading something, and then the TV will say the word as I'm reading it, and I've started logging them, and I create sentences out of them, and they're really profound, and it's trippy as.
Yeah, so you're matching within you're matching in the same sequence in time of other events that's happening in sequence in time. And that's another thing about science. Science is really screwed up because if it's a repeatable event, they call that scientific. Okay. The problem is that what I do and what you're doing, they're non-repeatable events. You can't repeat them. You can do it once, you know it's accurate, it actually happened, but can you repeat it again? No. So, and they call it that's not scientific, and that's bullshit. That's where we're supposed to go, and that's where the aliens are at. That's why the aliens can
And
do
this
those
is why
things.
such subjects will always be considered pseudoscience because it's impossible to prove. We cannot repeat.
No, we need we need to explain the physics behind it.
I couldn't agree more, Real. I think that that's been the stumbling block of science, that they refuse to look at UFOs, they refuse to look at paranormal because it wasn't repeatable. But there could have been great gold found there, especially with the UFOs. Really, but the government scooped them all up anyway. So I don't know if we can really blame science, but it just seems like that's where the gold is, where something happened, but you have no possible explanation for it.
Right.
That should be investigated.
That is, to me, that's, they call it pseudoscience. That should be flipped over to being we have to call it a name other than pseudoscience. I have to come up with something. I don't know what.
Soul science.
Soul science. Yeah, that's all right.
No, I'm just kidding because it's like that's the Sanskrit
Astrology
Vedas.
is something that I strongly believe, and I know they consider it pseudoscience. And I don't care. I believe it. It makes sense to me, and fuck it if they don't believe it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's how I work it. There's been events. It's like, well, you've seen it on YouTube videos. A guy driving a motorcycle hits the back of another car, and they're doing the guy's doing 90, flips over like 20 times and lands perfectly on top of the car. Can you repeat that?
Have you seen that?
Can you repeat that? Yeah, go
Have you
ahead.
seen that? There was like this school, and this person brought in like a fuel bomb in there, and there's like a well-documented case of angels intervening and saving all this classroom full of children. It's the most interesting story, and there's a documentary about it, I think.
Yeah, and can it be repeated? No. But did it happen? Yes. So if it can't be repeated, but it did happen, that in itself is still scientific. It happened. You can't dispute that. And that goes on every day. In fact, we live in that world. Everybody lives in that world. It's not going to change. And, we've got science. Science wants to be able to, it's like, oh, okay. And here's the other thing that's really odd. It's like on the computers. Every time they make a computer chip, did you know that they're never the same? Never. Not once.
Bro, and when you create a video and upload it, I watch it on my device, and you're watching a completely different video because every time, it's a different device. Nothing's the same.
Right, exactly. And it's the same thing with computer chips. They'll make it when you make CPUs. They have the dies. They splice the dies. They put the film, then they zap it with an electron beam. Anyway, you get that thing up in a layered chip, and they're running a board of about, I don't know, maybe a foot across. 20% of them are good. The rest of them are scrap. Most people don't know that. And when they go through it,
do they just overcompensate?
Yeah. And when they go through and they actually analyze the chips, you can go through an electron microscope and blast through that thing, and you'll look at it, and none of the it's like 2 nanometers. No, actually 6 nanometers right now. When you look at it, it's between 5 and 6. Always the spacing between the layers, 5 and 6 nanometers. It's never perfect. I worked in high tech. It's never the same, ever. It's always between.
Does that explain why when you buy a hard drive and it says it's a terabyte, but it's only like 985 or something? Like, what's that?
That's before you format it. When that's raw data,
there's
when you
also
format it, it takes away.
partitions and stuff.
So, but it's like every single chip has a flaw in it. Every single chip, every hardware chip has it. It'll crap out after a certain amount of cycles. it'll lock up. It doesn't die, it just freezes. So, when we're looking at stuff from a micro scale, okay, you scale that up, it's the same thing with everything else. So
my friend sent me this funny photo of a CPU overheating and smoke coming off it, and he's like, "Smoke AMDG." It'll get you wasted.
I've done it before. They're a lot of fun. But no, so you look at it from this: is you have all these one-time events, and I've even seen this happen. I've been working with electronics for a long time. They've made electronic devices that will work. It's a circuit. It only worked once. You can't build it or make it again because it will never work the same. It happens. Can you explain it? Nah, no. So I don't know. We have to come up with a good name for it. And once that does occur, I think you're going to see a real expansion in UFO technology and stuff like that. I really do. It's just my gut instinct. Anyway, I've been talking enough. Go ahead. You guys take over.
I think the government knows so much more than we do already, and that's what angers me. I mean, why are we, trying to figure this shit out when they already? But that's just me. That's where I always focus, and that's a dead end because I'm not gonna.
Have you seen? Sorry, Larry. This is really interesting. We're talking about CPU chips, and so Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, he's from Taiwan, and he just did this big conference there, where he released this simulation of the whole planet with like realistic physics to predict the weather, using AI and machine learning on these giant supercomputers, and they demonstrated it predicting the weather patterns in Taiwan, and it's really detailed, and it shows like wind impacting buildings and things. It's incredible, and they're going to do the whole planet. It's going to be amazing.
That's scary as hell.
Yeah,
it really is.
That's a lot of computation.
I wish I could say something because within 10 minutes I'll have to be absent for 40 minutes. The day starting here is where I am. So I just want to say this before I leave. I don't know if the room is going to be up when I return. But the thing about the abductions of aliens, I would like to say, if someone wants to research about it, there is a book called The Council of the Seven Lights. I just don't remember by my head, from the top of my head, who wrote it.
And this sounds so fucking weird. I can't even
Council of the Seven
She sends me
Lights.
this message.
Yes, George Van Tassel. It's the guy. There is an audio book in YouTube, and it mentioned the alien abductions. Often they talk telepathically with us. The telepathic subject. Not everybody is able to. Not everybody is able to talk about it because telepathy may scare the shit out. Excuse my language, but that's how people say in the United States. It scares the shit out of some people because the telepathy implies in someone getting to our minds, and not all of us we are ready to live in a realm like this, telepathic communications, because once we have telepathy, we need to be in the level that lies would be obsolete. Somehow we need to get mature enough, we need to get grown up enough to simply get rid lies from our lives. We always say the truth, because telepathy, people will know our secrets, and people who are still attached to lies and attached to secrets, they simply get very scary out of it. So it's also not a good idea if someone is a psychic.
What happens when you become? Sorry, what happens when you become like a rogue? The system decides you're not you know, and I don't know.
Mistress,
I
Mistress,
had
what
a
was
I had
the
an
point with
interesting chat
that
with someone.
one girl we were talking about? So what did she end up saying about
Yeah, hold on. Sorry,
reptilians?
I just want to let's. I think Shelf just wanted to finish a point before he had to go, and then be happy to jump over to Mistress and pick that up, Red.
Thanks. Because I will return. So after I answer some questions here, I'll need to leave, and I'll not be sure if I'm going to keep up with the conversation because I will miss 40 minutes of conversation here. So yeah, the lies. It is not a good idea to someone who is psychic to go out there and say, "Hey, people, I'm psychic," etc. Because people are scared. Because psychic people usually read minds, and once they are aware, some people may even get violent towards someone who claims to read minds. Okay, so this is a very sensitive subject to say the telepathic communication. But the telepathic
So,
communication would be something.
can I address what
Yes,
you've
go ahead.
said so far?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you're making a good point about how people. It's frightening, especially right if you think about it right now. It could be frightening to think that someone who could be in your head. I've experienced that. Whether it was real or not, I'm not sure. But I was on crystal meth at the time. This was 25 years ago, and I was on it for about 2 years. So I did experience these voices in my head, and it freaked me out. But what I came to experience over time was that these beings that started out being harassing ended up being something else completely over time. It's like they gently eased their way in and came in the negative way. But I eventually, let's see, what is my point now? Is that I felt love of these higher beings that I was connecting with, like I've never experienced on Earth. And it was due to this
That's true.
intimacy that occurs with telepathy, and it was so remarkable because I don't even know who these beings were, and yet I was feeling these feelings of genuine affection for them,
This is a good point. We don't know who they are, especially we cannot tell by the condition that we live in this planet. We cannot tell even if they are part of us. So listen to this. It is impossible for us to play chess with ourselves. We cannot cheat ourselves. Okay, but a computer can, because a computer we set up programming that it can simply go to the random, or they can write a mindset in the board and simply wipe the memory and rewrite from another board to it to kind of be another character. So computer can be two characters at once or even multiple characters. And we have a condition of people who multiple personality disorders that inside their brains, when one personality collapses and the other one starts to control, when one is awakened, it cannot access the memory of the other one. So they really think they are two separate beings. Okay, so using this analogy, it's like if these aliens they are another part of ourselves, we cannot know. We don't have a way to put our finger on it and to claim, oh, these are aliens. Oh, this is the devil. Oh, this is Jesus. Oh, this is part of me that I can remember. We cannot know for sure. So it's a very delicate subject because if someone believes in alien and they have a higher self connecting to himself, he will claim, "Oh, the aliens are talking to me." And if you have another person, like a Bible thumper, someone that it's obsessed by Jesus, he will think he is Jesus instead of thinking he is himself. Got my point?
Yes, yes, very good point. It's really hard to know, and we don't need to make a decision. We can judge everything by its fruit, and that's what I did with my experience, and it had a very positive effect on me for the rest of my life. but I did lose everything that I had due to that addiction. And I was a software engineer, although I was laid off at the time. But so my life really took a sharp left turn. I was actually homeless and in a psych ward for having committed suicide. So, I mean, it was a really shitty thing, but I mean, it was the best of times and the worst of times because I experienced a whole world that I didn't know existed, and it was the world of other beings. Now, what your point is so good though, because we don't know what part our own self is playing in this game. I can tell you for a fact that my mind was playing a part in what I thought was other beings, but eventually I came to understand that it was a collaboration most of the time. And in other words, it was up to me to think about things. And in my thought stream, they would inject their thoughts. And I would be like, holy shit, yeah. And I was like, I'll never forget that experience. But I'm sure listening to it, you would wonder, yeah, but isn't that just the effect of, is that just a temporary effect of the drug, and what does he really remember? And the only thing I can really tell you that I'm taking away from the experience is a belief in Jesus, because I believe I met him. So I didn't see him, and he never even identified as Jesus. But I'll tell you, it fit. He fit. That's for sure. And whether that was made up or not, if it was,
You felt the frequency of Jesus,
yeah.
the
I
presence.
mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
communicate.
it's
He
legit.
even.
Yeah.
You remember I told you about the collaboration? Well, his humor was like this. One of the funniest things I ever had come up with there in that motel room, and I don't remember what it was, but I looked up at him and I said, "Was that a collaboration too?" And he goes, "That one was plagiarization." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Yeah, that one was all me, buddy."
Yeah, Jesus is real. The frequency is real. Okay. Now his physical body is, I don't know. I'm not going to go into there, but that stuff's real. You can go through it. Like if you take drugs, you're going to experience these. You can experience a whole bunch of stuff. You can have telepathic communication with people. Now, what's really interesting is I've had telepathic communication with people, and then they remembered it. So I usually get feedback on whatever I do. I always get feedback. It may not be instant, but later on, I'll definitely get feedback. So, yeah, you got to remember we're limited to a certain frequency, and we're not seeing the whole spectrum. That's for darn sure. And you're not going to be able to do it for quite a while. Red, did Red leave? He was going to.
I'd like to know because my interface here is frozen. It is not showing who he was speaking or not. So who was the guy that was telling about the unconditional love on the other side and the?
Yeah, that was Larry.
Who's speaking now?
Red.
Larry.
I don't see who's talking.
Yeah, Red dropped down.
No, Red is
hold on here. Hold on. All right, let's get some coherence here. Yeah, we've had some changes. Shelf Larry was speaking. Is that right, Larry?
Yeah, Larry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just see your mic muted. It's glitched and I couldn't see who's talking.
Yeah, it was me, Shelf.
Okay, just in
Like,
case,
Larry, you just
if
spoke and
someone
your
wants
microphone
to talk to me more about it, just follow me because once this podcast will be ended, we maybe can lose some contact. So so far I follow 8 people in here. Just follow me back and we keep in contact. Okay. And another thing that I want to. One more thing that I would like to let to Red. Is that when we have this deja vu, or when we have this remote viewing, or foreseeing things, is another thing that we cannot know for sure. 1, are we creating the future? 2, are we foreseeing the future? Or 3, are we like sensing or co-creating with someone else what is going to happen. But my point is, when we foresee things, it's the same process when we pray in the right way to achieve things, because the universe doesn't understand words; it understands emotions. So when we want to pray to have something in life, instead of saying, "Oh God, Father, what in heaven, give me something," no, it is not praying with words. We need to feel ourselves as we are living it already. Okay, so when we have this in mind, we start to feel the emotion of experiencing the moment or having something. Then it will happen like in a few months later, for example. It's the same process when we have these foreseen visions from the future, because they both came in our minds as a thought, as a vision. So are we creating, or are we foreseeing it? I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave you with this, because I really need to go now, and I'll be back in 40 minutes. Okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good mic drop moment. Good stuff, Shelf. Good luck at work, etc. And come on back. I followed you. We'll have another conversation. And yes, Mistress. Now, I think an explanation was being begged of you about this character's story.
Yeah, so I shared the video up top, just in the thing up top, and yeah, I'm still kind of watching the video because it's like an hour long. It's like a movie length video, and they cover more than just reptilians. They cover other topics as well. But like, yeah, the stuff that they mentioned about the reptilians was the stuff that I kind of mentioned, how they are lower vibrational beings. Like, they do not vibrate at a high frequency at all. And they know this. But it's also, like, they also talk about how it was prophesized that humans would become the way we are now. And what we're seeing, this was another really interesting thing, is a rising consciousness to a level which Elizabeth April is saying hasn't been seen since Lemuria and Atlantis. So, like, there was a time in humanity's history where we were at our peak and we were vibrating at a really high level, but some kind of cataclysmic event that nobody saw coming wiped everything out, and it kind of reset things. So everything old and that was perceived to be old has become kind of new again. So we're rediscovering a lot of the things that they knew about already back in those days, which is why the Egyptians were so advanced, which is why, there's all this evidence of, like, stones that are, like, really precisely cut, and all this kind of thing. Like, yeah, it seems to be, yeah, the case that, yeah, we used to be really advanced and we got sent back quite a bit. We got knocked back quite a bit, and um,
Could it
like,
be? Could it be
even AI is probably older than we realize, and we're being told that AI is. Because, like, another thing about, like, just with AI as an example, like, people think that it began the moment you had Philip K. Dick and people like Alan Turing creating, concepts of robots and things like that in fiction. But if you go back far enough, they were dealing with things like automatons in the 1800s. They were dealing with some really cool things in the 1800s. There was a really cool example of that, one that I love, called Svengali.
Wait,
Which,
before you get too far, before you
thing,
go too far down that road,
yeah, dude,
could we pursue this idea of perhaps cyclical? Because I'm feeling more and more like there might be a cycle of, and
yeah,
a rather short one, like around 7,000 years. And the reason I say
no,
that,
I think it's
Ernie,
even shorter than that.
how short?
And do you know how many years I think it is actually? And I get this from the show Dark on Netflix, which is like Stranger Things, but also kind of not. And I think it's German or something. I think, or it might be Swedish. I'm not entirely sure, but
Is it
um,
good? Because I was thinking about watching it, but
oh
what do you?
yes, amazing.
Amazing! Wow.
It's
Okay.
really good. Like they like the writers who wrote that show. They wrote another show that came out recently called 1899, which is also mind blowing in its own right. Um, and
Can I please interject?
like the key thing that I want to get across, and then we'll get to you, William, is in this show they talk about a 33-year cycle, and all technology that has ever existed and will exist has always existed for all time, always basically. But we keep going through a cycle of uncovering and rediscovering it, and
It keeps repeating.
yeah,
This is exactly what I want to touch on. So, in astrotheology, the theology of astrology, there's a 25,000 year great year, and that is because our sun is in an orbit around the star Sirius, and as our sun gets closer to the star Sirius, we enter a golden age, and as we go away from it, we like lose that knowledge again. I don't know. It's something. It's very esoteric, and that's all I know.
Well, you got to remember that we live in an electrical universe. Okay, that's not scientifically fully accepted, but it's coming through as far as all the data we're getting. Your brain is electrical. Okay, you combine the two. Where's your brain at? It's everywhere. It's across the entire universe. It's vibrating. Your intellectual thoughts. We've been taught that it's like internally in your no. It's every friggin' where. So once you get the understanding on how the electron flow works, how you connect up with the universe, it's basically like how you align the circuits of natural living, life, that kind of stuff. You'll tune into all kinds of stuff. At peak, okay, at peak level, if you achieve this, you've actually done something. You will be able to think of a physical object and create it at the time you think it. That's a peak level. Been there once. It's really weird, bizarre stuff. But you got to get between the harmonic frequencies of matter and the breakdown of matter between. It's basically 3 or 4 different frequencies. I don't remember all of it. It's
One time
really
I
weird. Yeah, go ahead.
One time I dropped a pair of scissors down the edge of the couch, and like I went to put my hand down there, and I pulled out 2 of the exact identical pair of scissors, and it tripped me out. I was like, "What?"
Yep.
It's possible that there were just 2 of them, but I didn't know there were 2.
If you had a really weird feeling when that happened, instead of just grabbing down there, like nothing happened. If you felt some like tingling or just some odd stuff, you had a split in the timeline that merged together as a
I
single.
wasn't observing. My hand was out of sight, and it went. So
Yeah.
I don't know. When you observe, I don't know.
It can happen. It can happen. I've seen a lot of weird stuff. But yeah, you can change it. time and space is bullshit. The way they taught you, it's basically time and space is like an ocean. It rises and falls. Okay, and every time you're walking around, you're actually creating little rifts in time space. It's like you're walking through water, and you're actually manipulating small, little tiny objects around you all the time. You're
Hey,
just not aware of it. Yeah, go ahead.
you and Nathaniel both, have you ever thought about the fact that at the atomic level, the distance between the electron and the nucleus is so great that if you could get small enough to really like view it, you would see that it's like a solar system, right? It's like it's that far
You
away.
got it. Oh
Now,
yeah. Oh yeah.
now that's just one atom, and your cells are made up of just what, billions and billions, trillions
Billion.
of atoms. First, they have to make molecules, then they make then they make cells and organic life, and then all the way up at the top, somehow this unbelievable structure of these tiny nodes of atoms is this life form that is embodying the whole thing, and it's us. I mean, we're not even it. We're just piloting this thing, right? Because we are just that energy, that plasma or whatever that is. We are a soul. We are an eternal soul, and we're just piloting this mass of electrons. It's just hard to believe. If you were small enough to
And
be at that atomic level, you would never believe that those atoms were part of some kind of living being, because it wouldn't look like
now
it.
multiply that
My
times
atoms.
now multiply that times infinite infinities. Okay, you hit that, and then it's a mind blowing thing. It's all fractal. It stacks.
Yeah, man. My atoms are called William. That doesn't make sense.
It's all fractal, I think. That's right. Nathaniel, is there another word for that? The way the universe, geometry is like an ever expanding geometry or something? Is that what it
Yeah, I
is?
mean, it's the fractal nature of things again, so that gives you, in technical language, scale invariance. And that gives you quanta at the micro level. And at the time we were taught about it, it was like, but it's only at the micro level. But now it's at the macro level, and we might suspect that it's also at our, mid-range point as well. And vortex mathematics, just to put a fine point on it, the thing about the 3, 6, and the 9 relationship, I've just discovered it's not about a frequency, it's about a ratio. And the 9 is the control over it, which everything is fractally coming down from. A third of it, 2/3 of it. 2/3 of it is a half of this other part. That's a third of it. And there's a relationship of intervals and scales that, crazy enough, is also music and perfect fifths and harmonics and resonance. It's insane. But I do also have to go to work here shortly and need to give up my co-hosting spot and help Logan keep the room going. Perhaps someone else. Logan, are you there, buddy?
Real quick, so I use the power of 3 number sequence, and it's a self-similar fractal number sequence, can be represented with the Sierpinski fractal triangle. It's the most basic fractal in existence. It's fundamental. Anyway, every number in that sequence reduces to 9. Right? It's very busy.
Yeah, you'll see that it's all connected. Everything's all connected, and once you get into the manipulation of those frequencies, you can do quite a bit. Be careful. Be careful what you think when you're doing that.
Because just to put one more point to it, like what I've just again come to understand recently is that frequency and geometry are expressions of one another. And so when we're talking about building some kind of geometric material structure, then there is going to be a corollary number code frequency quanta bit that presumably you could pump into a system, so to speak, and generate. So that's the mathematical underpinnings, I believe, of what Real was getting at.
Yep, you're right. And you got to remember is that when you travel, let's say where you're at now, you move 50 feet from where you're sitting at now. Try thinking of the same stuff, you'll get a different answer.
Whoa.
It's true. Every time you move in space time, you'll get a different answer, and it will
That's
relate
why
to your
sometimes
previous point.
when I'm driving, I'll have like the most profound like thoughts come
Right.
to me, and it's like,
Yep.
damn, I forget them when I get home because
I
I'm
know.
driving,
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
write it down.
It's because you're actually going through those frequency levels while you're moving. And if you ever talk to truck drivers all have that weird kind of talk. You ever notice that? Especially the over the road truck drivers. The more distance they cover, the more it's like they almost turn into like bird chirps if you want to listen to them. That's the wave. They're traveling that wave. Everything is a wave. And when you're moving from point A to point B, you're traveling that wave. And remember,
String theory.
your consciousness is picking up that wave that you previously had, and you're getting kind of like the answer from it. Now, here's another thing that's really I've done this before. It's pretty cool. Listen to music, same music all the time. Stop listening to music. I left. Moved 50 feet. It kind of cleared my mind. About 2 hours later, I could hear the same music that I was playing from the previous location. Not as in hearing, but I could feel the vibrations from it. It was still echoing out. It's the same thing. The same thing is like if you have water. It's like if you take a stick, you put it in water, and you just shake it a lot, okay, and you lift that stick out, that water's still going to be moving. It's the same thing, just at a higher density level than water. So it's all interconnected, and it's just cool stuff. Another thing's like I was having some issues with I was learning Linux or Unix systems, and there's a place in town where it's all Linux, and I was just getting jammed up, and I just went over there, smoked a joint for about an hour, came back, all figured out. So,
Dude, you just reminded me of this person I know who's a ethical hack. Well, he's a hacker, and he knows a lot about like Kali Linux, and bro, he just went to jail for 5 years because he was guilty by association for a home invasion department. He didn't do anything. These people dragged him along and made him drive him there, and just because he was there and they put him in that situation, he got arrested.
that's not good. So that's when remote viewing is very handy. You would know that the situation would have gone that way. So, but yeah, the thing is that you can do a lot of stuff once you understand the physics.
Oh,
And I'm still learning.
the thing about telepathy that I was going to mention to Shell was that my hope is that he was warning about how people are going to be afraid to have their secrets exposed. This is true, but that's a very quick pain process of that they'll survive. But then the benefits of it is that you live with you get a closeness with other people. I think that's going to be like family, and everyone's going to be like family because the deceptions are going to be gone. The whole world is based on all of the government actions are all based on deceptions, and that will no longer be a part of the next world. And this could be one reason why the ETs are not evil in the sense that we are, because they don't live in this kind of world. So whatever they're up to, I think we're going to end up finding. This is just my prediction that we're going to end up finding that it's going to be a big wow.
Bro, I was gonna hire that guy, and now he's in jail. Like that was one of my key players for my game plan. I'm like gutted. Because these people who are talented at hacking into systems, they can also help you defend yours.
Yeah, you want to get a white hat hacker. I've done white hat stuff. you know, if you're going to hack somebody's system, you make them sign a piece of paper that, hey, by the way, this is what I'm going to be doing, and they're not liable for it. So that's the way you want to do it. You don't want to bust into somebody's computer system and do malicious stuff.
These are people I know through like real life, not internet. Like I didn't meet them online, and that's why it's a real connection to me. It's not just some superfluous dude. That's why it was really, I feel bad for him.
That's gotta be rough. Yeah, go ahead, UFO hunters, or whoever. Yeah, UFO hunter. Go ahead.
Mistress was first.
Okay.
Yeah, like the one thing I think that is really obvious from what I've seen is a big part of this that we're all kind of dancing around. Like even Larry, you're kind of mentioning this is the experiential nature of a lot of this. It would seem that some of these beings, maybe even us before we even realize it, like before we came here to Earth, chose to live the lives that we chose to live purely just to see what would happen if we lived that, you know? And there has been channelers that have repeated that sentiment, the idea that, you know, this is all about experience and experiencing, you know, what would happen if I did this? What would happen if I did that? And supposedly, one thing that they did as an example of that, and this is where things got complicated, is these beings that were higher than us decided they wanted to introduce ego into the consciousness to see what would happen, how would that affect the awakening process. And what they found is no, people are still going to wake up. They just, you know, go about it in a slightly different way. It might be delayed a bit, but they all do eventually reach some form of enlightenment. And it may be that part of that enlightenment process is you have to be outside of your body to be able to handle it, because your earthly vessel isn't built to contain that vast array of information.
I had a, do you know Sterling Cooley? He posted about enlightenment, and I said, personally, I don't like to call myself enlightened because it's like ego. I don't like to let my ego get out of check. And like, how do you even know you're enlightened? What level must you reach to affirm it?
Yeah, I agree with that. It reminds me of a really funny quote I found somewhere. It was kind of a meme, actually. It said, I'm not always enlightened, but every time I think I am, I'm not. Which is kind of like the general vibe for a lot of people who think they are.
Yeah, the day you think you know it all, you don't know squat. The day you think you don't know anything, you know everything. It's you know, it drives you up a tree. And it's like I have this war all the time: ego versus the soul. Soul's like, yeah, I got this, you know, and the ego's like, there's no way that happened. That's impossible. Yeah, you know, it's always that conflict where the ego's sitting there saying, this doesn't fit within the human word construct of our reality. And the soul's like, you're full of shit. You know, it's just, you know, there's always that thing. And I think that we're all battling that. And that's why I've learned how to think without words, which took some time. When you think without words, you're you're gonna experience a huge enlightenment real quick, because it's like you're gonna get lots of like what I call I'm going to relate it to schematics, which is really a bad way to say it. It's you're going to get diagrams, stuff like that, in a multi-dimensional level. It will take
Light
you.
codes.
What is it?
I said light codes.
Light code. Yeah, that'll work. You get this stuff, and it'll take you. If you wrote down just one second of this information you got, it would take 5,000 lifetimes. You won't be able to do it in words. So we're really limited. In fact, words are extremely limited. And this is where the aliens, none of them really talk. There's really not that much of a verbal language. And with any of them, maybe they'll say, maybe there's like 20 words that they use. The rest of the stuff is like telepathic. And that's what's holding us back. So, I don't know. I think
if you were to send an information across the galaxy, like, wouldn't it just be one short burst and you'd just be like, boom, like receive it, and it's like a flash of light?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. I mean, I've had aliens that have
How would you
contacted me. I've had telepathic
send
communications.
information?
Yeah.
No, the question is how would you
Hold
send
on, we got a hand up, and I'm not even a host.
Yeah, that's okay. You're not the host. That's right, Larry. So drunk, abusive Kimball can wait.
Fuck off, Benno.
Just relax, brother. Drunk Kimball can fucking wait. So electrons, for
Benno is gay.
Yeah, you're gayer. You're gayest.
Yeah, but that's not much of a slight.
I know it's late, but look, just quickly before, because I actually jumped up just because I've been here listening for a few hours at least. But just someone mentioned before about electrons, right? So, and then you just spoke about sending information. So you look at qubits or superposition. So if you're going to send like energy, like you talk about that fractal and how we're a bunch of fractals, and how many electrons are in the human body. I just wanted to throw that out there just quickly. So it'd be done via, that's the way it would be done. And then if you look at quantum computing and how sort of like the classical qubits or whatnot, zeros and ones, binary, it's completely different. So it's about superposition, about electron, about spin. I just thought I'd throw that out there. There you go, Kimball.
Man, yeah. What if you forgot your pen and you couldn't write it down? What a tragic occurrence.
Truth be told, I forgot what I was gonna say, but if I had to trust my life with anyone in this space, it would be Benno. I'm sorry, I actually mean that. I'm sorry to say that, but I would trust that guy over any of you guys. No offense.
You got Stockholm syndrome.
UFO intros, you had your hand up.
What the
Go.
fuck does that mean, Larry? I just went, dude. I trust Benno more than Larry. Get over it.
My screen is not updating at all.
You don't
so.
mean that. You don't mean that, Kimball.
Benno's trust level has a 10 times multiplier because he's closer to me. His distance affects the equation.
I love you all, and I would stand up for all of you here.
Benno's a real one. Kimball, do you
would.
remember a few nights ago when you acknowledged that sometimes
But
you
he
maybe
was
get
brought up
drunk and could
Mormon,
go on
which
spaces
means I
and do
would
things you
trust
regret when you're
Benno
sober?
more than anyone else because he was brought up in a good
That
way.
cat is
Unlike
now out of the
you,
bag.
fucking Larry.
Right, repeat. I didn't get the Larry part.
What did you say to Larry, Kimball?
I was just saying, I'm sorry, it is tribalism, honestly, I'll admit it, but
You're super tribal when you're
I would
drunk,
trust him
Kimball.
in the right way.
I'm only got to like level of ironic, dude. You're like Melchizedek, so you should be like, leading the way and shit.
Yeah, but you know the way better than anyone else. So
Kimball, why did you run Dove off the platform again?
I don't think I
Don't
ran
you
her up. I
set
think
doves
she
free?
ran away. Shut the fuck up, William.
She's a bitch.
I'm talking.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, this is a fine atmosphere we've created for ourselves. Let's just sit in it for a moment and see if there's not a positive vibe to ride. I do have to go for about 50 minutes here in 10 minutes. So, Logan, if you're awake,
come make someone else a co-host. I'll stay here so that I can come back in case Logan is going to be asleep for hours and hours. Yeah, sorry, Red. I think maybe disconnection or something like that. You lost the space and can't get it back. If you guys just explain to anybody who's like waving impatiently down there, like what's going on, that would be cool. But anyway,
Is anyone requesting right now? Send an invite to Crom and to Rotary Motion and
Can
J
anyone
Just
call Logan
and
on
Ginga,
Vidian?
Don't listen to Red. Actually,
just so that
do
way it can be
listen to Red.
stacked in case there's no co-host for a while.
Yeah, good idea. So everybody, I know that those invites disappear if you just heard your name. Look at the phone because I got to go. So it's coming around. I'm sending out some invites. Accept them and do your
Ophelia, can you
duty.
get up here? I need some backup from Ophelia, please.
Kimball, you're spiraling.
Kimball, you need to come
I think
closer to the mic.
It's these.
This is going to be one of those 90-hour spaces.
Yeah, we're trying to beat the last record. We're trying to get to 100.
I bet it won't make it. I bet it's going to die at 90. Just because it cut off it directly at 90.
I have to be awake. I have to be awake for 4 hours. So I'm not vying for anything. I'm
Logan.
just saying, if Logan happened to have co-hosted me, if he co-hosted me, this space would be fucking lit for at least 4 hours.
Logan is benchmarking the system, and I should hope that X is using it to improve the services tenfold, like based on their data they're collecting.
Hey, Kimball, you remember when you went into Dove's room and you were talking about your comment to Moody that she would be the escort if you guys went out for a walk, which I thought was a compliment because what you were really saying was that she would have to be an escort to be seen with you guys or to be hooked up with you or something. And that was self-denigrating. And so at the worst, it was just may have fallen flat. It was certainly not vicious. And Dove just climbed all over your ass for that. And I just thought, what a fucking bitch. She doesn't get it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna comment anymore on that with Moody not here. But it was obvious that Dove had it out for me. That's all.
From one
I
misogynist
apologize
to
about
another,
my
I think
statement
guys need
earlier.
to learn to respect women a lot more, especially in public spaces. That's just my opinion. Obviously, doesn't count very much.
I don't
That was
know.
pretty respectful.
I don't know who Dove is,
It was
but
a way of saying
when I heard the word Dove,
it was a way of saying you're hot.
I was reminded of when my nana got married, and I pictured her setting the dove free, and that's why I said it.
Dude, Red, you can't steal that from Tupa. That's Tupa's thing.
Kimball, how much have you drinking tonight? Drinking.
He's
12.
just warming up. Fuck. Is that all? That's soft, Kimball. Soft.
Benno, why did you unfollow my main?
You know,
because of Heather?
Kimball is so drunk that his little red microphone thing doesn't function properly.
It had to do.
You were going to say red pill, weren't you? Come on.
I'll answer your question, Kimball. It had to do with the space I was in with Logan. And then you accused me of simping for him, all because you were attacking him. And there's multiple reasons, and you've done and said some things, and I'm really disappointed in, and I expected a lot more from you. That's the reality, mate.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, Kimball, you get drunk and then you say things that you
vague?
regret later.
Oh, shit. RPK is cutting me off. Shocking.
Whoa,
So
RPK,
should
are
I
you running for
Do you want to
president?
talk about it, or do you want to just refer to it vaguely?
All right. I think I'm going to change the title as the last thing I do for 55 minutes to Drama Space. So you guys enjoy the world. I'll see you on the other side.
Can you change it to Kimball
Pre-drama.
Mortensen intervention space?
Panda, repeat.
Kimball Mortensen intervention space.
Please, guys, intervene. I'm spiraling.
You're beyond intervention. You got to help. I want to help you help yourself, though. I always have to try and help people.
Wow, Benno, I must not be in on the Kimball loop. I haven't seen him do any bad shit.
It's not for me to judge, Larry. At the end of the day, you know, just it's about being respectful. I think that's all. You know, and I think we should be more respectful to the women in this community and calling them bitches and things like that. You know, there's probably more than
Wow.
two sides to a story. That's all.
Well,
It's not Benno to judge, but let him go ahead and judge it.
I'll just make an observation, Kimball. There's a difference. And I have an opinion. Everyone has opinions.
You're a bitch. Go wash the dishes, Benno.
Make
I
me
swear to
say
God,
bitch.
this is all a repeat of CB radio, man. This is exactly like what CB radio used to be back in the 1970s. Of course, most of you kids don't know that, but for the old people that have been around,
Except it suffered from small town syndrome.
no,
Can I
actually, I'm kind
ask
of in
a
a big
quick
town.
question here to you guys? Why?
Sure.
Yeah. So my question is why in an emergency, like in a catastrophe, women are like they say women, let's save the women first. Why is that?
Because that's a noble thing to do. And if you're raised properly, then that would still be the noble thing to do. Women and children go first, of course. If you're a man, be a man, you know.
Well,
because men are idiots and we follow that
I think
line of
it's
consciousness.
because
Yeah.
like man can deal with emergency in silence better than when women
Because
are
men are
screaming.
protectorates, that's why, you know.
No, it's because if the women die, there ain't any more humans left. Okay, so you want to keep them around, no matter what, because that's the end of the species if they go away. So I don't care what guys say. Women pretty much control the planet, even if they don't exactly know it. But it's kind of the way it is. It's not going to change. We kind of dance around them and help them out, and because we're the strong people. But when it comes down to the end of the day,
they're the cats.
when it comes down to the
They're the cats of the world. I'm sorry, they're the cats of the world. They
pretty much, yeah.
subjugated us males, and we think that we're always stepping on their heels or something. But the fact is that they've got all the power, they've got all the beauty, and they don't know what it's like to be a fucking male who's not pretty.
And they live longer than us too. So I mean, they got it all. And and it's like it's weird because it's like I can hang out with a bunch of guys, do whatever, and then you get around a female, and they're like, "Have you done this, that, and that?" And it's like, it's like you get smacked over the side of your head a couple of times, and you end up doing it. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, women have the same amount of power as men do, but are even more powerful because they can have kids. Guys can't. I mean, I don't care what this trans movement's saying. They're full of shit. Anyway, and that's my opinion.
I say we all become women in the future, or maybe hermaphrodites.
No, no, I'm good. It's that 30-day thing. You know what I'm talking about? That 30-day thing. No, I don't. No, I'm good. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not going to deal with that 30-day thing.
This would be post birth in the natural way era.
Yeah. Okay.
What if we genetically modify? What if we genetically modify our DNA so that if you cut a piece of us off, like a whole no body grows from that, and then there's two of you, and it could happen infinitely, and then there'd be like you could spread across the whole galaxy or the whole universe that way.
You want to get a quick alien invasion? That's a good way to do it. We'll be taking over in seconds. No.
It would hurt. It would be painful, but it would be worth it.
I do think that we should have at least 10 sets of teeth. They'd grow out every year.
Well,
That's about it.
there's a whole list of complaints I intend to submit to the complaint department in heaven when I get there about what it was like down here.
Yeah, like did joints hurting? You know, I mean, Larry, you and I are about the same age, 25. And yeah, we're fucking gravity, man. That's another thing. I want to kick
What's up,
gravity
Nathan?
in the ass.
What made me think about that cutting and duplicating is the story of Kali. There's like this demon she fights, and that's its power, and it's impossible to defeat. And she like got so angry that she like became like super powerful and went into rage mode and just destroyed the whole planet. And then Shiva, to calm her down, he was trying to calm her down, and she killed him out of anger. And when she saw him dead,
What
she
the
calmed
fuck
down.
are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about Hindu metaphysics.
Oh yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's kind of it's a trip. Don't octopuses do that? No, they don't. They
Octopi.
don't regrow. Yeah, octopuses are like super smart.
Did you guys know that the original theme of Prometheus is that the engineers sent one of their own to the planet 2,000 years ago, but he was crucified, so they made a decision that mankind was not worth keeping, and they were intending to destroy to create a new race. But then the very thing that they were going to destroy us with got them instead, and that's
Yeah,
the theme.
it's like
Larry, have you
humankind
seen the
is like
trailer for the new
a
Alien movie?
plague. Like we're the bacteria, the virus.
Larry, have
We're
you
like
seen the trailer for the new Alien movie?
No.
We could also be the antibodies.
Dude, it's
wait.
really
Yeah,
good.
like
Oh shit!
we
When's
came
it coming?
here to like fuck this shit up.
Oh, I'm sorry. When is it?
Like a
coming?
month, I think. It's gonna come out in like a month.
Cool.
I'll find it and put it in the nest. It looks awesome.
Is
What
it
is
going
the
straight to
new
cinemas or?
Aliens movie? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. I'm sure though it's gonna be rad. It's gonna be so good.
That'll be worth watching at the theater.
No, the Prometheus concept is pretty rad, right? Like that, like they could be. I mean, you gotta imagine that it's feasible that alien species, they're super advanced. They would be like out in the universe finding planets that could possibly harbor life, and then they seed those planets with life. Just to come
But
back.
it's automated, eh? It's automated, and they might not even be aware that they seeded this planet because they haven't like been here to check on it.
Well,
Oh,
like
I've got a story for you guys.
if you were like so advanced,
Logan, are you awake?
if you're so advanced that that time doesn't matter to you, that like you could like a million years is nothing to you. It's like when you're in a video game and you can speed up the video game or pause it or like slow it down. Like basically that, we could be just like a fucking token to an alien species. It's like, oh yeah, let's see that planet and see what happens. And then we're like, it takes us forever to move, but for them it's, no time.
Guys, I just covered the Roswell nurse in 3 different segments in Spaces, and holy shit, talk about a data dump. And I don't know, honestly, how much to take complete truth or not. But listen, just as a tidbit of some of the information that she offered, which she retrieved, by the way, remotely from a database on her, I don't know, ship, planet. But she didn't have this information until she requested it. And then she passed it along to the nurse. It was our ancient history. And according to her, trillions of years ago, there was a company, a company, Genetic Engineering, and they were specialists in taking basically a base set of beautiful plants and creatures, bugs, mammals, etc. But these were not reproducible. They were just, they lived on sunlight, and they were genetically engineered as a service, which they got paid for, um, to populate planets. So if you had a planet that you wanted populated with these creatures, you would pay this company to study the planet and assess all of the environmental conditions, and then genetically engineer these adaptations to their base stock of whatever they had to fit that planet. And that and that the other part of the story is that over time the demand for these beings became great, but there was one request that most clients had, which was that they had to keep replacing them because they were not reproducible. So I'm not even sure what the original goal was with that. But anyway, so to make them reproduce, they created them male and female, and then at this point, they had to switch to eating other living beings or plants.
Doesn't it sound like Monsanto seeds? Doesn't it?
They self-terminate.
Yeah, sounds like a Terminator seed. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, that's basically it. And I just found that astounding. And I guess I don't know I don't know if she mentioned that we were part of that. Didn't really sound like it, but I mean, she did acknowledge that we were genetically engineered, I think, but she didn't.
See, and this is the other thing: is that people think that you have imagination. Imagination is bullshit. You don't have imagination. Okay, you're actually creating something. It's going off into a different portion of the universe somewhere. You're creating something somewhere. We don't know exactly where yet, but we'll figure that out. So think about that.
Do you think maybe we have like the whole sense of scale off, and we're actually like a lot bigger than we think, and maybe that's why we're able to, maybe like our brains have so much more space than we can even imagine because of how
yes
small the things are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that. Well, I know that we can teleport, so I think a lot of that is for teleportation. I really do. And we've lost a lot of abilities. We can do more shit than AI, the supercomputer, all that stuff combined. We're so friggin' far advanced, and people just don't know how to harmonically tune their. You have to use a little bit of mind control, that kind of stuff. But UFO intros, you have your hand up. If my phone is actually updating properly, go ahead.
I'm back.
Awesome.
I don't remember what I was going to say, honestly. I just hope that this space lasts for another 3-4 hours and remains lively, because I need to stay up for 4 hours. If not, I might make my own space, and I can only hope and pray that Mistress, Benno, Larry, Ophelia, J. Just, and a plethora of others will join my space. There has to be discussion going for 4 hours for me. Please and thank you.
I hear you.
I can't even
Who
do
said
it anymore.
that? I want to follow. Who said that?
UFO.
That was
UFO
Benno.
intros.
So what did I miss?
We have a host that is sleeping, a co-host that is working, and a room full of what? What are we?
Yes,
We're
plebs,
cookie cutter space cadets.
plebeians. Nathaniel, I know you're a good guy. I think.
He's
Well,
not here.
You can still wish him well, and it will probably help him.
I wish you well, Nathaniel.
On
Yeah,
your
man.
journeys.
Godspeed, Nathaniel.
Also, be a better co-host. Thank you.
I've fallen asleep as co-host. I felt so bad when I woke up and it was ended, and I was like, "What happened?"
Kimball, do you know Jeffrey Enigal?
I do.
Oh, he
Sent me on a mission.
is so funny sometimes. So like
Oh my god.
Logan really got captured him so well in multiple different recordings and composites. But the favorite thing is the way he ended some of it. When he got really drunk, he was starting to end some of his little things. Or thank you, I love you, thank you.
I honestly disavow any AI recreations that Logan does of people who have expressly asked that not be done. But I would love to hear Jeffrey's AI re-rendition. I would love that.
I want Logan to make Jeffrey explain what the crystal radio is.
You don't know what a
I mean,
crystal
that's
Is that
pretty
like
radio
an
is?
basic.
inside thing? Is that like something people should know?
Oh,
Crystal
I don't know.
radio, that's like ancient.
Yeah,
We've
that's
known
what.
about that since the 80s.
Well, he came in here earlier tonight and he was giving Nathaniel a hard time as the co host because he was breaking in and saying, that's it, Nathaniel, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Nathaniel? Uh, you, you've heard of, well, you know about crystal. Do you know about crystal radios?
It sounds like Crackhead FM.
Get a,
Crystal radios are very
uh,
normal. They
uh,
were a thing back in the 90s. I saw it in person as a child.
Exactly.
crystal radios are cool.
Oh, so it's an actual object
Yeah,
that
it's
you
actually
can listen to.
Yes.
it's a crystal, and then you got the little. It's like a little
I
piece
asked him
in
that,
there.
and he
Yeah,
just
it's
didn't
cool.
answer me. I was like,
Little
is it?
spool of copper wiring. Yeah.
Now,
You can buy them.
here's your science question. What was the purpose of the crystal?
Meth.
Data storage.
It's to tune in the frequency of
But
the radio.
it's, oh my God. No, I'm an electronics
Was it
engineer.
energy? Because I asked him, was it piezoelectric? Because like when you hit crystals, they release an electric charge, and it can power things like watches and
That too.
sonar and radar.
Okay. It's close to that. Yeah, because what happens is you just put a charge around the crystal and it vibrates, but it vibrates very, very precisely. So then these vibrations are turned, every little hump of the wave is turned into a 1 and a dip is turned into a 0, right? And then you've got your digital circuitry, which can track that and turn that into a timekeeper. Or well, I kind of went into the time.
Oh, you're talking about a crystal oscillator.
But
Chip,
in a radio, yeah, what you do is you don't convert this to digital. You just use that frequency.
Larry just said vibrations and humps.
That's on the crystal radio.
And
Everybody should own a crystal radio.
I'm just getting started, little boy.
Are they collector's items? Like, do they cost a pretty penny?
They've got the old ones. If you can find them, they can go up there. They can go up to a couple of $100. You can buy a new
Now I
one.
want to know if Jeffrey might have one, and he's hoarding it over us. He's bragging.
You can buy a new one. They're cool. I should get one just for the hell of it. That and Tesla.
Is that why he mentioned his dad? he said his dad passed away, and did that have something to do with the crystal radio? I don't know. Poor guy. Yeah.
Yeah, so the radio station is broadcasting this very same frequency as your crystal. And what they do to their frequency is they modulate it with the music or the voice. So it's, it's impressed on that waveform, right? But it's still the same base frequency. That is the dominant frequency, right? And then your crystal is vibrating at that exact same frequency, but it's a pure sine wave. So what you do to extract the music or voice out of the incoming signal is you mix your pure signal. You essentially compare it against the incoming signal, and the difference is the music or voice.
The great thing about Logan Spaces is I can go back and grab that little clip that Larry just said, and it will make me feel so pure inside, because that was a bygone era, but he described it perfectly, and he even used the word pure.
Thank you, Larry, because that really made me understand.
You can buy a crystal radio for $99 on Amazon. New.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But that's a modern replica.
It's pretty much the same thing. It's yeah, I think it's worth checking out. You're not.
If you want to see, I'd take it apart and tinker with it, because I'm not.
There's not much to take apart.
Don't tinker too much, though,
Then
William.
it should
You'll
be
go
easy
blind.
to put back together.
3 times
It's
playing
basic.
with yourself.
It's a coil. It's a potentiometer, and it looks like what is this? Looks like a pick of some sort, and then it goes up and down on a coil. So yeah, it's worth looking into. You're not going to get
When it was
great.
released, would that have like blown people's minds? Like, they would have been like, "What?"
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
It sounds
No battery.
It sounds like alien tech. No kidding, like crystals.
It's not. It sounds wild, but it's pretty basic.
Nah,
When I say alien tech, I mean like at the time it would have seemed alien because of that's like any advance in
Right.
technology.
That's any technology, though, right? But it's not alien. It's just humans being
Yeah.
They get their ideas from aliens, but
Okay, Andra. Andra, are you there, darling?
I am here. Did I have my hand up?
Yes, you did. What do you got for us?
I didn't mean to have my hand up for you. The only thing I have for you is, why the hell can't I find a matching sock? I'm standing in my closet. I did not mean to have my hand up. Perhaps I was sending out my question through the etheric crystal radios of the cosmos. And my question is, of these crystal radios, like if I were to buy one on Amazon, is that something I can use to only receive, or can I use it for broadcast as well? And I'm not looking at it, so my question is ignorant.
You can use it for a receiver, but if you're very creative, you could probably use it for broadcasting. Not very far.
Can it
maybe.
be upgraded with different crystals to have? I want
yeah,
to modify it and make
you can
it
modify
better,
it.
more powerful.
Yeah, you can modify it. You got to remember, there's no battery. There's no battery in this thing at all, and you got to be near a fairly powerful AM transmitter. I don't think it'll do
So
that
it
thing.
could scale up depending on the size of the crystal you get.
Yeah, you could scale up in the amount of wire.
I'm sick of talking about it without knowing. I'm gonna Google this shit and get a visual.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah,
like it has fun possibilities.
I think they're cool. You get it, play with it, look at it. It's like, wow, that's kind of neat. goes in the closet forever. But
I can pick one up. I can pick one up from JCar, which is a local for like $30. That's cheap, and it's just like a board. It's the most basic.
yeah, it's cool. You're gonna get some signal out of it. It's not gonna be anywhere close to an AM radio, but yeah, it's worth looking at.
Yeah.
It's not too
I
bad.
used to run a pirate radio station from my house on top of this hill because my friend he set them up across the whole country. And anyway, the signal didn't reach far, but it was fun, and I learned how to do it. And so yeah, I love radio. I wish I could get back into it, but my mom had a disagreement with the dude's wife, who she knew for years, and then I got kicked out of that because they didn't invite her to their wedding, so I had to defend my mom, and that's how social situations unfold.
Sounds complicated. Yeah.
Do you know Narco Bear, the singer?
No.
Oh, okay. He was going to come to New Zealand, and through the radio station, I could have met this dude who's like a really inspiring spiritual artist.
Oh, you're in New Zealand. Okay.
And yeah.
I can't tell the difference between New Zealand people and people from the UK. You're very similar in the
Well,
accent.
I have a dual citizenship for both of those countries.
Oh, that's even worse. Sorry, I have no clue. Shouldn't say it's worse.
I was born in New Zealand.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I always confuse New Zealanders with Tasmanians. I thought they sound pretty similar.
Well, everybody can tell I'm German. It's a joke. It's a joke. Come on. It's a 4 a.m.
Oh, were you
joke.
paperclipped and you now are an American?
What?
Did you get Operation Paperclipped and now you're an American? So
Yep, I have seen
that's why
Paperclip.
you don't sound German.
No, I haven't been. No, I'm not that kind of. I came over before the war. Before both wars.
Sure you did, buddy.
William, why are you trying to stir shit right now?
I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm just
Get out.
You calling me a damn nasty?
Out.
How is Operation Paperclips doing shit? I thought
Get
that's common
out.
knowledge in this.
One time, Kimball yelled at me, "Larry, turn your goddamn mic off."
Yeah, I've heard you say
Did I
shut
actually
the fuck
say
up
that,
to me
Larry?
once, Larry. So yeah,
Did I say that to you, Larry?
People are free to express themselves. I don't care.
Here in the States,
When
yeah.
did I say
Unlike
that,
you
Larry?
guys. At least for now.
I think you were
That's rapidly changing.
pretty busy, Kimball. You were probably multitasking.
I'm sorry. At least we can agree that Dove is a bitch.
She is. Kind of a hot bitch, but she's a bitch.
No comment.
Of course, who knows? She never gives you a clear picture, right?
I've never encountered her.
Also, no comment.
You all love it that I'm carrying this room right now.
Good.
I fucking love it. I fucking wish we had our own space and you could be host, dude. Just yes. Oops.
Come on, Larry. Carry.
I resign.
Larry, you're on the West Coast, right? Aren't you up
Yes.
in Oregon?
Yes.
Damn, so it's only 3:25 for you.
Right. Early.
It's just 25 past witching hour. What are you doing inside?
Yeah, I should go out, huh? And look for.
Yes.
You want me to go out and look right now?
Let's see 5 for
Mhm.
Larry. I reckon if we all put our collective consciousness together and try and get like Larry and Orb coming in, I reckon we could
All
kill
right.
this shit off.
I'm gonna do it.
Plural of consciousness, Benno, is conscious nigh. I think.
Sounds German to me.
That's fair. Fuck that. I'm sorry. Consciousness is. Benno, please summon an orb.
I'm just thinking, if it's a clear night, I
I
want to
mean,
try and I think we can do this. I truly believe that. If it's a clear night, I don't want to get like an idea of
yeah,
Larry's sort of like surroundings, and that way I can sort of like consciously try and imagine like where he's at, and
yeah.
we can.
Dude, if you guys haven't heard Benno's UFO experience, I'm just saying, between Benno, Larry, and then maybe me, I bet Larry can probably see something in the sky if he actually wills it.
And Paul's portal. I think all of us. I think everyone has the
No,
potential. People
Is
just
I'm
Paul listening?
do it.
I don't know what it is, but the universe just never gives me what I want.
That's the
So,
wrong attitude. Let's go from the bottom here, right,
That
Larry?
is the wrong
okay, maybe
attitude.
that's me trying to coax them. I don't know. Okay, I'm heading out. Pulling out. Oh, it is beautiful out here. All right, there are stars.
You live in one of the most beautiful parts of North America, so
Yes.
start there and then go out, and you can listen to these stupid voices in your phone, one of which is mine. But just open your mind up and just gaze at the stars and express gratitude and express like a sincere and humble desire to like know more, to see more.
Humility is the key word. The humility and not
It
knowing.
really is.
Okay, I got a pretty good 360.
Benno, were you there when I saw my shit? Were you in that space?
I actually was not. When you got the actual footage of one, I was not, but I heard about it the next day.
In my mind, you were there, which is a huge compliment to you because I'm very important.
Let's focus on
Always
That was a
Larry.
joke,
I think if
hurts to
we
but I
crook
do
the
love
neck
you.
up
collectively,
too long.
if we
I think I
collectively,
see Venus, but like I'm not seeing anything
what about
moving.
Uranus?
No.
Okay, so Larry, the key is to just not expect anything immediately, but just to release and let go, and let these idiots like me, like UFO intros and Benno, let us just chat through your phone, but just let that go. Lay it on the side of your body as you rest on the grass and just gaze upward. Try to focus on a central point in the sky and just focus on your breath, really. Forget that you have beautiful, luscious locks of white hair. Forget that you're beautiful physically and morally and spiritually. Forget that a lot of people love and admire you. Just let go of all of that and just gaze.
It was never
You know?
real to begin with.
See, you're speaking into your phone right now, so that's bad. Don't do that. Just let go of us. And just pretend like you're playing the piano, except for instead of doing it for a space, you're doing it for in the
Larry,
sky.
you could have screamed. It would have been priceless.
You're just envision that you're tickling them ivories for the aliens, That's just a dumb thing I said, but just really do let go.
No, that
I was
works.
looking at the stars one night
Understand your
in the
worth
backyard, and I
to the
called my
universe
sister
and
out.
the galaxy and to all of spirituality, and just recognize that you are a blessing to everyone that you interact with, even those that you piss off and like frustrate sometimes. Not me, but like maybe your partner. It doesn't matter. Just let
No,
go of
hang
that.
on, hang on, hang
Realize
on.
that
That's ego
at the
stuff.
end of the day, in aggregate, all things considered, you are a true blessing to
What
the
about thinking how
universe.
good you are? That's the opposite. It's about leaving your ego at the back door as you walk outside. And for me, really, the question is like, I want the answer as to who am I, right? So that's more about
Good point.
humility and looking up there and saying, well, admitting defeat and saying, I don't know who I am. I don't know what this is, and being humble about that. And then saying, but what I do know is that I'm just in this body and here I am on this planet. And that's kind of like always been my preceding thought to any sort of
Yes.
interaction.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Larry, just lay back, learn to tune my voice out, learn to tune Benno's voice in, and just focus on that.
My neighbors probably think I'm psycho.
I'm serious. Don't laugh. I'm being serious.
Anyway,
Ignore me, Larry.
as usual, I don't see a damn thing. Not even a satellite to get.
Give it time.
These things happen when you least expect it. I was about to say I called my sister out for no reason one night to come look at the stars, and as
Okay,
she
now
came out,
Larry, this is very important.
a meteor came down, and
Larry,
then
start
she.
to begin right now,
Okay,
Larry.
bro,
Just
bro,
ignore my voice and ignore William's voice and start to
okay,
hone in
straight
on
up,
Benno's voice.
my sister started an astronomy club at her school after seeing a meteor. After I called her out for no reason to look at the stars. That's all I had to say. It was a really just amazing moment.
It's all about intention, Larry. Like if you're out there, like you've got to have clear your mind of any thoughts. That's, I mean, like I guess it's different for everyone, but I mean, if you got a pure intention and you do want a connection, you'll get one.
Larry, just think of tasty chicken. Just like tasty meat, chicken. Guaranteed, they'll be over.
Larry, just ignore
blinker.
everyone except for
I
Benno.
got a blinker.
Just ignore everyone except for Benno.
I got a blinker, man.
See, I told
it
you.
Blinked twice.
Just focus on Benno.
It blinked twice and went out, and there's no clouds.
I told you. Just think of food. They'll be around, guarantee it. Kick their ass. No, you gotta look. This look your prime sample right there.
Let Larry experience the universe.
He's gonna scream in a second.
Larry, do you realize how worthy you are of this experience right now?
I'm not sure that it was real because I do have an eye condition, but this one didn't look like my eye condition.
This self-denial,
it's real
Kimber
to
went
you.
through it as well. But I'll give you another tip. If you bend over, pull your pants down, and perennial present to the moonlight. Like, so you're ready for a good probing. That'll help things along.
Ignore that, Larry. Ignore just that last thing that Benno said, but pay attention to everything else he said.
Just yell fresh human meat. It's good.
Larry, you belong to one of the most privileged generations in human history. You reside on the West Coast. You have long, luscious white locks of hair.
You look like
you deserve actually to see orbs.
No, I don't deserve anything because I already have all those
You're
things.
listening.
I already have all those
to my
things that
voice
you
right
said.
now, so you're already fucking up. Okay. You need to ignore my voice. Only pay attention to what Benno says, except for the last thing he said, and just focus on gratitude.
It's just like saying
There
hello
you
to
go.
your neighbor. It really is. It's almost like accepting that you're not alone. You don't have the answers. You don't know who you are, but you know you're not alone. That's the fundamental the fundamentals. And from there, it's just like, hey, you know what? I'd love to say hello to anyone that's out there or something that's out there that can hear me what I'm thinking. And even if you'd like to sort of even triangulate your position by sort of like picturing yourself where you're standing in your yard, picture yourself, then sort of zoom above your body and look at yourself sort of get higher and higher and look at yourself from a third person perspective almost. And it sort of triangulates your position and that gives them an idea where you're at.
Yes.
Hey,
yes,
Benno,
exactly.
Benno, can I tell you that when you just said, I would love to say hello, those very words were in my mind as I was looking at this star. And as soon as I thought them, you said them. That was weird.
See, the interesting thing is that, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but both Benno and I and Kent Reynolds were baptized into the true and living Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
Which means we do have a leg up on the light of Christ. So we know truth better than most people
Mm-hmm.
because the Trinity is bullshit, and we don't believe that. We weren't raised to believe that, and so our advice is more important than anyone else's.
I agree. You don't know it, but I'm in that club too.
Oh, I know you are.
Seriously.
That's why I said it.
But yeah, everything looks pretty static here. I'm not sure I really did see a blinker, but I'm going to keep looking for another 1 minute.
See, you said fur instead of for, and that's a good sign. Keep going.
It has to be organically, Larry. If you put a clock on it and then put expectation, it'll backfire. It won't work. It has to be something that's so organic, so natural, and it has to happen
Yeah,
on its own. It's
yeah,
not.
like finding a girl, right?
Larry, look for the bright white light.
All roads lead to.
That's a trap, I've heard. The salt that don't go into the light.
That's just what
Look, I'm going to be honest. Mistress Morpho probably also is included in the circle of trust, and she probably could opine on this relevantly.
Absolutely, mistress.
Yeah. What are you doing at the moment? Are you trying to manifest? It's like I
No,
I
slept
love
all
this.
good
This is such a
tonight.
precious moment. Go ahead, Mistress. Go ahead.
Larry is having a cosmic joke moment right now.
Real alien, stop. It's Mistress's turn, please.
Yeah, I tried doing. Well, no, I had the inclination randomly, intuitively, to go outside the other night, and I looked up in the sky, and there was two blinking lights. I don't think they were satellites because they stayed stationary in one place. They didn't move, and they were separate from each other. And my friend actually told me when
Yes.
I went out there again, and I showed them. And I made sure to explain to them that light off in the distance is a street light, but those lights up in the sky are too high to be street lights, and they're definitely not satellites because they would be moving, and they were
Yeah,
blinking.
and they're separate from each other, right?
Yeah, they were quite the distance from each other.
Yeah, it's like the Trinity. They're separate. It's not all one God. It's a false doctrine. That's what you meant by that, right, Mistress?
I mean, yeah, yeah, there's probably a third one there somewhere. I don't know. I was kind of looking for a third light to see if there was a triangle, but yeah, I have heard though, one thing that has been going around is supposedly the triangle shaped craft are the negative entities, and the rounder shaped craft are the friendly ones.
Go for the
Wait, I
rounder.
gotta write that down. Would you repeat that? No.
Yeah, so the
I was
triangular.
kidding. I was kidding.
Yeah.
Like I would. No,
Wow.
I'm not gonna explain the joke. It was really little. Sorry, mistress. No offense.
Wow.
Did you say the cigars are the bad ones, Mistress? Is that what if you put a bunch of round ones together? You'd make a cigar, wouldn't you?
No.
The cigars, the ones that are creating the rings around Saturn to transmit the frequency to the moon from the supercomputer.
William,
Generating a holographic
the
reality.
men are speaking right now.
Well, fuck you, bro. I'm out of here.
Just ignore him, Billy. He's Kimball can get
This
it.
is Kimball's way of staying awake. That's all he's doing.
I love you, William. Oh shit, he left. God damn it. Fuck Kimball. What a fucking asshole.
Yeah, give yourself an uppercut, Kimball. That wasn't very nice.
It wasn't, and I feel shitty right now. I'm gonna leave.
And he meant it. So, in Douglas Adams' story, one of his stories, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I guess, there was a scene where they're in the future, right? They're in some other world or something. And in this world, in the restaurants, they bring the meat out, but it's still alive and it talks. And it's on a little cart. They roll it out, and some of the people are quite put off. But he says, "It won't be a problem, I assure you. I'll be very humane with killing himself. I'll just pop off now. No, don't worry, I'll be very humane. You'll enjoy me, I promise."
Abductions are so much fun, especially the sample ones. I'm joking.
The best part is they called it, "Would you like to meet the meat?" Why, yes, we would.
Yeah, I've got what was it? I have no tonsils, and they were never removed. Go figure. Somebody got a sample of them.
Is it like a genetical defect potentially? Have we had that looked into?
Ben, what time is it there?
It is 8:43 p.m. Are you still outside, Larry?
No, I came in.
Ah, copy. Right. I'll have to get the orbs to come inside then, mate. Have you ever seen, like you said, Larry, have you ever seen, like, had an experience with a UFO at all, or out of curiosity?
Yeah, it was kind of sparse, but it was one sighting, and it was during a meteor shower. But that was the thing, is that this wasn't a normal meteor, because this thing, we were all laying on the beach after a nice day out, and we saw this falling star that made a right angle turn. And this was, I'm 66, I was probably 18 at the time. That's how many years ago that was. So these right angle turns, by the way, are nothing new, and they're still doing them. And there's only one reason in my mind why they do that, and that is to show us that they're there. So when that happened, all three of us went, whoa. And we never explained. I don't know if we really thought it was a UFO or what we thought, but I thought it was, and I never forgot it. But that was it. And maybe I've been connected to them ever since. Maybe because I'm definitely connected. I've been living for this.
It stays with you, Larry. I know the exact feeling, and I'm wanting to meet, like, to be honest, I'm wanting to meet someone who's sort of, and I guess Kimball was probably the closest person as far as I could see who's had a similar experience. Whereas, like, and I don't want to say the bright white light, but literally the bright white light going into a UFO, and I've seen that on two separate occasions, which absolutely blew my mind. Like, so not only did it, like, I guess it wasn't one object making a right angle turn. Imagine like a disc, okay, at night, an orange amber disc, and then it drawing from the atmosphere a bright white light, literally shooting into it, and then on the second occasion, a rectangular craft, also drawing in a light from space. And I've asked Dodie. It's not
Can you
something
explain
that's
that? Could you explain
so.
that? Drawing in light from space? How
Yeah,
does that work?
so like you see a meteorite, for example, it'll leave a tail, like because it's burning up as gases and whatnot. So my first experience was with an orange disc, and the disc looked like a sphere from a lot. When it got further away, it presented like a round, like literally round, like a sphere. But I knew it wasn't because I was right under it, and it was literally a disc, and the bottom part was bright orange. It was like the light in your room, like one of those clamshell type lights. Just imagine cutting the bottom off an orange, right? And so above it was flat, but above that, the space above it was like a black weird void, like it did something to the space around it. Okay, and I saw that exact same light a couple of months later, and I woke my parents up, and they come out and they watched it, and this thing was probably no more than 100 meters above the water on the ocean, and I'm probably only a couple of kilometers off the shoreline, and it was just moving, so 100 meters above the ocean, moving from south to north, going really slow, doing nothing spectacular, but I knew it was that same distinct orange color, and from nowhere, like in the atmosphere, from high up in the atmosphere, sort of like a shooting star, but it had no tail, like a bullet being shot into this thing. So it come from space and just went boom, straight into it. It's almost like it drew it in. It's almost like the disc drew that light in from space. And that was freaky enough so that it scared my mum, and she wanted to go inside. And she didn't want to watch it anymore. And then several months later, again, further south. So that happened at a place called Urunga. And then at a place called Coffs Harbour, which is just south of Urunga, saw a black rectangular shape UFO. Again, this one was probably even lower to the water and closer to the shore, and it wrapped around the harbour. So if you know Coffs Harbour, it literally went around the boats, and this thing was moving really quickly. And I ran to the top of the hill to get, because it went out of sight around the headland, and I was already sort of near the top of a hill, probably about 50 metres from the top of the hill. So I ran to the top of the hill to get another glance before it went around the next headland. And as I got to the top of the hill, I saw it came into sight again, and it was following the coastline, and it followed a white light from space, exactly like the one that went into the orange round disc, went into this black rectangular UFO, and I can only describe the actual rectangular UFO. It had 3 white lights. It had dots like on each corner. So there was 9 in all. It's hard to explain, but just a rectangular. But the difference was, like with the orange disc, the distorted light was above it. As far as like the space or whatever, like it was really distorted, like a blackness I can't kind of describe. But with the rectangular craft, the blackness was within the actual within the rectangular, it was inside it, so to speak, like that black matter, whatever it was. But they both drew, imagine just like a bullet from space, from high in the atmosphere, just hurtling like so quickly, no noise, and just going straight into the objects both times. And that was pretty profound. Like that was, that'll stick with me for the rest of my life. And that would have happened it was the same year that 9/11 happened. There you go. It was before and after, actually. So my first experience was just before 9/11. And then the second time where I woke my mum and my stepdad up, that was just after 9/11. And then the rectangular one was probably several months after that. So that's how long ago it happened to me. Before that, I didn't think twice about, didn't believe,
So,
it wasn't,
so
but. Mm.
was it taking? You think it's taking samples?
What do you mean taking samples?
Yeah, the 2 objects. You think they were coming back to the mothership from carrying samples or something like that?
I've always pondered as far as the nuts and bolts side of it goes, I've always pondered what could possibly that white light be. Is it a defense mechanism? But it didn't look like it was something shooting at it. It looked more like it drew it in. I don't know how to explain it, and I always thought, well, what could possibly it be that's going into these UFOs, like coming from space? And I can only conclude, I know it's going to sound crazy, but I can only conclude we can send information like radio waves or whatnot. So it's not information. I think it's something that would potentially be perhaps a physical being coming from potentially, like maybe something bigger, like a mothership, and maybe the way they transport
Yeah,
going to
probably
sort
like a
of.
small ship, like a smaller ship going to a mothership, right?
Well, it wasn't a ship. Like the UFO itself was not that big. So, and the white light that went into it's even smaller. Again, imagine it's like super bright white. It's a small dot. It doesn't leave a tail, and it's literally like a shooting star without a tail. And it's
Oh
pure
wow, okay.
white, pure white.
Can I,
You know.
can I ask?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
when
get
you
yeah,
say, oh, go ahead.
yeah. You got to remember these aliens can be any size. Yeah, they could be anywhere from like probably 2 molecules big to, I mean, thousands of feet. We don't know. Yeah, so don't size can be scaled. So yeah, millions of there could be millions of aliens out there. You got to see one of them, and it's not going to relate to us because of what it's like what we see. But what you actually saw there.
Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
can I ask you a question, Benno? Was this color, that orange color that you were talking about, would you describe that as a color that you've never seen before?
Yeah, and the way the light behaved was totally different. So it didn't flicker. I was the first time I was right under it. I got a perfect view. This thing was just above the treetops, 40 meters max above my head, and I was with other people. And okay, the way I would explain the light, it was imagine getting a pair of welding goggles, right, and looking at the sun. Okay, so it was bright and it was strong. It didn't flicker. Okay, but if I look at the light in my room, it kind of like it hurts the eyes because you can't stare at the light, so to speak, right? Because it's kind of so strong. Whereas this was more like it was a strong but a soft focus, and it had a haze around it. It almost gave like a haze off. But above it, the part that fascinated me the most was above it was like a black void of space. It's almost like something was blocking the stars around it. It was like black, right? But I
How
remember
big was
thinking
that
like
black thing?
when it goes past me, I want to get it because I was on top of a hill. I can get like a lateral perspective, and I can say, okay, what's above this thing? And there was nothing. It was just like blackness. And as it got further and further away, that sliver of like orange light that was like a disc, like rounded on the bottom, and that's it. That actually appeared to look like a perfect sphere, like as it got further away. So that tells me something to do with the wavelengths of light, how it behaves, how it travels, I guess. But it's like looking
That
through the
is,
sun. It's like looking at
yeah,
the sun with welding goggles, which always, even in that very moment, I remember thinking, this thing is powered the same way our sun is powered. I remember just thinking that, and that they've somehow
Yeah,
atomized, or like on a molecular scale,
it was
like a mini
like
sun.
a plasma light.
Correct.
You think that you think you were looking at a ship that was partially cloaked?
Something above it was cloaked. Whereas the second time, the actual rectangular object, that same blackness that was above the disc was inside the rectangle. But it was like the opposite. It was weird.
Have you drawn this out before?
I have drawn a little picture of it, yes.
Yeah, just do some sketches. That way, do it now. Otherwise you'll forget about it later on.
I'll
Your
never
memory kind of
forget,
fades.
like Larry said,
Yeah.
I'll never forget. And
Oh no. Yeah.
yeah, and
That
that sparked multiple sort of things that I've seen as well. I've seen the form of
have you
like
have you had telepathic messages? Anything like
yes.
that?
Not. I wouldn't say I've
Really?
had downloads or anything, but I've had times where I've been prompted, I guess you could say, just to go out, look up, and I have, and then bang, there it is. Other times
All
where
right.
I've wanted to sort of it to happen, I've kind of like gone, you know what? For some reason, I thought, oh, I want to see something, and it's like, well, you can
Have you
show
had missing
yourself to
time?
me, so I want you to show yourself to me when I want to, and it's manifested. So and as clear as day, it's there. And there's no denying it.
Have you had missing time?
No, I have not. I
Okay.
haven't. No, yeah. So I haven't,
All right.
haven't seen the little green men, so to speak. But
No
there's
odd marks or
definitely.
anything like that.
I felt like I was being watched, but the first time I felt like this thing can see us. It's like there's a feeling there that and the only way I can kind of
yeah,
describe it is like that instinct of if you're in the bush and there's a fucking bear, for example, and everybody your being knows that there's something watching you, and you look up and you hear it or see it or whatever, and you get goosebumps and you
Right.
know you're being observed, right? Or when someone's taking a photo of you, for example, but you know something's looking at yours. There's some sort of level of consciousness that's observing you, and you know that something else is on the other side of that, whether or not they're in the actual UFO or whether it's more like a drone and it's relaying information to somewhere else, to another type of being potentially. But I certainly felt, and the other instinct was, my most overwhelming instinct was, this is not ours. This is not human technology. This is something else. And it had that very much. That was the most sort of instinctive feeling that I got during that very first time, that this didn't belong to us.
What year was that? That was 99?
Correct. Well, when September 11 happened, but just before that.
Wow. Okay. And this is in Australia, right?
Correct. Place called Urunga.
Yeah, I know where that's at. No, I have no clue where that's at.
You
Yeah,
should
that's
Google it, bro. It's a beautiful
Did
spot.
you had two different sightings, like, of the same craft?
Correct. Same craft, 2 different times, 2 different dates. The first time I went home, I told my mum, because I was with my brother and sister, and I was doing the Big Brother thing, saying, well, that's the Southern Cross, showing them the constellations. We'd just been fishing, it just gotten dark. And my mum didn't give a shit. She's sort of like, yeah, whatever. Like, have another bong, whatever. Like, I'm not interested. And the second time, it was late at night. I remember looking up through my vertical blinds and seeing that same orange light. But this time it wasn't over land. It was out over the ocean. And I double took, and I just happened to sit up and look out and see it at that moment. And first thing I did was race upstairs and woke my mum. And she sat up in a panic. She's like, oh, what's wrong? What's happening? I said, that light that I told you about, it's back. Come and have a look. And we all went outside, and I took my mum and my stepdad outside, and when we watched it, and that's when the white light from space zapped into this thing. So separate occasions.
Whoa, white light from space hit it?
It didn't hit it. If you were to put your finger out, sort of when it was about probably, I'd say maybe 2 centimeters from it on the horizon. So you remember, I'm looking at this thing a couple of kilometers out on the ocean, but if you were to put your finger sort of like about 2 centimeters from it, it like disappeared into it. Something went into it, and it didn't slow down either. It was moving at like a rate of knots, like super quick, like a bullet out of a gun, so to speak, being shot, but even faster than the bullet at night time, quicker than that. And it went straight into the orange disc. It didn't explode. There was no
Wow.
impact. It like literally just disappeared as it got into it. And it didn't slow down one bit, straight into it. And the same thing with the
So it was like
rectangular craft.
it was another energy thing that went inside it. Another
Correct.
Yeah, all right. So you had 2 frequency merging. It didn't. Yeah, okay, got it. Question is, was it sentient? Did you get any kind of telepathic stuff happening? You feel any static, like your hair standing up on end?
No, there was literally no noise. There was no noise, no humming.
Nothing.
No, and I was right. Like the first time I ever saw any of this, just happened to. I'm showing my little brothers and sisters the different star systems and my limited knowledge of it. And this thing come from behind our peripheral vision, and it was literally right there. And then there was an elderly lady and gentleman who was sitting on their front porch, and I used to wave hello to them each day, because I'd go fishing pretty much every day, and on the way home I'd say, how you going, guys, and just keep walking. And anyway, my brother went to the newspaper about it, and they come and did an interview with us, and they were in the newspaper. They took photos and interviewed us and whatnot, and actually ran the story, and actually interviewed because he was headed north towards Coffs Harbour, towards there's an airport there, and then the journalist had enough presence of mind to actually go and interview the manager of the airport, and I thought he'd probably dismiss or whatnot, but he backed up what I had said, and even added his own stories as far as what some of the employees at Coffs Harbour Airport had reported to him of seeing same thing that I saw, but like multiple versions of them flying in formation. And this old lady and gentleman, I told, because I didn't want to look like, you don't want to look like an idiot. You think this is fucking crazy, like you set yourself up to look like a fucking loony. And I thought they were a married couple, but it turned out, because couple of days later, on my way home from fishing again, that old man was sitting there on his own. He goes, "Hey, you were the guy the other day that was here with your brother and sister, and we saw that weird light." And he was an older gentleman, and I had a chat to him, and he happened to read the newspaper clipping, and he goes, "Oh, I need to remind you." He goes, "I need to tell you something." He goes, "That's not my wife. That's my sister. She was coming to visit." And I said, "Oh, sorry, mate. I just assumed that you guys were married. I had no idea." But, I asked him, obviously, have you seen anything like that ever before in your life? And he says, never seen anything like that in his entire life. So to this day, it remains just,
Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, yeah, you're doing a lot better than the rest of us. The rest of us, we've seen stuff. There's no eyewitnesses to a lot of it, and then there's probably some eyewitnesses that will never talk about what they've seen. So, yeah, that's cool. That's good. Trust me, there's a lot of people seeing weird shit. I've seen a lot weirder, but you at least they didn't take you, and you weren't used as genetic samples for that night. That's a good thing. The other thing is like if you ever get it close to one of those things, don't grab it, don't touch it. Use your common sense. And
bunch of
I
synchronicities went with it though too. Like the next day at university, I was sitting in the lecture, and I was actually with one of my good friends, and he's from Turkey. He was an exchange student, and he actually brought up. He's like, he started talking about, and he lived further north at a place called Emerald Beach, which is a beautiful spot, and he had a beautiful house on a cliffside looking over the ocean, gorgeous spot. And he actually broached the subject of weird lights in the sky, and ended up basically telling the class about his experience. And I remember, never forget getting goosebumps thinking, shit, like, so that happened to him the same night it happened to me. But my experience was earlier in the night than his was. His happened at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and whereas mine was sort of like earlier that evening. So, just there's little synchronicities like that as well that kind of went with it. But it's like Larry, and just stick with you for the rest of your life. And at the end of the day, I don't believe that. I believe that we've got lots of technology and whatnot, but this thing kind of felt like I had a conscious interface, and it's very hard to verbalize and contextualize into words and explain the interaction. To be honest with you, and it left an impression on me so strong that fuck, here I am. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% real. What I mean is, I think your story has all the hallmarks of, an amazing sighting, plus the feeling of being watched and all of that. It all fits. What the hell's going on, right?
But I feel like I know this, maybe I'm biased, but look, my that happened by chance, so to speak, right? I can tell myself, I try and tell myself that right place, right time, whatnot. Maybe I'm kidding myself, but also kind of, if I think deeper, and I've had many, many years to sort of ponder and think, try and make some sort of sense of it. And essentially that's why I joined Twitter, to try and, scream to the scientific community, like, I know these things to be real. I'm a pragmatic kind of guy. I kind of want, let's get some answers here, but pretty much just not laughed at, but just, no one knows. No one really has the answers. But there is, that led me on my own journey where I thought, you know what, I'm not going to get answers here. I'm not going to get answers from fucking textbooks or Google, or from storytellers or ex fucking CIA. This is going to be my own journey, so to speak. And then it let me, I guess, it hasn't consumed me. I wouldn't say that much, because I still live my life. But there's been certainly moments where I've sort of like, I guess, really like just come to your own I've come to my own conclusions about sort of what it is, what it means, what's sort of going to happen. And I can't deny people have had bad experiences with little green men potentially. I'm not saying their experiences aren't real, but mine's always been about sort of, I don't want to sound like the 70s hippie with love and light, but that's the reality. It's been like, like they care about us. There's something else there. It's watching us. It knows us intimately. And the connection is there for us. It's to be made. Like, you've just got to want to make it. Like you walking outside half an hour ago, Larry. Like, if you like not in this space with the noise. Like it's about that moment of silence and quietness and going, you know what, I want to make that connection. And when you do it enough times, it's not for the curiosity factor that you do it. You do it because it's for some other weird fucking reason. It's like a soul reason. But and I also feel like that that experience, the connection, can go further. Should I kind of look at myself in two parts? Like there's my mental Ben, like my like I can make those decisions, but there's also a part of me is sort of like my spiritual, like my inside self. Like whereas I might think I'm ready for this and this and this, but my inner self will say, "Hang on, you're not ready for that yet." And there's no sort of like yearning or desire for me to sort of make it more. I don't need. I guess how do I put it? I don't need to see the little green men. I don't think I need that, but I feel like that, and I'm going to sound stupid, but if I wanted that, not if I wanted it even, if my inner self told me that, hey, you're ready for this and you need this, and then I could make that connection. But I don't feel like and I probably won't ever be ready or ever want to make that connection, to go further, to see an actual being. I think what I've seen so far and the connection that I already have and I've always had, that for me is sort of strong enough, and I don't need to be like a Bledsoe and go and sit outside and call these things every night just for like a bad habit. There's no point in that. Like I don't need any more proof. I don't need to see any more of what I've seen already to confirm what I've already seen, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. So I'm wondering, are you waiting for the whatever they're doing to happen? Because that's what I am. I'm waiting for whatever they're doing to happen. Because
That's
I
a
think it
great
means our
question.
graduation,
I don't believe in the doomer scenario. I laugh at that. If they wanted to obliterate us, they would have already by now. That's the reality. They could absolutely easily
What
obliterate us.
Ulrich is basically saying that he thinks a natural cataclysm is coming and that they're not going to help. And that they're going to take over after we're out of the way. Something like that. Really doomsday. So, you got to wonder, why he's
What's the whole
even in.
point? What would be the whole point of this existence if we were just born to basically be game over, man? What's the point? Like, it defeats the purpose of our whole existence. If you believe
Exactly.
that there's like an intelligent design that we're here, which I do, right? Then you believe that the parameters are set and everything's built, like it's an architecture behind it, so to speak, and that's for our benefit, for our sake, for this experience. The whole thing is built for us, right? And I know that may sound very sort of humanistic or selfish even, or naive to a lot of people, but here we are, and everything sort of is perfect almost. So I'm not saying the world is a perfect place. I'm not trying to sell love and light, but as far as the doomsday type scenario, absolutely not. Like there's a care factor there. It's like they're a big brother. Like
Yeah.
I'll look at it like a celestial family. That's how I kind of see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. And I also think that whatever the Greys are doing, I think we're going to end up being okay with it in the end. But we need to know more. But yeah, I don't think the doomsday cataclysm is okay. Now, I know what I was going to say. Have you heard Top Rad's testimony?
Can you rehash it?
He had this dream, cataclysmic dream, where he was encased in a transparent bubble, and he was being shown all these cataclysms, and they all seemed very real. And he was accompanied by some kind of being that he didn't see, and then eventually he got some kind of message from a group of beings that merged into one being and said, this has happened before and it will happen again many times. And what was the rest of it? I mean, there was nothing. There's something about love, and all that. But the way Top Rad is interpreting this dream, or the way he's telling it, it really just leaves. I don't think he realizes it, but it's a message of death. That's it. So what? But I think the right interpretation of his dream is that if these things are going to happen, we're all going to be in these little transparent bubbles watching it happen. I think that's the message.
Yeah, I think you encountered probably a light being or close to it. That's just my opinion. Those guys are cool.
You trying to come up? I doubt you can.
I think we're all one and the same. I think, we're all, this universe is like, you look at the thing of the word universe, one verse, one song, one harmony. We're all in rhythm with each other. We're all just one flow, one state.
Yeah.
I don't believe that anything in this universe created us, so to speak. I think something above this dimension or this above all of us in this universe created all of this.
This is, it's a remarkable time. I do think more is coming. Lots more interesting stuff. It's been kind of a lull lately, but spaces is happening. We had a good.
I think you had a lightning encounter. Second, let me plug in. I hate this phone. Anyway, yeah, I think you had a lightning encounter. Those guys are great. I've seen 8 different alien species. Some were great, some were not so good. One light being encounter, fantastic. So, yeah, they're different. Breaking it down as to what actually occurred, yeah, good luck. So, there's millions of aliens that are probably out there, and trying to figure out which species it is going to be damn near impossible, at least for something like that. And does the government know? They probably know more than we do, maybe, but it's also compartmentalized too. So you might have one person that knows this angle of something, and vice versa. The disclosure happens in the public, not through the government. That's just my take on it. I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic. I'm eating breakfast.
I think Doomer's space was really informative today, and that gentleman, I caught it briefly before I had to go to work, but he spoke about sort of these private companies or corporates pretty much like being like the government pandering to them. We think that, we all think, oh, the government's got to hold these people to account that have this technology, et cetera, et cetera. But no, the government are the ones who are going cap in hand, looking for funding basically to keep it existence, to keep it in the way it is. So it was really insightful to hear that gentleman speak today, as far as like sort of the capitalistic sort of corporatization point of view, as far as the money, the stories, who's being told what. I essentially believe that none of these guys have no fucking clue at all. And that maybe there's a very, I'm sure that collectively they have a lot of information, but as far as, I think we're going to draw the line between technology, advanced technology, things we can and can't do, and as far as the extraterrestrial ETs go, we've got to kind of draw that line. I don't think when it comes to ETs and whatnot, I think it's very much top tier down like we are. I think maybe we're all as clueless as each other, even those that claim to know.
The Reagan briefing kind of, for me, is a really huge leak, because in that meeting, which was 1978, William Casey, the director of the CIA, briefed Reagan, who had just been elected, about all they knew about ETs. Although I think there was still some stuff that they hinted about that was never covered in the meeting. I bet they met again after that, but we were lucky enough to have this one, which described 5 different species they were aware of, and each one had different technology. And one of them was the ones that abduct people. And they said, we think that one of these species is evil because they appear to be abducting humans and performing some sort of experiments on them and then returning them to their homes. And that's why they considered them evil.
So I kind of believe
But
that it's like, if you look at stovepiping, right? You look at stovepiping and say they say the government stovepipes, but if you look at like what would maximum stovepiping look like? Put it this way, I like Whitley Strieber's kind of take on it, where he will say that an alien will show you you have a soul, right? So you know your soul to be real, like it's an undeniable thing, and then all bets are off. So as far as, let's say the president had a communication with an alien species, and it communicated him in a way not like you and I are talking now. It wouldn't look like that. We need to understand, get outside our objective little minds where we think this is going to look like this. We kind of box and package things to sort of look the way that we think it should be or how it would be. It couldn't be anything further from the truth. It works on a different level. This is just my understanding. And so maximum stovepiping would be, you could have your whole fucking Senate Intelligence Committee, right? And each and every one of them has their own experience, yet each person's told something different from a being potentially, right? And that being, but it's so much so that that one person won't even tell the next person next to them, that one committee member won't talk to the other committee member and say, hey, this is what happened to me, etc., etc. There's almost like a caveat there that when you have that exchange, that experience, well, there's some things that remain that you cannot divulge. That's just for you. And so you wonder why some of these people take these things to their grave. It's not because they're so good at keeping secrets, it's because they're trying to salvage their souls, or their souls, not that their souls in jeopardy, but like Whitley Strieber says, he kind of takes it to the dramatic point. Like, it shows you have a soul, and if you break that bond, or you break that, you speak or whatnot, then your soul is doomed. I wouldn't go as far as saying your soul is doomed, but there's definitely like a detrimental result for your soul, so to speak. And so that's why that's why people will take it to their graves. If that kind of makes sense.
well, it did for like most of it, and then like because you were saying, let's see, that part of it is just for you. That is so true. I mean, I think that my experience was not meant to be shared, like to mean something to other people. It was definitely just for me. Um, Even though I will say that it wasn't just playtime. I did have a vision where there were 2 races that were going to receive an upgrade. A new phase is what the words were. And that this was a very joyous thing for both races. Now, the first race was in this vision, they were, I guess, the Greys, because, or something like them, because they didn't have much emotion, but they were likable. And they had, according to the information download, they had lived by some kind of code for a long time, like for eons, and it served them well. But they had become aware of another race, or I don't know if they had always known of them or whatever, but there was this jealousy because this other race of beings was much more lively and colorful and happy and zippy, and just like a whole nother level of, I guess, emotions was the big difference. And they really wanted that. And so they tried to change their code, which they did not write, by the way. And by the way, it was a written code, which is really weird. They didn't have instinct like we do. They had a written code. And they tried to change it, and they didn't understand what they were changing or what the consequences were. And so after eons of behaving in a very docile and beautiful but simple way,
they were now behaving erratically and somewhat troublesome and chaotic. But the message that I was told to give to these beings, and this was just really just a play, right? It wasn't like I was a special envoy or anything, but it was all for me, you know. But the message was that these beings was to tell them that the new phase is coming, and they were extremely happy to hear that. And I just wonder, you know, On Jolly just the other day said that the beings told her that they reset the earth every uh, 6 or 7 thousand years, and that we become the next generation of our being, of our, you know, like our souls receive new bodies or something like that, each reset. So, and then, like, I don't know, it starts over again with other human beings. I don't know.
I don't subscribe to the natural, like a rock hit the earth, the younger dryas, etc. I don't kind of. I think that like the technology is that amazing that, you know, if you can traverse the cosmos, then blasting an asteroid out of its orbit so it doesn't smash that Earth would seem pretty natural to me. So I kind of, if I'm to buy into the bad alien, I've got a lot of conflicting ideas. I kind of think that like technology reflects the spirituality of the species, right? So, like we're at kind of like a crossroads where we've split the atom. In the next 500 years, we could either go to World War III and blow each other off the map, and there's no World War IV, or we get through this period peacefully and we move on. Like we sort of ascend as a species together to realize that, you know, we can traverse the cosmos, and we want humanity to kick on for thousands of years, for millions of years potentially. So for mine, I think that maybe if there is the bad alien sort of agenda there, like there's like a good evil, I have to acknowledge that that does exist in this universe. There has to be the polarity. I kind of think that, well, like maybe the Younger Dryas was the result of a war, a battle on a physical sense. That there was a battle, a physical battle between species potentially, and then that the technology essentially is what caused, you know. But I also think that maybe if you wanted to hide something, or I feel like we're protected, right? And so where would you hide us? Like we're almost like hidden, and potentially that some other higher power has us hidden in this 3D space potentially. I know it sounds crazy, but kind of feel like we're being protected, and that's why when people say where are all the aliens, we're like, well, they don't want us to be found, and whoever's sort of overwatching us is making sure that we are protected and that we're not found and we're being hidden, and potentially that whatever's looking for us, there's like a battle to keep us hidden potentially. I mean, it sounds crazy, but that's kind of like where I'm kind of at.
Did you attend the Roswell nurse stuff that I was talking about earlier? Because she was talking about this being a prison planet.
I heard a little bit of that, yeah. I wouldn't call it a prison planet. I think life's beautiful. You know, I think that you know, like that what kind of existence would love not exist? To me, that would be a prison planet.
Yeah, she was not prison in terms of punishment, but in terms of confinement. Like there was an old empire. This is the story. I don't know whether I believe it or not, but she was saying that, you know, I don't know, trillions of years ago there was an old empire, and they were evil, and they were so huge and so full of themselves that any threat to their empire, like any deviation from their social structure, was considered a threat. So musicians, anyone that would like connect a being back to their soul was considered a threat, and they were banished to Earth. And the way this works, this prison planet, is that the soul, when when the body dies, the device somehow lures the soul into a recycling, and during that process it uses electricity, according to the nurse, that wipes the memory of the soul. And so therefore they really never progress, right? They just keep living new lives without remembering their old lives, and they never escape this cycle. And I would have written this off completely, but it is meshing with my current beliefs about the old Yahweh, the old God, and really the whole idea of like Yahweh never talked about eternal life. So why is that? The entire Old Testament, nothing about eternal life. Then comes Jesus, and he's preaching a new message. There is this kingdom of heaven, and it's life after death. It's eternal life. Why is that new? Is it because he's got the keys to the soul trap? He's somehow conquered. Remember, he said, "Be of good cheer, for I have overcome the world." When I looked up the word overcome, what he meant was conquered. So I don't exactly know what that means, but it would appear that if there was a soul trap, it was this constant reincarnation, and that Jesus is saying, "Good news, everybody! I have the keys to this thing, and as long as you're good, you're welcome to eternal life. As long as you're vibing with me, I guess I'm trying to stick with." That's the idea that made me think, well, maybe there was a soul trap in a
Who's
way.
Yahweh then? Is Yahweh like a demiurge, like a fallen demiurge, like a little G?
Well, the Anunnaki never really liked us. We were their slave labor force, and they were going to let us perish in the cataclysm, but there was division, and so we were saved. But that remnant of this, you see in the story of Job, this same division. Oh, they're good. No, they're not. So yeah, I see Yahweh as someone who thought we were not good, and he was assigned to get the Israelites out of Egypt, and that's what he did. But in the process, he demanded allegiance and stood by as half of the many thousands of them were slaughtered by the other half because they didn't approve of Yahweh after he abandoned them for 40 days on the mountain and was not treating them well. So yeah, demiurge, kind of he never preached anything about you'll have eternal life. It was always just a threat that if you don't do good, it won't go well with you, and if you do good, I will bless you. It's fascistic, and the laws that he laid down were fascistic, being stoned for working on a Sunday, which Jesus said was a really, really wrong interpretation, that the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. Jesus said that ye are of your father the devil. He said that to the Pharisees. Why? Because they were sticking with Yahweh. He said, your fathers did eat manna in the desert, and they are dead. I am the bread of life. I am the true bread of life, not the false bread of life that was Yahweh.
Have
So
you read the Apocryphon of John? Have you read the Apocryphon of John, Larry?
No, tell me.
You should read that. So there's not just the Bible. There's other, like, I guess you'd call scriptures or religious texts, and that basically where Jesus is talking to John, and he speaks about essentially saying that this is a fallen universe, and there's almost like there's like little G's and there's the big G, like the all, and he pretty much says that that the little G's who made us and have domain over this universe, sort of that created us, and we are synthetic souls, and they are the little G's are like the fallen. They were God pretty much is wiped the floor with them in a sense. But you should read the Apocryphon of John, right? So um, I don't want to try and rehash over it too much, but that's how I interpret it, and I find that kind of interesting. And they're basically the big God, the big G, kind of took pity on us, and we're like sort of like we can be saved, so to speak, if that makes sense. Whereas the people who made, or the things that made us, the demiurges that created us, they cannot, and they're trying to get back or closer to God through us somehow. Pretty shitty rehash the way I rehashed it, but I suggest you read that. You'll find it very fascinating.
Yeah, it may be that we will judge the angels, but what was I going to say about that? Let me think for a minute.
I also think that there's certain dates, like everyone keeps talking about 2027, and I just want to throw it out there. I'm hedging my bets that the 22nd of September 2027 is going to mark the anniversary of a certain event, and then that's a significant date to me, like for my own reasons. But I got the feeling that if I was as a betting man, and everyone keeps banging on about certain dates, they want to give us years, but they don't want to narrow it down to a day and month. Well, I'll narrow it down to the 22nd of September 2027 as being a significant date. And I don't really want to say why, but it does mark the anniversary of something, right? Of a supernatural event that occurred.
But I'll wrap this with just a great appreciation for your view, because I am of the same view. We're being protected. I really feel that strongly, and so there is some tension between me and Ulrich on that in that regard, because we love each other, but because he's a very smart and funny man, I like him, but I can't. I guess we just don't have to share the same exact views for now. I just wish that he. I wish that he had a brighter view of the future, like I do, like you do, because boy, I'll tell you what, Benno, I keep forgetting this too because it's been so long, 25 years. But I remember thinking, oh my God, our future is brighter than I ever dared hope. There, I could never have imagined. And the funny thing is, I can't tell you any reason why I would say that. I have nothing to back that up.
These are the days of innocence, though, aren't they? I love these. I love that. I feel like we're in an age of innocence, of not knowing. I think there's something beautiful about that. There's something beautiful about mystery,
Oh,
And can I
yes.
just say, when I stepped, I'm in the
Yes.
car now. I had to go to the shops, but when I stepped outside, before I didn't want to say anything, it sounded like a complete fucking weirdo, but I saw a white flash blink just once in the sky. Could have been an aeroplane and it went into the clouds, whatever, but literally saw that. So there's that, you know. But when it comes to people like Ulrich or Green Street or any of these people who, I think they're like waymarkers. We need the polarity. We need, like, when you go boating, you've got your red and your green, and you've got to have your waypoints. We kind of need that, like, polarity to kind of, you can pick left, right. We kind of need that. Like, it's something we need, those people, kind of set those waymarkers for us.
Yeah, I really am trying very hard to be very open, because the more narrow I get, it's just not social. It cuts you off. The more narrow you get with your views, the more hard-lined you get. I'm just trying to flow with what I'll speak my truth, but I'm not forcing it on anybody.
I just keep coming back to that I don't know, and I don't profess to have any answers. I don't think anyone that comes across and says I have the answers. I absolutely don't. I'm not saying I don't trust, but
No.
I guess I don't. I find it, while it's fascinating and some people are great storytellers, I think there's motivation behind that, and I don't believe it's like a sincere, honest, good motivation that really, people who are going to grift, they're going to grift, whereas I want answers, and I don't want to entertain bullshit, and but at the same time, God gave me 2 ears and 1 mouth, so it pays to listen, and it pays to listen to other people's experiences. They're important.
We may not all be on the same page, but I think we're converging, and that's the beautiful thing. I think we are converging. And, so people are at different points in the convergence right now, but we are converging together to a more common view. I'm hearing lots of stuff that is coming out, like, there's a lot of talk about a spiritual side to this, which it used to be all nuts and bolts, and now there is a big spiritual side to it that's coming out. So,
And that comes down to the individual too, though, doesn't it? 'Cause when you talk about spirituality, it comes down to self and, like, whatever your beliefs are, or, and we can all have opinions or different perspectives, but you're born on your own, you die on your own. Well, you're born with your mother, I get, but what I mean is, like, it's your experience, your journey in this life is so important, and then, like, just your journey, and there's something in that, and everyone always wants to sort of push back to this singularity, like we're all part of this one big pool, like we all may be same, but there's a reason that we're individuals. We're not just one being. We're individuals. We're all aspects of something bigger, and I don't believe that that we just get sucked back into this big whirlpool of spirit or whatever it is. It's sort of, there's a reason that we are who we are. And I'm not talking gibberish now, but
We'll have some sort of collective consciousness thing happening. I guarantee it. It's not going to be at the chip level. We're not going to be getting. Well, they're going to try it. It ain't going to work. People are going to rebel against it. We've got the ability. We can do it now. I mean, we don't need the chips. We don't need the physical technology to do that stuff. You can take 2 people. I'm not going to go into details on how to do this, but anyway, you can merge multiple souls together. There are some benefits. There are some drawbacks. If you do something on a negative side, it's like not a good thing. Not a good idea to have multiple souls connected. That way you've got multiple target. Anyway, I don't want to go into it.
I want you to go into it. How do you join souls
No,
together?
no.
Apart from a holy matrimony of marriage, I mean, like, how else do you join souls?
You can do it. I'm not going to go into it. You can figure out the physics on your own. Not now. We have a lot of other things that need to be taken care of first. So the downside to, let's say you have 5 people that are involved in some very negative stuff that have merged together. Problem is, when you have a merged soul like that, you have one person that screws up, they're all going to be blamed for it. So that's the downside. That's why I'm kind of very hesitant for even talking about that. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and I wish I could say more, but I'm kind of like very restricted right now. Because like we're on the verge of World War III. We got all this other crap that's going on. The political situation's breaking down. We've got tons of the Republican side's getting locked up because they didn't fight hard enough against the communists. and we get the communists trying to take over the planet. That's going to completely fall on their ass. I'm an ex-communist, so I guarantee you they're going to get their asses kicked big time. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm very limited on what I can talk about for now. Later on, I can talk more, but right now I'm very limited. But anyway,
So
I'm going to go ahead and
is
pass
it to do with the technology as far as extracting souls? Is that kind of where you're at without saying too much, or?
I don't want to give the enemy too much information. If you know what I mean.
Because I've heard about this. And what I've heard is that essentially where the research is at, the tip of the sword, so to speak, is literally what they're trying to do. And those the billionaires or those with the money they're paying the super nerdy smart people to do who study this stuff. Their job is pretty much to, well, they believe that there's the soul trap type stuff, right? And their take on it is they want to kind of escape that and put their plasma soul into into some other vessel, if you will.
Right. Yeah. That's what that's one of their belief systems. They have done the multi-soul thing. This is the Masons will do that. Like I said, I can't. We're talking through freaking X. God only knows where the hell this thing's going. So I can't really specifically say what's happening because I'm kind of like a step. I'm kind of the tip of the spiritual spear on a lot of stuff. So I can't tell anybody what I'm planning. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. At least not right now. Later on, yeah, after they get their asses kicked, then things will look a little bit better. But right now, we got Biden. He's trying. The only way he's going to try this is going to fail. He's trying to stay in office by creating a World War III with Russia. That ain't that's like 40 years ago. You might be able to pull that off. You can't do it nowadays with the internet. Just not going to happen. And if they pull the plug on the internet, that's just going to make things even worse. People will really wake up. So, and crisis will bring people to a collective soul real quick. And that's going to, again, kick their ass. No matter which way they go, this New World Order is completely surrounded on all energy fronts. Okay. They can move any direction and they're going to get opposition. So I'm just keeping a really close eye on that kind of stuff. So anyway, enough of what I know, which is not very much. Go ahead. Larry, where'd you go?
He's still showing a speaker on my phone. And Just is here. Hey, Just.
Yeah, hi, Benno. Long time no speak.
Lucky for you.
Am I on your bad side?
No, I meant lucky for you. You haven't had to endure anything I've had to say. That's what I mean. I was kind of backburning there. No slide on you.
It's okay.
Yeah, Logan's like passed up, and I guess Larry just got reset, so he can't come back out.
How did I get up then?
Yeah, Logan's awake
I
because
have no
Just
idea.
got up.
Maybe he is awake. I don't know. I don't know. And my app is dying.
Yeah, Larry's still a speaker on my phone. So is Andra, but they don't have the little mics next to them, so it's wigging out a little bit.
Larry's a listener.
Yeah, and I'm having issues with the mic getting turned on and off. It's like I got to hit it about 20 times. It'll flip finally. And I'm on the desktop and I'm also on the phone. And none of this stuff is jiving. The microphones are hooked up right on the desktop, and the other stuff on the phone it's not even flipping. It's like it's frozen. So
Are you
I
like
don't know how
double?
long.
Are you double plugged in? Are you on your?
I'm double plugged in. Yeah,
Yes.
the desktop's a piece of crap. So I haven't gotten the microphone to work right on that. I'm gonna try it again, but I got to find a space that doesn't have a lot of people in it and just say, hey, let me try this thing out. And if it's a big space, I'm not going to be able to do it. So yeah, this is a mess. X needs to do some bug fixes really bad.
So tell us about your plans, real alien.
Nah, I have none. No plans.
I like it, man. The plan is to have no plan.
I thought you just said we have plans.
No, I'm not gonna talk about plans. My plans are top secret.
That conversation reminded me of Mad Max 3, especially because we have a guy here with an Australian accent.
Another person with a microphone that I can't see or hear. This is amazing. I love X. It's like you're in this limbo world, like where ghosts come out of nowhere. Seriously, I have no idea who just keyed up the mic, but it's
Well,
good.
that could be a nice training because when we have contact with aliens or entities, usually they start talking out of nothing. So the great, and we get scared somehow because we're not expecting. So the great first step for us to start communicating with them is get rid of our fears. Fear not, as we see often in the Bible.
Yeah, I agree. You're actually. Does anybody else see who's what's your nick?
It's Shelf of Insanities. Who's
Yes,
talking?
my brand. It's not my nickname. It's my brand here on X. It's Shelf of Insanities.
Yeah, okay, you're there. It's not responding that you're talking, and then yeah, X is totally screwed. I have never seen a platform that has this many bugs in it ever. This is Elon's got to do something. Hire more people to write software that works. And I've talked to a couple of people that were on the development team on X, and I mean they're about as enthusiastic as somebody that's going to scrub a toilet out. Okay, it's just not happening. So I think it's an old team, and he's just got to get some new people in and fire these bastards. Because if they can't fix this stuff, kick their ass out. That's my opinion.
I think he's still putting order in the house because the app has been on since early 2000. So the previous developers they simply got fired all of a sudden, and the other crew started to um, probably guess need to figure out what they have in hand.
That's why it's a struggle to purge the bots, because essentially what you're doing is, I mean, like Elon, when he bought X or Twitter, was, I guess, left with the option to, do I just scrap the whole thing and start again with brand new coding, or do we just keep putting code on top of code on top of code on top of code, fix on top of fix on top of fix, update after update? So it works like that, you know. So there's no, you have to either do a hard reset and wipe the whole thing and start again, or you try and fix the issues with it, which can cause other issues. It's not as easy as, you know. And that's the complication, I guess.
You know what I would do? I would fork it. It's what they do in Linux. I've been doing Linux for 35 years plus. Fork the damn thing. You got this version of X, and you got another version of the old or the new version, and start running them in tandem, and then eventually phase out the old one, and then bring the new one in. Just like what what the hell's the name of that other platform? Doggone it.
Good morning. I just woke up.
Top of the morning to
I
you,
forget.
Logs.
Anyway, there's another platform that did the same thing. They updated and basically phased out their old stuff. That's the best way to do it. Right now, this is stupid. And even like Periscope. Periscope was a great platform. Twitter bought them out. Totally wiped out. Gone. They could bring back Periscope. And that would be really kind of cool. But anyway, I'm not Elon Musk. I have no idea what the hell he's doing. I think he needs a brain implant sometimes. So anyway.
So the brain implants is how they're going to merge all these souls, huh?
I hope they're not going to merge X in somebody's head, but I tell you what, we would end up in a lot of trouble.
I remember reading something a couple of years back about them linking a bunch of monkey brains together to operate a robot arm to get snacks.
That sounds extremely dangerous.
Absolutely.
That's neurodivergence, like the true definition.
Good, Benno, you're co-host, so you can bring people up to the mic.
But Logan's awake. Did you not hear him say good morning?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to recycle you then. I'll throw you down and come back up. And then I think it should be better for you.
All right, cool.
I went down hard, man. I am like, woof. I'm gonna grab some breakfast. BRB.
Larry, I'm trying to get you up, but it won't allow me to accept you as speaker. So maybe if you remove your request and I can throw you an invite.
I got him.
I don't know how much I'll be speaking, but I just wanted to be in the speaker section, you know, for the emojis and all that.
What do you think is going to happen, Larry? I mean, like in the back of everyone's mind, everyone's got their own version of, I guess, like what they think is going to happen. I'm just curious, Larry, what do you think? Let's say fast
I
forward.
think World War III is going to happen. That's what I think.
Ooh, that's a doomer.
Well, speaking about World War III and all these subjects of people waking up, and we are going to have a fork in this planet. The bad soul's going to go to Earth 1. The good soul's going to go to the Earth 2. I don't know. What I know is the times that we are living, similar to the increase in World War III, it reminds me of the chapter in the Bible, Matthew 24. So if someone wants to take a break to read that chapter, it's like it gives me goosebumps when I read that chapter, because it could be possibly the time where Jesus will return.
I think so.
The reason why we have all these entities surveilling, observing us in their invisible positions, they know already which one of us are the good ones or the bad ones. So when the time will come, it would be useless for us to try to pretend to be the nice guy, because they will already know who are the goods and the bad souls. So the Matthew 24 chapter, it is saying that the they will secretly keep a man and leave the other one, and we like something like two men working in the field. God will take one and let the other one. Two women working together in the sew, like sewing or something. They will pick one and leave the other. And there are descriptions that that his return itself would be like a nuclear bomb, because they describe it as something like a thunder or a lightning that would go here from east to west. Um, it will cover everything in fire, uh, and all to the women who are pregnant or breastfeeding.
It didn't. Wait.
Which is radiation. Radiation is bad for women, pregnant women. When I speak my mind, improvising, I have a bad English. When I read it, or when I prepare a text first, I do it better. So if you want, I can open a page here and read the Matthew 24 myself.
No.
Okay, is this working? Can you hear me?
Coming through loud and clear.
All right. Anybody else talking? Come on. I hope. Don't tell me it's just one way. God, bugs. Oh. All right, I'm going to drop the mic.
What happened to Benno?
Logan, I can kind of hear you chopping away at the audio. It's kind of cool. One packet in a space at a time. Yeah, it's great. God. Oh.
You can't hear me? Can't hear me? Can't hear me? Hello?
Yep, you're good. You're good. All right. Now it's working.
Okay.
I guess you have to warm up spaces now. Just gotta like get it rolling, and then finally it'll go. Probably my phone is dying.
What happened to Benno? Where'd he go?
I bet he glitched. How many people in the room? Is it 26 people? 50? Do we know?
I don't know. I can look, I guess. Let's see.
It says 23 here. On
13 people plus 5 speakers, so it's 18.
18. Okay, I have 23, which means nothing. God.
So what are you guys talking about?
Bugs.
I guess not anymore. What happened? Everyone fall asleep?
No, it's like the room glitched out. I lost. This thing was acting up. In fact, I'm going to exit out of this program because you're breaking up really bad. I'm going to exit out, and I'm going to do a phone recycle. I think it's my end, not X.
Yeah, I'll try the same thing. Maybe that fixed the glitches. I don't know. Hey, what's up, Larry? You still awake?
Barely.
How was tonight? I missed out on it. I was passed out so hard.
Oh, it was okay.
How's it going,
Better,
Andre?
better than any of the others. That's for sure.
What do you mean the others?
Well, there was a couple others throughout the night. Nothing worth going to.
$60,000 applications running in the background on this Android 10 phone, and just does it on its own. They have been killed, so that's a good thing.
I ate a bowl of cereal. Fucking Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's like the cinnamon rolls version. It is so good.
That's so bad for you to eat.
No, dude, I know. I looked at the ingredients list. I was like, holy shit! But it's like a drug. Can't help
It's
myself.
okay. You'll be preserved for life, and they won't need to embalm you when you die. You'll live 1,000 years, and people go, "Oh, they had cinnamon toast crunch." That's a yeah, it's pretty bad. I look at the ingredients. It's like you'll have these. If it tastes good, it's bad for you, which is not great.
Oh, hey, Andre, we're not doing hands. What's up?
Holy Toledo, the app was glitching so much earlier, and I kept hearing all these things that I wanted to comment on and I wanted to speak, and I knew that it wouldn't connect, it wouldn't register that I was trying to speak, and it was like having this kind of metaphysical sleep paralysis that, that I'm like listening to a discussion and I'm participating in my head, but not really. It was weird. Hey, Larry, I I've been thinking so much about the Roswell interview, and I think there is a there's an allegory in there of the fall, and it's when Errol says. And by the way, I hope I don't go in and out of freaking whatever here. She's talking about her doll body and the Isbys, and she said, so the Isbys grew their doll bodies so that they would have just, like bodies to jump in and out of when they wanted to play. But there was a time when an Isby, it sounds like, injured the body and felt bad for it, and then started taking more care of it, so to not hurt it. And they all sort of followed suit, and they became very, very, very attached to those doll bodies. And then it sounds like sort of that's when they got sort of fused to them down here. And that sort of struck me as an analogous to the fall in some way, of getting perilously attached to the well, the part of the ego that creates physicality, the part of the ego that creates 3D and duality. And I was listening to trying to see who it was Real Alien Hunter, talking about the fusing of souls. And I think Larry said something about maybe be careful about the possibility of maybe judging angels if they are involved. And it sort of made me think, what if, let me just close my window here so it's not too noisy. What if we are a whole bunch of souls linked as a soul family, and we decided to come play on this renegade planet that God gave us? And some of us had to play the good guys, and some of us had to play the bad guys, because otherwise it wouldn't be a game. And so some of us had to come here and be the Klaus Schwabs, and be the elites, be the popes, be the oppressors. And we got so good at our own game, we forgot who is who and how the hell to get out of here. And someone, in his ever loving benevolence and patience, older brother, had to freaking swing by and rescue us concurrent with this other event, so we didn't get our stupid play souls swallowed by our own game. What do you think about that?
Yeah, there's lots of echoes of. Well, first of all, I did. Hang on a sec. Yeah, my hearing aid is kind of going bad here. The fall, you called the fall, but the thing is, the fall is a biblical derivation,
I
which
know that was a really
refers.
wrong word. That I shouldn't
Oh,
have
okay.
used it. As soon as it came out, I was like, "Oh God!" But it's early, and I had to get up at 6:30 to go feed a cat and a bunny. So forget I said the fall.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah. I mean, I don't remember all of that coming from her, but maybe you were riffing a little, or maybe I just didn't catch everything she said. But
Oh no,
I
I was
know.
riffing.
Okay, because it brings to mind A Course in Miracles, which I don't know if you ever looked at that, but it's channeled material from a psychologist in New York
I
named Hel.
freaking love the Course in Miracles. Love, love, love the Course in Miracles. And someone said, "Oh no, that was written by the CIA." And I'm like, I don't even care. I have learned so much from the Course in Miracles. So
Oh no, the
go for
CIA
it. I
would
love it.
the CIA would not write that. That's so funny. But the biggest evangelist of that was Ken Wapnick, and he was also I don't know if he was a psychologist or I don't think so, but he was a real big proponent of this, and he met her, and anyway, his idea, I think, which he got from the Course in Miracles, was that the the physical world was was born out of the idea that we could be separate from God, and that by just having the idea that we could be separate from God, we became feeling a little bit guilty that we would even have that idea, and that guilt gnawed at us so much that we created an entire world to sort of separate ourselves from God. And it all sort of got started with just a simple impulse um, of thinking that we could be separate from God. And so that's Ken's cosmology, that it all started with guilt, the guilt of feeling like we had a bad thought, and God will not like our thought. So we have to create this world to sort of hide from.
God. Really weird idea. I just wanted to throw it out there because it kind of, you know, rhymed
That
with
is
what you were
interesting.
saying. Yeah.
It is. I mean, I know that, the Course in Miracles talks a lot about claiming the atonement, the at-one-ment, which is ours to come into anytime we want. But there is also a line that says, what could you not endure if you but knew that every part of your experience was gently planned by one who's, oh gosh, what is one who's only has your best and most loving interest at heart.
That's powerful.
It
It's
is. Yeah, it
it's
makes me
also
cry.
it's a little bit too good to be true. I don't know if
Yeah,
I
it kind of
trust it.
makes me think like it's a bit parental, and I'm not quite sure. It does make it does make me feel like, okay, Daddy God has everything under control. And while I love that idea, um, I I strongly feel I have a lot more culpability, a lot more accountability for what I experience than it was just planned for my expansion.
Yeah, I think so too. And this whole prison planet thing just rubs me the wrong way. But you know, I studied the Bible quite a bit with the ancient alien theory in mind. That was the reason I went to it. But I really did study it, and it just sort of came alive because of that ancient alien theory. And then when I got to the New Testament, it really wasn't about ancient aliens anymore. It was now more about, okay, what is Jesus saying? And we didn't know anything about Satan from the Old Testament, and we know almost nothing about Satan from the New Testament. All we know is that there was lots of devils that people were casting out. But the little bit that we know is when Jesus, uh, was informing Peter and the disciples that he was going to be submitting himself to the authorities to be crucified. Peter shook him and said, "No way, why would you even think such a thing?" And Jesus shook him off and said, "Get thee behind me, Satan." And here's the interesting part. "For thou savorest the things that be of men, and I savorest the things that be of God." So he's characterizing Satan as someone who enjoys the things that be of men, not someone who is an adversary or hates us, but someone who enjoys the antics of men. What does that really mean? Is it someone who's enjoying watching us as a voyeur? Or is he living through us? I don't know. I really don't understand what is Satan. And I believe me, I've been over it, so it's not like I haven't looked. There's just no good answer. I mean, the most reasonable explanation for who is Satan is really with the adversary is it stems back to the Sumerian division between Enki and Enlil. And one thought of us as not worthy, and the other thought we were. So that's all Satan ever really was. But then Jesus says that Satan savors the things that be of men, and I'm trying to reconcile, what does that mean? Is there a demiurge that is trying to prevent our souls from ascending by corrupting us? I mean, that just makes no sense to me. That shouldn't be allowed. So is it more of a good cop, bad cop thing where they're both on the same side, but one pretends to be bad? I don't know. Fucking It's disgusting how little we know. I'll drop it there.
When Errol was talking about bugs and blooms, bugs and blossoms, whatever it is, this emporium of genetic creation, and that is where creatures, all kinds of creatures, were invented, including people. Um, what I'm not, I guess, as we've entered the era where you can 3D print organs and whatnot. I guess assembling a human does not seem so incredibly far-fetched to me. But I'm unclear how the soul gets into these engineered creatures. Because at some point, the soul has to go, okay, I'm going to go into that engineered creature. Does it not? I mean, it doesn't get
Exactly.
sent there unwillingly, can it?
That was not described, and I would like to know more about that. That's kind of critical to our understanding. But it does seem like perhaps she did include us as one of the creatures which was genetically engineered, and that would make sense in the sense that the Bible says, "Let us make man in our image." The Elohim are saying that. Well, that means that they look like us, and how could that be? Well, it could be because if Bugs and Blossoms, that company, was creating mammal primates to seed other planets, and then then how does the soul get transferred into that being? So that I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of lost there because I also got interrupted by the fact that we were genetically modified by the Sumerians, the Anunnakis, not the Sumerians, the Anunnaki. So we are a engineered species, but probably I would guess that okay, here's where I'm going. When I talk about other human beings, that not humans, but other beings that look like us, very much like us, they probably exist because Lou Elizondo is talking about humankinds with the plural. And that was a big breadcrumb drop. And then he went on to talk about what does it really mean to be human? Because some humans don't even act human at all. And he implied that maybe there are some other beings out there that he's aware of that act more human than we humans do. And that was a very strange comment. He knows a lot.
And the Anunnaki are fairly humanoid, so they were engineered as well. Like who engineered them?
Yeah.
I was under the understanding that the original beings on this planet were something called the Patel, Patal, and were they didn't have the dense form that we do. That they were more etheric. I don't really know much about them other than they were very divine and in that sense simple. I know that, well, I don't know. I've heard that after they passed out of being on this planet, I think just because their being was not in harmony with the density here. I guess we got seeded by Lyrans and avians, but that there was some agreement that in order to successfully seed this planet, the life form needed to be a bipedal humanoid. But I don't. I haven't. My research hasn't gone far enough into. Well, once they made that decision that it had to be a bipedal humanoid, and I think that was for purposes of yeah, labor and reproduction. Um, what how we chose to sort of where our souls decided to participate in this, or if we've been participating the whole time. I don't know, but I'm telling you, my idea, my sensibility of what my soul is and can do, and the reaches are so misaligned with how small and insignificant and forgetful I feel as a human here in this experience, and continually programmed, it seems, to remain in my own smallness despite every aspect of my soul and my spirit wanting to break out of this. And
Yeah, I feel that too.
here's a funny example of this that I only just thought of. It only just came to me this morning. Somebody asked you, let me just take a sip here. Someone asked you if you had, an experience or sighting, and you told the story of when you were 18 and said that was the one and only time. And I thought, wow, this whole time I would have imagined Larry as being somebody, you know, continually contacted, just in continual contact with beings of all kinds, and lots of experiences going back and forth to other planets, blah blah blah, and and so with so much experience and advancement in ufology that my my sightings over the years, even the ones that I have photographed, never seemed significant enough for me to mention here on UFO Twitter, and I am here every day. That is incredible. I'll just land it there.
Dad, I feel sorry for you. My heart goes out to you.
Don't feel bad, it's funny. I'm laughing.
Oh man, these spaces, I tell you, you got there's moments where it's just fantastic. There's other moments it's like, what the hell happened? It's like drive by yelling, It's like, I remember you last night, you were just saying all kinds of, it's like, I don't know. Anyway.
I know. Sometimes if you tune in about 4:30 in the morning, it's almost like the after hours crowd who's still drunk and they're yelling at each other.
I mean, I got up yesterday and I was accused of being drunk. And I'm not getting a lot of sleep. I should be getting a lot more sleep, but this Spaces program isn't helping at all. But it is kind of, the people on here are what makes it cool. The app is total trash. I mean, it's like, the people are great. But the way we're communicating is about like the worst possible. CB radio might be a little better. Maybe not the range,
Maybe, but I'm very much aware that what I am communicating on is the conscious gateway, and so glitches do not bother me. It is the material. What is the content? The things people talk about, we all talk about. It's super important. but it's the conscious gateway, which is that's why I'm here. That's
I
the
totally
everything.
agree. Now, okay, you guys were mentioning about like your previous soul life, yada yada. You have to engineer your way back, okay? And for God's okay, you have to design, you have to put the lines up and hook it all up, yada yada yada, because all that stuff was ripped out of you when you came down here because nobody had it previously. So you got to build it up, and then you got to pass on to your offspring. It's the only way it's going to work. Now, how you
I don't
do
have
it?
offspring.
You don't have what?
That was tongue in cheek. I said I don't have offspring, but I'm listening. Yeah, how do I do it?
Join the club. I'm in the same boat, but you have to pass it on or pass it on to somebody that does have kids, and it's got to work. But here's the main thing: is you have to engineer going back with it. And I can't tell you how it works. I can give you kind of a guide thing, but you have to ask your higher self on how to do it. And when this is a big thing, this is everybody fails on this one, except until I tell you this and you'll figure it out. When you ask the universe for help on X, Y, and Z, you have to completely forget that you asked that question. Completely gone, wiped out, no more memory, and then it'll come to you. Otherwise, because you have to release the energy, it goes up, they process it, it comes back down. It's like a half duplex call. It's like you you send an email, you send it. If you retain part of that email, they're going to miss the text. So it's the same concept. Then you get the stuff coming back, and it'll be all cool. But I can't tell you how many times. I mean, I still have issues with that. I'll have a problem, and I was like, oh, I have to release all of it. So it means you got to go opposite to whatever it is you're doing. So that's a big key. In fact, try it, see if it works.
You know why I'm not worried about it? Have you ever been in love? Just fucking in love, and it doesn't matter what the hell is going on around you. You're freaking in love, and you're like, well, whatever, we'll work it out. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing because I'm in love. That's how it is with me and my creator. I'm in mad wild love. and and you know, the internet can go down. This device in my hand can die. The conscious gateway can no longer be available to me, and I'm going to find my way home because I, that frequency of pure love, I am magnetized to it. My entire being, my entire soul being, more and more and more and more and more, stronger, faster, better every day. Like, um, it's actually building in a very powerful way inside me. Um, Not only will I be coming home full force, I will be bringing the rest with me. But yeah.
Yeah, I wrote a song called Home at Last, and people asked me what did you mean by that, and I said, well, I'm talking about like heaven actually, because I don't feel like this is home. I feel out of place here, even amongst people. There's something different about me. I fit well in spaces like these, the UFO spaces, but yeah, I'm on the. I believe I'm on the wave that we're all that humanity's. I'm on the sort of the tip of it, like all of us are here. The rest of the normies are the bulk of the wave, right? We're on the very leading edge of it. Not that doesn't make us, better. It just happens to be where we're at. But it doesn't feel like home to me. because all the things that I think about, there's very few people I can share them with. The only thing I can, and all of my life, I'll tell you, when I was in third grade, and I'm not a genius, but I was smarter than a lot of the other kids. The girls seemed smart, but the boys were kind of dumb. And I had to intentionally lower my grades to avoid getting sort of feeling ostracized. I actually remember doing that in third grade, intentionally lowering my grade. Can you believe it? So, but that's just a microcosm of that when you're, I feel like when you can see things sooner than other people, it puts you in a lonely place, which is why I'm glad we're here, because you know what I'm talking about, probably.
I do.
Ambra.
I do.
But so when you talk about home, yeah, that song "Home at Last" is really referring to, and I really want to bring everyone else with me too, even the ones that aren't, because I just feel like it's probably, I'm hoping they're just a turn of the dial away from me where I'm at. It's not that much of an adjustment. They're human beings just like me. They're just not living in, it's really, I love the metaphor of the matrix. They're still in the matrix and we're unplugged. That's a great metaphor, I think.
What I like is that I heard it said that somebody in heaven brokered a deal, and that they're, even the souls that were quote unquote lost in this whole insanity will make it back home. They're just gonna take the long road. But they're all coming back home eventually, and that's the most glorious thing.
Nah, I kind of like look at them as like being motorcycles. You just got to kick them a couple of times and get them started, and then they'll be all right. But yeah, I totally agree with you, Larry. It's like I'm like throughout my entire life. Let's just say I'm dysgraphic, so I was C average person as far as testing and all other shit. But I hung out with all the super smart people. They thought I was a straight A student. And it wasn't like I was covering up anything. I just can't test worth of shit. And so, yeah. And I got involved in the remote viewing, the UFO shit that went down. Anyway, when you get exposed to those kind of frequencies, forget it. You're totally off the spectrum. You'll never be able to relate to anything that's going on this planet because of what you've been exposed to. And it's different. So I don't know how to explain it. So anyway, I'm going to pass the mic. That's all I got to say.
My kingdom is not of this world.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you see stuff and it's like, man, you're just doing it the wrong way. And you can't just really, for me, it's like I can't just go in there and intervene and completely change stuff. I could, but it takes away their entire learning experience. So, yeah, that's the most frustrating thing about all of it. It really is. It's like you got the ability to do major changes, but if you do, it's going to hurt a lot of people. So it's like not good.
Yeah, well, those of you more advanced have also been very patient with those of me making those same mistakes. And for that, I am very grateful.
Yeah, it's part of it. You just people like you. Now, I'm not worried about that. I'm talking about the the ones that want to kill off the entire planet, let's wipe out the entire human race to make a couple of dollars. Those people.
Oh, those people.
Those are
Well,
the ones that are causing.
they've got it all figured out that it's gonna usher in Jesus, so it justifies anything they do. It's great.
Yeah,
Fucking love
yeah.
humans, man.
I mean, or the rapture ones. I love that one. Oh, we'll just let it happen because Jesus is going to rapture us up. It's like, oh, come on, man. No, the rapture is you getting vacuumed up and getting recycled.
Can anyone hear me?
Well, I am coming for the one who engineered these hideous, heinous Draco. So I'm really hoping that I don't find out it was us.
That engineered what, honey?
The Draco reptilian freaking demon monster fucktards.
Oh, them.
I have something to
Yeah.
say about when I don't know who said this, to kind of acting a fool or dumbing down to relate to others, because people here, they are very immature in the level of the soul. Actually, we can do this here and there, but we cannot do that all the time. It would be like pretend that we are childish again to play with toys. Once we learn something better, we need to move out of this phase. So pretending we are in the previous phase, it's only lead us to depression. And I would not say that they are like sleeping when we compare to the Matrix. If we compare to the Matrix, like if we here would be a prison, yeah, I agree, we will be sleeping. But if here would be like a sanatorium or a school, then they are not like the normies. They are not kind of sleeping. They are unaware yet, because we are all learning. And this would be some kind of a school that we have countless people in the kindergarten, and often they don't have grades enough, so then they have to repeat the grades. In this same logic, it's like people in the high school will be in the last number. People in college, people graduated, will be way less numbers, and the PhD ones would be like one or two around us, among us. So, needless to say, the PhD ones, they will feel like very disconnected, because they don't have much peers, and all they perceive are below them. So the entire planet will start to feel like childish. Nothing will fulfill, and then we'll be ready for a next phase, which it doesn't exist in this planet. We will be ready for other fields, other realms. Now, some say that we have some kind of other fields. They have agenda for this planet. This planet is going to pass through a shift. It's like, let's say, they're going to use the facility for another issue. It's not going to be for kindergarten anymore. Now we're going to shut down this kindergarten and going to install a college here. Who knows? So they say that we have this major big shift coming up to planet Earth. And probably most of us, we are still, remember, not sleeping, but still learning. And the fact that the world has gone into this mad mode since the 2020, and we have a the big inflation in countries that were considered wealthy, like United States, Canada, Germany. The fact that we go broke is when we start to feel suffering, and when we start to suffer, we start to feel like waking up from a nightmare. So as we don't know what God has as a surprise to us, the hidden plans of God, maybe those fuckers that we think they are the evil ones trying to kill the entire planet and making us go broke on purpose because they are one or two bank that owns all the banks on the planet. Maybe their missions is not to in a evil perspective. Maybe they are kind of hurrying up the process of us to wake up, learn that we are here as an experience, that we are not bodies, we are souls, and then to even if they kill us, they will hurry up the process of us to go back home. And if that happened, maybe they are not that evil and that bad as we think they are. Make sense?
No, they are. I'm not saying that they're
Man,
unredeemable,
I hate
but
them. I just gave a theory to look at them at another perspective. Okay, I'm just speaking my mind here, and
I
just
know,
sorry
no.
because as English is my second language, sometimes I need to
No,
be slow to pronounce perfectly some words. Okay.
no, you were perfect. You were very clear, and I will address what you said, if I can remember. Oh, about the evil. Maybe that the evil 1% that I target all the time as the fault of the world, and that we shouldn't. We should wake up to the fact that they don't have our best interests at heart. Yes, all of that is very true. But to justify their role in all of this and saying that maybe they're not so evil after all because they're serving a good purpose. Well, that may be, but that wouldn't be by their doing. That would be by someone higher up than them. They are still making those decisions and they will account for them because they're going to have a guilty conscience. But it doesn't mean they're unredeemable at all. I mean, I couldn't make that decision.
Yeah, well, technically there are teachers in a bad way, but in a good way. So, um, so are they that bad? He has a point. I get it, but
Well,
they're
it's kind
evil
of
as
like
hell.
good,
They're really bad.
kind of like God and Satan playing good cop, bad cop. Like they're both working for the same team, but one pretends to be bad and the other one pretends to be good. And
Yeah, I would have to say that. And there's been a couple of times where there's been some really bad SOBs that at the very last moment they turned out to be fairly decent, and they did the right thing, and they made up for all the bad with one particular move, which is super rare. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like if you do that, you do get a spiritual boost, but it's got to be at that right thing. And I can't predict what's going to happen. But yeah, I've seen it happen before in the past. It's kind of cool. So I don't know. That would be. I mean, ultimately, that would be the best choice of everything. It's like all of a sudden the real bad guy turns into be the real good guy, saves a whole lot of people. But they can't play this game of like, oh, we're going to destroy everything. Oh, we're the saviors. We're going to turn around and save everything. No, it don't work that way. And that's the game that they've been playing for a long time. Everybody's up to that. I mean, we can see that. It's like you get a robber goes out and stabs you in the back, and at the same time he's a doctor that turns around and fixes you and said, "Oh, you're fine." No, not happening. You're going to get your problems, and a lot of them need to go to jail, especially on the doctor side, especially the vaccine crap. I'm sorry that there's no excuse for that. Everybody I know 19 people they were killed because of that vaccine. Everybody I know pretty much has died from getting that damn vaccine. So fuck them. Anyway, but yeah, that's just we're learning from that, and unfortunately, it's like the people that I warned about the vaccine didn't trust me enough to take my advice, and it killed them. So it's like not too cool, but just the way things work in my universe. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic.
Hello. Sorry if I'm slow to bring you up. My bad. What's up, everyone?
Well, I guess no time like the present. I don't see anybody else taking advantage of this quiet time, so I'm going to. I have lots to say. I can't think of what to say, actually, so I've uncovered my something I've written. It is the introduction to a book that I've compiled. It's not quite complete, but I hope to be published soon and someday. I've titled it "Truth in the Institution," and it is an expose on the true nature of the Western institution, which, if you've heard anything that I've said in this room or another, most recently, that I believe its nature is malevolent, to say the least. And that until we begin to understand that we are being dictated by, controlled by, and ruled over by very dark forces, that I don't think we're going to ever come out from underneath it. That until we awaken to the true insipid evil that is coursing through the veins of this institution, that it's going to continue to rot and to crumble, and it's going to take us all with it. And so this is the introduction to this book that, again, I intend to publish soon, but want to share in any case. And it's notable that this was written in the months between March. It was written from the spring equinox to the summer solstice of 2020, when we were all on lockdown and couldn't go anywhere or do anything. I somehow developed this extraordinary and still existent relationship with the sun. And as the sun moved from its winter sky into the summer sky, and it rose through the sky as it does every year, and it increases in its length in the day, and it increases in the brilliance of its light, the strength of its heat, that there's an essence in this movement of the sun from the winter and into the summer. That it is rising, and it is growing in strength, which is exactly opposite of its waning from summer back to winter in the latter part of the years. And so there's a very esoteric experience, a very spiritual experience, that I felt that every day as the sun moved further and further up into the sky, that it became more and more relevant in my pursuit and the downloads that I received, that I felt like I received. And it is the inspiration that compelled me to write this book. And much of what is in this book was taken from scribblings, musings, and notes from, I don't even know, 10 years, maybe more prior. Always having this inclination, this idea that I might someday put a book together. And then the time came that the vision dropped in, and I pursued it. And I created my book. And it's called Truth in the Institution. And this is the introduction. And if anybody wants to stop me at any point in time, let me know. If they want to say something or need the stage, have at it. I'm just going to fill the dead air with this. I would, if I were you, consider this a preview to what I believe will someday be a New York Times bestseller. At least that's what I'm intending. Truth in the Institution. My dearest brothers and my dearest sisters, alas, the time has finally come that I must raise up my sword and let it fall hard through the swollen belly of this wretched beast that has so feasted and fattened itself upon us, and to see that it no longer picks its teeth with the shards of our broken and our splintered bones. In these times that are indeed strange, uncertain, and far removed from our normal existence, and apart from the more obvious circumstances that are forcing us to adjust our paces and our rhythms and to perhaps nurture ourselves in ways that most of us never have, there is also, and more importantly, an extraordinary and unprecedented opportunity standing before us. That in the same way that we are being allowed to at least temporarily adjust the speed of our lives to a more deliberate and thoughtful stride, and as the dust from our relentlessly chaotic lives begins to settle, we have a most incredible chance to bring our awareness into a deeper and more thorough picture and understanding of not only the present existing conditions, but also the underlying factors and framework that gives rise and shape to these and many other influential conditions that dictate, although more silently, the nature of our current human experience. And as we all watch with bated breath from our homes, as this world continues to unfold in crisis, and we find ourselves ever more in fervent pursuit of information, knowledge, and truth, and as we witness the upheaval of life as we know it, and the pending collapse of our social and economic systems, and as we begin detecting narratives that seem to be accelerating the momentum towards a further extraction of our liberties and our freedom, it seems both a critical and compelling time to begin asking some serious questions, and serious and difficult questions, to perhaps begin thinking in new and different ways, and in new and completely different directions, and to initiate what is the long overdue thorough examination and analysis of all the systems of the institution that exert their influence over our lives and impose upon us such chronic and ever-increasing regulations and control. It is our right and it is our duty to insist upon and to demand an accountability of the nature of our subjugation. If we are free in the ways that we are said to be free, and these systems and institutions do in fact proceed in their undertakings out of a goodness and a noble and steadfast determination to protect and provide, and if the intention of their operations is truly one of ensuring wellness, fairness, and affluence to its citizens, then we, as the purported beneficiaries, who instead seem to experience life with a severity of ongoing struggle and shortcomings, have an obligation to ourselves and to each other to challenge these circumstances, protest our suffering, and confront these seemingly broken, discriminatory, and unjust systems. Perhaps collectively, we need to dispel of the assumptions that the expectations that even at their highest potential, the architecture and design of our conventional social, political, financial, educational, religious, and even recreational models are even capable or even possess the necessary ingredients to provide us what we all deserve, or more importantly, if they are really even meant to. Maybe it is time to reconsider our beliefs that tell us these structures, despite their accompanying authoritative declarations, are serving the higher good and seek, as it's claimed, to provide freedom and justice for all. Indeed, it seems we are perpetually locked in hopeless anticipation for things within the existing set of controls to change, perhaps not yet fully realizing that it is in fact the established organization that brings us the difficulty we all face, and that within its confines, regardless of who is teaching or preaching, prescribing, voting, ruling, helping, fighting, struggling, starving, or dying, that by its dysfunctional nature, contaminated with ignorance, apathy, and lovelessness, that we see the suffering and the despair that we do today. I believe that we need to necessitate the immediate accountability of all those things that rule us, regulate us, moderate us, and oversee us, that we need to no longer quietly and loyally agree or accept that these things, by virtue of established practice or convention, are by their nature suitable to the attainment of our well-being, our affluence, our happiness, or our freedoms. I believe we need to begin looking underneath all of the rugs and behind all of the curtains to launch the doubtless shocking and sobering review into the real intentions and the real agendas that provide the fuel to what is in fact an oppressive ruling coalition, and to ask it of the question, who and what do you really serve? And we need to ask ourselves and to ask each other, what is really going on here? And why, from system to system and institution to institution, Is there absolute systemic erosion, malfunction, debilitation, injustice, discrimination, corruption, racism, and inequality? And how and why has sterile indifference, disharmony, and strife become our routine and daily experience? What has proven recurrently to pander only to the false experience, the false hope of change, to offer promises that have never been kept, to escape accountability, to pillage, to plunder, to hoard, to kick the can, to be wasteful, to capitalize on, alienate, and betray its own citizens, needs, alas, to be called to answer. And not only in this inquisition should we stop listening to the incessant babble and the tiresome and misleading rhetoric spilling forth from all of the primary agencies of socialization, but each should be muted and silenced from the discord of its overbearing and questionably dignified influence, as each, at least for the time being, needs to release us out from underneath their pressures and to ease up on the burdens they cause and the stories they tell, to stand down and to stop commanding us, to stop controlling us, to stop informing us, anointing us, lying to us, preaching to us, confusing us, exhausting us, and impoverishing us. We need to be able to distance ourselves and reorient, and need to be able to take time to breathe and to take in life and feel what it means to just be, to live without a sword down our throats, without guilt, without tax, without deadline, without fear, without anxiety, and without shame. If we are to find reprieve from the control mechanisms that both overtly and covertly dictate our lives, and if it is freedom that we truly seek, we must first be willing to recognize the severity of the impact the collective of the modern institutional agencies has had on our lives, our perceptions, and our thinking. We must acknowledge that throughout the course of our indoctrination into the perspectives of established educational, religious, social, and political precedents, our cognitions have been influenced towards a prejudicial, overly reverent, self-righteous, and pious disposition towards institutional intention and our own belief systems. That fundamental to our indoctrination into standardized subjugation, there is an instinctual presupposition that the doctrines of the institution are distinguished and venerable, and that our allegiance, by virtue of established high and unparalleled valuation, is appropriate, dutiful, respectful, and necessary. And we trustingly and we faithfully consume all that we are provided by the predominant and established order, and we rapidly develop staunch and impenetrable opinions and beliefs that align exclusively with the imposition of established dogmatic orthodoxy, and thereby become alienated in our thinking from anything but the positions of its convincingly and fiercely authoritative discourses. Our convictions are not our own, as we only believe what it is we have been told to believe. And from early in our development, the persuasion of our perceptions began. And as the shaping and molding of our young and impressionable minds are set upon, we unwittingly adopt the indoctrination of all of our limited but socially acceptable and suitable attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs. Our impressions, our judgments, our understandings of most things have not been formulated out of free and contemplative thinking, nor reflective and thoughtful meditation, that they instead have been dictated to us by forces outside of ourselves, and our entire worldviews are but the renderings cultivated by the influence of modern institutional interpretation. Our realities are the disciplined and concluded products of the numerous agencies within which our minds have been indoctrinated and prepared. And it is the persistence of established systemical and directed fundamental civil, religious, and scientific principles that there exists an ongoing and unquestioned persuasion towards devotion. And it is also through the widespread mutual and contagious deference that these ideologies become reinforced, asserting by their popularity a convincing and absolute sense of authenticity. And the adherence that we each have to our set of beliefs and our perceptions, and how contestable we believe their incorruptibility, further produces a profound presumption of righteous legitimacy and credibility. And there is an overly gratuitous and misplaced loyalty towards not only what we hold to be absolute or probable in the universe, but also towards the trustworthiness, the credibility, and the reliability of established proposal, approach, and conclusion. Within our learned perspectives, there exists the inference that the nature of our governing educational and religious models are, of course, with benevolent and gracious intention. And we are conditioned to believe that naturally the aim of each modern institutional constituent is to actually impart the truth, the justice, the healthcare, the wisdom, the assistance, the opportunity, education that is claimed. And that even with blatant and gross ineffectiveness and underperformance and ongoing inadequate results, we still believe that at least the models are sound and that the theory and the systems, though agreeably broken, proceed from a position of goodwill and integrity. We believe that morally the system is devoted to us, and whereas it may ceaselessly fail us, that at least it strives and aspires towards something better, and that ultimately its goal is to deliver us, its struggling dependents, from all of our difficulties, our hardships, and to assist and to facilitate for us an elevated standard of living, to make better our situations, to solve and remove for us our problems, our disputes, and our ignorance, and to provide for us our liberty, our health, and our happiness. However, the nature of the modern establishment can be characterized not at all by its nourishing generosity, its charitable kindness, its equitable objectives, or by any genuine endeavor to enhance the wellness, the affluence, or awareness of its subjects. I believe that it is instead the function of the institution to lead us towards authorized compilations of explicitly prearranged dogmatic ideals and conclusions, and to fiercely shepherd our worldviews towards the prejudice of established tradition. That without doubt, its ambitions are to encourage and to assemble consistent and controlled perceptions of reality, that out of loyal and trusting indenture to authoritative methodologies, we become bound by its infrastructure of discriminating and governing principles as the basis for which we relate to the universe and ourselves. And I believe that all investment, all faith, all deference in prevailing conventional opinion inevitably results in the formation of skeptical, narrow-minded, complacent, and irreverent attitudes towards life, existence, ourselves, and each other. That by the disposition of orthodox scientific and traditional religious doctrines, there is confessed an industriously treacherous, premeditated, and sinister strategy to ruthlessly disenfranchise us from all things truthful, fruitful, and beyond the realm of science, and that each of its organizations, agendas, programs, models, and plans have been brought forth out of these streams of influence and intention, and are in fact only presenting as being damaged and broken, and that what is in appearance injury, injustice, inequality, misguidance, misappropriation, underfunding, instability, confusion, destitution, and decay is in reality only the natural characteristic unfolding and maturation process of something that is essentially, at its very core, rooted in annihilative and erroneous thinking, abusive exploitation, and malignant deception. And that all efforts to rehabilitate, to improve upon, or restore these systems are but ongoing distractions, feeding us a false hope of better and brighter days to come. That all of the things that have been failing us, all of the things that are failing us, are going to continue to fail us because they are meant to. This has never been, nor will it ever be, a healthy or just system, never an honest, equal, or fair system, never plentiful, never enriching, never has it upheld its citizens, never has its wealth or its resource been committed to a true easing of our burdens, and nor to facilitate any true effective liberating outcomes, and never has it affected the fundamental change or even demonstrated the competency, the capacity, or the compassion to do so. And all of the fights that we think we have won, and all of the progress we think we have made, are but the stifled concessions of an intelligent warden knowing that we too must sometimes eat. The essential nature of our contemporary human environment can be evidenced by its vast inventory of characteristically flawed, imbalanced, and depraved systems of the institution. It is in part the collective propensity of these systems towards instability, dilapidation, corruption, misappropriation, and domineering that we are given a beginning glimpse into the heart and personality of this indecent dictatorial machine. the astringent distillate of our structured and subordinate experience within the establishment, with its native, adverse, and encumbering regulations and controls, its pretentious supremacy, its predatory disposition, shows us that through these and other predominant and characteristic features, its inclination is far apart from being benevolent, moral, or righteous. That across the board, whether it be courtroom, bank, DMV, hospital, or prison, all institutional formations under the directives of institutional intention and control can be inarguably qualified as devoid of regard, devoid of grace, devoid of purity, and devoid of true goodness. And that as spiritless institutions, there is a characteristically dull, dispassionate, callous, and imperious pulse that is rudimentary to the mechanized, emotionless experience that is our subjugated subordination. The manner with which the establishment manages us can be characterized by indifference, preeminence, constraint, judgment, always impersonal, always harsh, strict, cold, and rigid. We are fully influenced by the prominence of this disparaging, crude, and congenial demeanor as found within most institutional experiences, as they both demonstrate and exemplify the acceptability of disregard and detachment as routine practices in relating to our fellow human beings. And it is not we, the 99%, the indentured servants, the debt slaves, the influenced, that are lacking in goodness and in grace. As never has it been the teacher, but the curriculum, never the doctor, but the model and the medicine, not the officers, but the law, and not the employee, but the policy, and nor is it the scientist, but instead it is the premise, and it is the approach. And it is within all these processes and all these procedures that ooze down from on high, that now envelop and direct us within a mire of prejudicial ideals, methods of intolerance, racism, and ambiguous and diluted intention, that we are given continuing example and evidence of the establishment's advocacy and appetite for constraint, malpractice, and injustice. These conspicuous parallels of inactivity, heavy-handedness, and bias that exist from one heartless institution to the next, and from one defective system to the next, I believe it can be said present a definite affinity towards density, thickness, and stagnancy, and as only partial but vital representations of the consistency and constitution of this systemic disability, points again not to mutable objects, but instead to something fundamentally stubborn, sober, and cold. The pervasively influential, oppressive, and demoralizing conditions of the current human experience demands not only a profound recognition of our implicit subservience and dependence on established order, but as well the more perilous wholesale devaluation and abduction of our own sense of self. For as numbers, commoners of a general public, the aspects of personal relevance, importance, value, and worthiness are inspirations that remain without nurture within this disheartening enclosure. As individuals, our stature within and adjacent to this massive machine is regarded with little or no value. We are but numbers and faces, each with the same story, and without the haze of a climate dampened by cold disposition, demoralizing pretension, and shared consternation. There are heavy clouds cast over our psyches as we are forced into the knowing of our natural negligibility and take on submissive behaviors and timid, self-preserving silence. This customary demotion and disparagement of our personal significance extends beyond our psychological subordination to the establishment, as aside from being overly bullied and into cowering dependence on institutional supremacy for everything. With the same message, we also find ourselves mentally enfeebled, confused, and resigned. And through the insolent assertions of discriminatory and degrading mental programming that comes forth from all manipulative influence of modern convention, there is no immunity to the imposed segregating principles and the discourse that ultimately manifests itself within us as a deprivation of free thinking, compulsive discriminatory impairment, and inbred racism, and an appropriated competence for contemplative discernment. We, draped in threadbare, soiled, and shrunken clothing, are given little cover from the fallout of ongoing suggestive narratives that deplete us and charge us with inferiority and unworthiness. We devotedly concede to our diminutive roles and are subdued in dispassionate suppression and passively accept our meagerness, our incapacity, and ineligibility to augment our own cognitions, self-reliance, and interpretations of reality. The power, though, that we think we hold, and the voice that we think we have, is only what we are allotted, and one that may be used only to express the preferable means by which we will continue to be controlled. Yes, we have the right to free choice, as long as we choose from their list. Yes, we have the right to freely gather and to protest where it is we are told. We can freely take a stand against tyranny, but with respect. And we are free to use our voices as long as we are not too loud. We can rebel in orderly fashion, and we can revolt, but only placidly, as constantly there looms in our periphery the knowing of the might and the severity and the swiftness with which we can and will be dealt. And indeed, it is ludicrous to believe that we who are subordinate in every seen and unnoticed capacity to the institution would in any way actually have a say in the shaping and engineering of our own servitude, and that our desires, our needs, and our dreams within this construct are somehow significantly persuasive through some united plebeian consensus to stipulate and determine intent or outcome. With Pencil and Privacy Cube, we are defrauded into a false sense of empowerment and importance as we are persuaded with misleading propaganda to responsibly make our meaningless declarations and designations and to forcibly accept and validate one or more of the many predetermined and predestined choices of ambiguous, confounding, and double-dealing candidates or legislations. We are only being led to believe that our voices are being heard and that real change is underway. And on occasion, we are given a trophy for our diligent efforts to ease our plight, whether it be by favorable candidate, measure, or enactment, tax relief, or pathetically small stimulus check. We are placated with the most minimal of victories as the true public outcry for change, relief, and fucking mercy falls on the deafened ears of our indifferent keepers. And it should be without doubt to anyone that our freedoms and the weight of our chains is really not ours to decide. Well, that was only part of it. I'll keep going if I got ears. It should be clear that the destitute struggle of the majority is of little or no importance to the institution, and that it is not in our voices that it finds our value. It is in our willingness and our ability to contribute and conform our still warm and dutiable bodies to established law and order that more than anything qualifies our importance. It is our orderly and our active participation that weighs in most decisively as the benchmark of our worth, despite all the suffering, despite all the struggle, and no matter how loud we scream. It is our submission to servility that this conglomerate invests its holdings, and it is only within its accredited sanctuary of subservience that we will ever see any share of its returns. Without agreeable resignation to the status quo, despite how righteous or reasonable our aims, most all dissension and is designated and portrayed not as a voice of progressive ambition seeking mutual consideration of a more fair and just world, but instead as a problem, causing radical positions, promoting separatism, unpatriotic civil disloyalty, and from the noble and well-meaning state. And that all attempts outside the code of corrupted and infertile due process to lift ourselves from our contracted circumstances, and all daring to disturb the quote-unquote peace of our constraints, except of course by ordained and stifled allowance, results in censorship and increasingly inordinate consequences and retributions. And as this inventory of threats for questioning authority, demanding accountability, and for expressing opposition to conventional and popular conduct grows, we, for fear of being shamed or fined or constrained, are forced to recoil yet further into states of silence and passive inferiority. As well, by the ongoing harassing scrutiny and valuation of our aptitudes, loyalties, and worth, as measured by the variety of dutiful expectations of conduct and conformity set forth by the overbearing, draconian, orthodox rule in life, we are mentally burdened with the constraint, with constant threat of punishment, even for simple mistakes, misjudgments, forgetfulness, and misunderstandings. That we exist handicapped, having to make certain that everything is just right and everything is just so, and exist with dispirited worry and fright at the demoralizing and financial expense of noncompliance and imperfection. The scale on which we are weighed is intimidating indeed, as many, even in striving, can't quite live up to the disciplinary criterion set forth and enforced by the many inflexible and officious regulatory and procedural demands that loom over us daily. Through the mandated compliance of permissible and gratuitous requirements and with pre-designated appropriate attitudes and behaviors, every aspect of our lives is in one way or another dimmed or adulterated by the ongoing demands of institutional control. By all the rules and the laws and the procedures and the protocols and the policies and the staunchly rigid structure, we are beneath fierce and uncontested psychological pressure to maintain ourselves in very disciplined and authoritative manners. Whether without seatbelt, leash, parking coin, or ID, we are with constant reminder of our requirement to perform, conform, pay, behave, and to not step out of line, to be ordered, to be controlled, and to be restrained. And as such, we proceed with anxiety and with apprehension and a little bit of shame as we try to maneuver ourselves with weary discretion through the complicated and predatory entanglements of mentally draining and financially depleting control systems. Endlessly, we are run about, made to pay our dues and to fulfill our requirements as we are prodded with contentious ultimatums, impositions, and demands. Around every corner, there is extracted from us considerable toll, as just for breathing, we are burdened with endless taxes, fines, and fees. Constantly, there is strife and struggle, and we are left to beg for pardon and for forgiveness from all the arduous and fatiguing institutional pressures caused us from just being alive. However, as moderated absolutism isn't possible, and clemency is so far from its soul, in the wake of this oppressive and mental and fiscal looting, and under the cracking whip of untold numbers of demands, we remain browbeaten, tamed, tormented, and with little understanding or hope that things could ever be any different. But through our willingness to explore and to exploit the truth of our captive realities, and as we begin to take notice of the grotesque misguidance, the misrepresentation, and misuse that is the very furniture and tapestry of the cold and shadowy halls of our indoctrination and handling, we also allow ourselves to deepen our insight and to gain greater understanding of what it is that truly lies at the core of this modern aggregate and why everywhere there seems such suffering and such strife. I believe it is only with the awareness of what constitutes our bindings can we know with what to dissolve them. And as we awaken to the real illness and calamity of this institution, we will find concealed within its multitude of dysfunctional conditions a rampant infestation of unprincipled yet calculated recklessness that signifies the severity of insolent imprudence, dishonesty, and foolishness that ultimately drives this institution's actions. And in the vast disproportion of these decisively negative and unfavorable attributes versus what is the far lesser degree of virtuous and beneficial ones, we are given clear and ample evidence towards a proper diagnosis and treatment for this staggering and diseased formation. For something so out of balance and completely overrun by such a broad number of unscrupulous inclinations, one cannot help but recognize the extraordinary deficit of those things therein that are decent and righteous. And in the pursuit of relief from the weight of our hardships, and by taking note of the many layers of heavy constrictions that burden us, it becomes increasingly relevant to properly interpret the essence of these encumbrances, to recognize that within all things there is embodied an essential nature, and whether that nature aligns with positivity, health, or goodness, or with negativity, disease, and pain, that it can be witnessed, identified, and understood by looking to the expressions of a thing's predominant governing qualities and traits. Where, for example, there is much pressure, restriction, tension, oppression, imposition, and cramping, where there is always heaviness, where there is always burden, where there is compaction and there is constraint, where there is density and thickness, where things are frozen and they do not flow, where there is no movement, no change, no progress, where there is dormancy and congestion, strangulation and a gasping for air, where there is no expansion, there is no room for gain, no room for growth. There is also no room for wellness. There is no room for life. There is no room for love. And there is no room for light. And in dense place, and in dense thought, where light cannot go, when it is blocked and it is not let to shine, there is, of course, darkness. And in the darkness, where without vision there is activities and pursuits, where with disabled senses we still seek accurate discernments and knowing, where without a full view we cannot be seen where we were, where we are, and where we are going. In dimness, as we evaluate and we appraise and we place our judgments and we try to determine things, where without light we form pictures devoid of brilliance and beautiful color, there is nothing there to be found except dullness and cloudy scenes of dark and gray. There is sadness and there is sorrows. There are obstacles and dilemmas, contortion, distortion, and pain. And blinded, there is much for us to stumble over and much for us to fall over. And we collide with, and we can't see. And we desperately try to steer ourselves around and under and over all the walls, all the restrictions. And without clear sight, we remain confined. And with shrunken scope and without proper bearing, there is only fruitlessness and futile fumbling. And with much lack, there is discouragement, and there is ignorance, and there is danger. And we become broken, and we become splintered, and we begin to fall apart, and we succumb to decay, and we succumb to the darkness. And without the illumination of truth and all that is real, we wither and we shrivel, and we are faced with hopelessness and inevitable decline, where all around us there is delusion, there is depravity, absurdity, and there is fucking madness. Were we to profile the temperament, the psyche, and the morality of this institution as an entity, and we were to look on it as an individual, and were to consider its customary and chronic practices and conduct as if they were the behaviors of a person, and we sought to more thoroughly understand the mentality that gives rise to such a myriad of audacious and reproachful expression, we would no doubt observe by its instability, its selfishness, its aggression, lack of empathy, lack of remorse, superficial feeling life, its failure to accept responsibility, its self-aggrandizement, its sense of entitlement, its predation, its pathological dishonesty, its extreme levels of manipulation, its narcissism, and its gaslighting, that not only does it meet the requirements for, but it far exceeds the psychiatric criteria that qualifies and defines human psychopathy and sociopathy. That just like that of the corporation, the brainchild of the institution, of institutional doing, the establishment in its repeated violation of universal ethical standards and habitual marauding of its populace can be very fairly summarized as having a demented and unhinged personality, capable obviously of a multitude of oppressive and abusive behaviors. And despite the multitude of despite the arrogance and the malnourished and dehydrated governing mentality that rules it, it nonetheless does so from a place of infirmity, infection, deficiency, and defect, from a place of disorganization and of chaos, where the very ideas of order and unification and peace are contaminated by the smoke and the smog of an impure propellant and are shrouded and lost under the heavy overcast of chronically inflamed pestilence. And as we are cultured and directed under the jurisdiction of this official and acrimonious mindset and become programmed and indoctrinated by its sociopathic instructions and examples, the stage is well set for the provocation of all the current and objectionable conditions that characterize the atmosphere of our modern and collective experience. As it is the conveyances of this mentally unsound precedent that has its meddlesome and destructive thought patterns within the function of all things known to us, and is so completely devoid of humanitarianism or social consciousness, that it effectively nurtures and hastens the manifestation of most, if not all, the depravity, the disharmonious conditions that are currently plaguing us in society today as individuals and a race. And with this hollow and adverse mood that reverberates throughout all the chambers of modern convention, the severity of its devastating impact on our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health can be seen with great clarity all around us. And it is with its arsenal of premeditated influences and the weaponization of its entertainment and technology, its politics and big news media, its science and its religion, its healthcare and its medicine, and our food and the environment, that all aspects of the human organism are being provoked, disrupted, misinformed, misled, deceived, mistreated, malnourished, poisoned, attacked, and devoured. And not only are we burdened mentally with the dogmatically required standards of submission and powerlessness to the establishment, or by the perpetual desperation and stress to make our lives work or to make ends meet, but we are as well under the many extremely harsh but less obvious and discernible influences, each of which are exerting massive adverse and painful pressures on our bodies, our minds, and our spirits. And the degree to which these predatory and antagonistic mechanisms of the institution are inciting chaos, debility, ignorance, perversion, and outright insanity cannot be overstated, as there is no illness or condition, whether of body or mind, that isn't a direct result of the influences and disposition of this diabolical, immoral, and corrupted establishment. And with further understanding of the many malformations of this institution, and all its dilapidation, and all its schemes that arrange for us this unnecessarily difficult and unsolicited human condition, we should no doubt begin to sense how the character and the qualities and the nature of each of these assaulting forces are most certainly akin to one another, and exhibit with their invariable leaning towards oppression, dysfunction, corruption, and injustice, among many other things, a clear alignment with wholesale ignorance. And what is ignorance but an absence of illuminating truth? Where without there is hypocrisy and insincerity, and a forfeiture of good judgment and rightful understanding. And as distance and freedom from the light of truth may well have its blissful conveniences, there is a heavy, cold dimness that overshadows, freezes, and outweighs the wellness and stability of any structure brought forth that exists independent of the warmth and brilliance of light. And whereas it is clearly possible to exist without illumination, little can truly flourish there. unless suited to be submersed in darkness. Just as the creatures from the deep seas are lusterless and pale, or as the sweetest of fruits and largest of flowers could never ripen or bloom without the sun. All around us we see the bland, colorless, and disfigured growths raised up from a cold and shadowy space where only barren stalks of structure form, cut off from light and nourished by only vapid darkness, where in the stead of abundance brought forth by radiance, there are only the spindly and wilted yields of deviance, devoid of sustenance, devoid of truth, and devoid of light. And what is a place without illumination? And what are the qualities that might take shape there? What comes of a thing, a structure, or a being when sequestered from the light, the source of all life? I believe as we truly take note of the current state of affairs and we allow ourselves to truly savor the quality of our own personal experience, we will find that all around us and flourishing within us is the evidence and the answers to what can and does come of a thing when the light of truth is dimmed and darkness is let to take its place. The institution exemplifies the egocentric disposition that develops without the understanding and wisdom brought forth by the light. As we are shown by both its active and missing features, a crystallized and heavily salted rendition of what comes from a construction of darkness, and that all characteristics and the tendencies and moods and temperaments that can be cited as institutional predilection are the constituents of a personality that functions from a place of self-service and self-aggrandizement, one that loves to play God, loves to command, and loves to impose. And if we were to describe in full, with right word and with right phrase, what the institution is, or what it does, or how it acts, or what it seeks, or what it seems to govern it, if we were to list those things that correctly qualify it and capture the essence of its behaviors and its attitudes, its allowances and its endorsements, I believe we will sense by not only the meaning of the words, but by the sounds, the colors, and the flavors, and the vibrations of the language, a more clear picture of the truly dark nature of the establishment. And further, by a description of what it is not, and what it does not do, and how it does not act, or what it does not seek, we will find only more clarity and confirmation that absent from all of its workings and policies and protocols, missing from both its shallow exterior and its vacant core, that nowhere inside or out does this mechanistic and artificially intelligent contrivance possess even the genetic code to receive or to hold or to possess, to administer the high vibrations of life-giving and life-sustaining light of truth. And as it is darkness that overruns this institution, it is darkness that overruns us. Birthed and reared and directed by this imperious superintendent of our universe, we inherit all of its misalignments with truth and light, and the same ulcers and malformations that are natural to its structure become the abnormalities and the conditions and the diseases of our own. And the things that are absent from the life of this